pressure looks good.
Doubling up. Roger, roll with planet. Flight downside speed off. Speed off.
Yikes. You bet. Okay. We don't need any more of these.
And good morning and welcome to Boca Chica, Texas, where you are looking live at Starship SN7, where we're expecting some testing today. And I am Chris Gebhardt, the Assistant Managing Editor of NASASpaceflight, and I am joined here by the wonderful Mary, Boca Chica gal. Mary, how's it going down there?
Oh, it's going great. It's going to be another exciting day.
that it is. So I'm already seeing some frost. I'm seeing some things. What are we expecting them to do with this little tank? Because that's obviously not a huge starship sitting there today.
I'm assuming a pressure test.
Yeah, so this looks like one of those little test articles, right, that we see them bring out every time they want to test like new welds or new steel or something like that. Which would follow in sort of what we understand SN7 to be, right, Mary? Because this is SN7 on the pad. Yeah, and we kind of understand that there's a new weld technique that they used, as well as new steel as well. So it would make sense that they'd want to take it out there and pressurize it, and maybe even pressurize it to failure, right? Which they've done before, which is always fun to watch things explode on purpose.
Right.
So yeah, so we are standing by, and Mary, I think we had some things right before we went on air that we think they may have already done a test on it this morning. Is that correct?
That's what I was hearing. Yeah, they over during the night they done some testing.
Overnight. Okay, cool. And so yeah, so welcome everyone. I see we've already got some questions in chat, so we will definitely start to get to them. So if you're just joining us, we are live. It is 9:32 a.m. Central Time, 10:32 a.m. Eastern, where Mary and I are. And you are looking live at the test stand, the static test stand over there at Boca Chica. You can see on the left-hand side of your screen the larger, the other test stand right there, that steel structure and everything. And Mary, that's where they put the bigger starships, right? The big silos when they do the static fire tests and everything.
Correct. Yes. That's the new one.
Yeah, so that's what I was going to ask. This is the one that we could always see in the background, right, when they were doing all the static fires several weeks ago, about 2 weeks ago now, before SN4 went kablooey on its stand. But the stand looks to be remarkably intact, doesn't it?
Well, they've that is a new test stand or launch mount now.
The one that SN7 is on right now, or the rebuilt one to the left?
Oh no, I guess wasn't quite following. No, that is a new test stand that SN7 is on. Yes.
Gotcha. I think I got it mixed up in my head too, which everything changes so quickly at Boca Chica. It must. Do you ever, when you're out there walking around, Mary, do you ever get a sense, like, or have the thought when you're out there and go, oh, well, when did they put that in? I swear that wasn't there yesterday.
Oh yeah, there's times. Yeah, it's remarkable how fast they've grown and constantly changing.
It really is. Like, I was looking at an aerial photo, a very recent aerial photo of that facility, and I mean, my jaw just dropped at how different it already is from when I was there in September, when we saw each other for their last presentation and everything.
Right.
And just absolutely amazing. But yeah, so if you're joining us, we're waiting to see what kind of a pressurization test they plan to do here for Starship SN7, which you are looking at there now, courtesy of the live streaming gear and everything that has been placed and is being operated right now by Mary. Mary, thank you very much. It looks hazy. Is it already hot down there in South
It
Texas?
is. Yeah, it is. I'm not sure what the temperature is, but yes, it's definitely warming right up.
Yeah, as it does this time of year in both of our locations, I think it's something that we can definitely sympathize with each other for. Um,
Right.
but yes, so if you remember when we were back on the stream earlier, last week on Friday, we actually showed this SN4, or sorry, SN7 vehicle going out to the pad on Friday at the same time that the Northrop Grumman train carrying all the solid rocket boosters for SLS was arriving at the Cape. And we had some excellent dual views there. And that same SN7 Starship that Mary, you allowed us to see going to the pad on Friday is now what we see undergoing some testing here. And we can see some white vapor. Is that condensation that's venting from the ground or from the vehicle there toward the bottom?
Well, it definitely looks like it's coming from the ground, from what I can see anyway. It's,
Gotcha.
yeah, that's what it looks like.
Okay, yeah, and it kind of looks like there's like a big excavator behind it, right?
Yeah, I think that's quite a ways behind it. Yeah,
Quite a ways behind it. Okay, but that does look what it,
yeah,
yeah. So that's good. So yeah, so again, we're standing by. We're gonna have some other people coming on the stream and jumping on too, but we wanted to make sure to go live here so that we didn't miss anything. Because this is Starship SN7. It's using the new 304L steel, which SpaceX is interested in transitioning the flight versions of Starships over to, or at least testing out how that would particularly work, and testing out new welds. So it's entirely possible, again, we have no confirmation of this, but just prepping people for what we might see today, they could actually do a pressure test to failure, which they have done on some of their test articles in the past. Um, and this would they would do this for a couple of different reasons. They would potentially test to failure to validate the welds to see if their analytical models of at what pressure will the welds give, does that actually hold up, how far beyond actual flight pressure can you take this for the magnitudes of safety that they want. And yes, we do have some indication that they have done a test earlier today as well, even right before we came on air, I believe. But again, we're not sure if this is a multiple pressurization and test campaign, right? Where they're getting data on pressurizing it up to flight pressure, and then how far over that can they take it to a potential failure. That's what we're waiting for here, and we're also waiting for some other indications that they might be recycling, because Mary, I believe, right just before we came on the air, we did see that it was frosted, right? And that
right.
they had been doing something with it. Right. So that's what we're going to. And do you see any frost on it now? Because I can't tell looking at the top dome if that's frost or reflections or what's going on with it right now.
Right. I'm just gonna look through my binoculars and see if I can tell.
Cool. And while Mary is looking, Dog Cruise, thank you so much for the super chat. Really appreciate it. It says that this is coffee for the commentators. And yes, and then we have a question right above it, Mary, as you're still looking, if you're still looking through the binoculars. We have a question here from Lovetus asking, why did they name the tank SN7? And that's a good question. So SpaceX has transitioned over to basically referring to each of them as their serial number, which is just the order in which they were built. So this is why SN4 was the last one at the pad, and why SN7 has now been hauled out, even though SN5 and SN6 that were built before it are still over in the larger integration and build areas. So the 7 just means it's the 7th in the sequence here at Boca Chica that's been built, but doesn't necessarily reflect the flight or test order of how they will actually be tested at the pad. And to be fair, this is not also a full Starship. This is this is a tank, a test tank. So the big silos that we're used to seeing, those are still there, SN4 and SN6. Those are still there, but this is just a tank that they're doing new weld and new steel testing on right now. And Mary, what does it look like? Does it look like it's frosted, or does it look like maybe they've detanked and are recycling here?
Well, it's really hard to tell, but I thought I could see some frost on the top and then around the bottom.
Gotcha.
But it is hard to see, clearly.
Yeah, this is Michael. I've been rewinding the stream, and it looks like there was a bunch of frost at the bottom in the bottom bulkhead that's been receding. So I think we might be seeing the end of a test, and now we're gonna have to wait and see if they do another test.
Gotcha. So what are the testing restrictions today? Do we know what the timelines are for everything today?
I think the road closure is 8 to 5 p.m., right, Mary?
Correct.
So we have
and
several hours.
It's only 9:41 there. Yeah. Well, then this could be an interesting day for us here as we wait to see exactly what the future plans here are for Starship SN7. We know they've been doing ambient pressurization and a test and things like that with it, very much following, if I remember correctly, and there's so much that happens here that sometimes I think we all jumble up which is which, but if my memory recalls correctly, doing a couple of ambient tests or pressure tests and then cryo tests before going to a failure has been pretty much the standard practice they've employed on these if they survive the initial ambient temperature and cryo testing, correct?
Yeah, the weird thing is it did look like we did an ambient pressure test last night, but then this current test, which appears to be cryogenic, given that we're seeing a lot of frost, we did not see the frost lines really go all the way up to the top, so it might have been a partial fill. They might have, this could have been how they wanted to do the test, or they could have aborted. We don't have any insight as to whether they intended to fill it up all the way or not. But based on the amount of frost, it definitely appears that they did not fill this tank all the way up with nitrogen this morning. They just sort of partially did it and are now detanking the vehicle.
Gotcha. And for those of you listening, this is Michael. That was Michael Baylor, our producer behind the scenes, who's also going to be chiming in with updates, because as he was saying earlier, it's much easier for him to go back and rewind the stream and look at things than some of the rest of us on these streams and doing the commentary. So Michael, thank you so much for all of that behind the scenes work, including all the overlays and like making sure our videos and connections are stable. All of that is Michael doing right now. So thank you so much for that.
No problem. I'm looking at our super chat list right now.
Yes.
Dog, thank you for the coffee for commentators. We appreciate it. Simple Animation, thank you. And Hef Williams. Hey guys, great job with the channel. When do you think SN5 will roll out to the pad? What do you think, Mary?
Later this week.
Yeah, they have 2 separate stands now, so I guess theoretically we could see 2 prototypes hit the pad at once. Maybe we'll see.
We definitely could, and I mean, it definitely looks like they either rebuilt because let's talk a little bit about this, Mary, right, and some of the stuff that you've seen, because it certainly seemed like when SN4 blew that it took a significant amount of the pad, with it and did some damage when it blew. But I mean, looking at some of the more recent photos, looking at your most recent videos from the last couple of days, it looks like either all of that has been repaired, or maybe what we thought was damage wasn't actually damage in the long run, and just things that needed to kind of be, you know, like put back fully vertical. And things like that. But the process of getting this ready for continuation of testing really seems to have happened quickly.
Right. And luckily they
Yeah,
had
I
a
did.
new launch mount in the works, so that didn't take long to move and set up on the pad. I don't know if you
Yeah.
can hear me very well. It's kind of noisy here.
Oh, yeah, actually, we can hear you loud and clear. Yeah. Yeah, so we're going to continue. We still see some venting down there on the ground. And you know, another question we had here from James Falcon is, will Starship ever look like it does in those renders and less like a silo? So the answer is yes. We've actually seen a lot of the canards and all of the, you know, aero surfaces and everything taking shape at Boca Chica. They will eventually be mounted to the silos. And the silos will also receive nose cones. We know the nose cones theoretically for SN5 and SN6 are taking shape and are built. We also have some photos, Mary, that I know you've taken showing that some of those nose cones have reaction control system thrusters in them now. So yes, they will eventually end up looking like the renders with fins and you know, and aero surfaces and a nose cone and everything. It's just not mandatory that those be on there for the types of testing that we've seen so far. And even it's been noted that they don't necessarily need the nose cone to perform the 150-meter hop, which will be the first test flight of Starship here coming up, maybe sometime this month if everything goes well, maybe, you know, 2 to 3 weeks out, depending on what they need to do. But then when they start doing the higher hops, like 3 kilometers, 20 kilometers, when they start going up that high, that's when they need the nose cone. That's when they need the aerodynamic surfaces and the canards and everything like that. So that's when we'll see them put up there. So this is very much a testing process that SpaceX is only putting on what absolutely needs to be on in order to test, which is why we saw Starship SN4 had the new retractable landing legs for the upper section of Starship, because when it performs its 150-meter hop, that's one of the things they needed to test for that. So that's why we saw some of the hardware on there not, but fear not, Starship will eventually end up looking like it does in the renders. So real quick here before, I just wanted to say from Simple Animation, thank you so much for the super chat. We do greatly appreciate it. And if he is ready, I see his microphone is muted, so he might not be ready. So, it's unmuted, so he's at his computer. So joining us now is the one and the only Mr. Jack Bayer. Jack, how's it going?
Wow, I got a one and only intro. Thank you.
You are correct. How are you doing early in the morning out where you are?
Yeah, it's 7:48 on the West Coast, and I am not a morning person, so forgive me if I sound sleepy, but I would not miss this. So I am up and awake and ready to watch some testing. Thanks to Mary. Thanks, Mary.
You're welcome, Jack. Good to hear you.
Oh man, you're crystal clear this morning too. That's great.
Well, that's good. Yeah.
I'm loving that we're getting more and more consistent audio feed from you from the field. It's really great.
Right.
It
Yeah,
is, and
I'm happy to hear you.
And another thing that's great, Bimmer Geezer, thank you so much for the $50 super chat. All of us really, really appreciate this. You know, the work that you do, the work that we do, the super chats that come in, you know, allow us to reinvest that into the team, you know, reinvest that into the equipment, and an investment into the time that it takes to bring all of this awesome testing and awesome stuff that is going on down at Boca Chica to all of you.
Chris.
So thank you. Yes, Jack.
So I think I joined in at the exact right time, because yesterday for NSF Live, I had a similar comment I wanted to make, but I wasn't on live. I was just in chat. So I will say now, you just said that as they progress, something along the lines of as they progress, it'll start to look more and more like the renders.
Yeah.
Will it though? Because we're basically seeing a bunch of naked Starship and Starship prototypes, but then some of them have a little bit of the tiling on them. Will a fully completed Starship look more black and less like the renders because it'll be covered in tiles?
Yeah.
I'm wondering if maybe what we're seeing, it's like, this isn't even my final form.
Well, it's a good caveat, and actually, what you point out, Jack, is a good way that all of us need to think about Starship. Will it eventually look like a render? So I take that to mean will it end up looking somewhat like one of the renders that we've seen recently? So either big, shiny, no thermal protection system, which we already know it needs thermal protection system because Elon has said, you know, as the design has continued to update, at first they didn't need it, then they did, then they didn't. Now they're back to needing it in some places. I think it's going to end up looking, I kind of think at this point, based on the render that was released for the lunar Starship, that we're going back to the white and black thermal protection system in areas, and maybe we'll still see some areas of exposed steel, especially on the leeward side that doesn't get as hot.
Yeah.
And I'm just thinking about that from like a technical standpoint too, even going back to the shuttle era, right, where it was the thermal protection system tiles on the underside and the reinforced carbon panels that really mattered for the shuttle, right? Like if a blanket came off, it wasn't the total end of the world, right? Depending on where it was.
The leeward side was all blankets and whatnot, right? It's thermal blankets. It wasn't anywhere nearly as robust and didn't need to be because it was the leeward side as the other side of the shuttle with all the tiles.
Exactly. So I'm expecting at this point I'm honestly expecting a mashup of the big shiny steel only version and the white and black one from 2018 where all of us nerdily geeked out and thought it looked like the Planet Express ship from Futurama. Which might I just say I'm still all here for. It does. I know.
I'm on board for that. I love Futurama.
At which point, given their naming conventions, if it does end up looking like that, I would really hope that Fox or Comedy Central, whoever owns the ultimate rights to that show, would let them name it Planet Express ship.
Yeah, that'd be perfect. That'd be a great, one of the names for a Starship. I know they're probably going to stick to the Culture Series names, but Planet Express ship, that would be the one that I would want to fly on.
Exactly. So, or for the simple fact if they name one Enterprise to say that we flew on the Starship Enterprise.
Yes. Oh my
God.
Yes.
That would be it for me. Yeah. Yes, Michael, I think I heard you chiming in there. Yeah.
Yeah, I was going to say, if you're just joining us, you can now see some frost pretty clearly at the very bottom of the vehicle. That we believe the frost line is receding, so they're probably detanking the vehicle after the current test just took place. And then we're going to wait and see if they recycle and perform another test. We do think at some point they will likely pressure test this vehicle to failure, but obviously the test this morning did not go all the way to failure.
Right. And that's one of the reasons too that we wanted to come online and kind of stay live for a little while to see what the testing schedule is, because it's currently 9:53 Central Daylight Time in Texas at Boca Chica, where Mary is. It's 14:53 UTC time, and the road closure window goes until 1700 local, 5 p.m. local. Which would be 2000 hours UTC. So still quite a long ways to go in this test window. And they seemed to get going very quickly today, very shortly after the road closures, right? Because weren't road closures only like 2 hours ago?
Yeah, 8 a.m. here. But I know I came out at 8 and the road wasn't closed then. So they maybe around 8:30. They closed the road.
Okay. And yeah, and then I mean they were fueled up or they had at least started fueling, and they did one test here. We know this morning, but whether or not that was an aborted test or a successful test, we don't know, because of course SpaceX does not release information on test campaigns, but they obviously do them out in the open. And this is one of the things that I know we've talked about, but I don't think I've gotten to ask you this question yet, Jack. I know I've asked Mary this question, but it is still so bizarre yet wonderful for me watching a spaceflight organization test out in the open like this, because really before SpaceX, like the only time we got to see really large scale tests that my memory can pull right now were the solid rocket booster test firings in Utah.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And those were more like, we know they're going to work. They're operational or qualification motor testing. Like I can't honestly remember seeing this type of testing ever before out in the open, even though other companies have had to do it, right?
I mean,
to pressurize
I'm
to
reminded
failure.
of the shuttle being released from the shuttle carrier aircraft over Edwards Air Force Base. If you were
Very
alive
true.
at the right time, you could head out to the area around Edwards and watch the 747 shuttle carrier aircraft release the shuttle, so the shuttle can do glide tests down to Rogers Dry Lake at Edwards Air Force Base. So yeah, there's at the right times in history you can view these things, and this is definitely the only one that I can think of that's currently the company is currently engaging in doing this stuff out in the open. And it definitely is a motivator for me, because I don't think for a second that this will last forever or that this is a given, and I don't take it for granted. And I'm really, really, really glad that we do get to observe and comment on all of these tests, because it's fascinating, and it charges everybody up. It gets everybody really excited for the future and really excited for Starship. And that's what we need, especially at a time like this when there's so much going on in the world that's just not fun and really generally challenging for everybody, that we have something that we can look forward to and something exciting that we can all pretty much agree, hey, this is cool and this is something to look forward to. It's like a light at the end of the tunnel. And it definitely, like I said, it motivates me, the fact that we get these sorts of views here, because I don't, we might not always, as they build more structures, as they evolve their production technique, more stuff might move indoors. I mean, a lot of stuff already has moved indoors over the last year or so. So I don't know, Mary, if that's a motivator for you as well, the transient nature of this setup, but it's just so cool that we get to watch everything.
It really is. I think you hit it perfectly, Jack. Yeah, especially like the part about this all might move indoors eventually, right?
Yeah, I mean,
And we won't get to see it all.
I remember saying on previous streams something along the lines of like, oh, I just wish they had robots doing it. And more they're having robots do the welds. So yeah, I don't think for a second that the current state of things will be the state of things forever. So it's just everybody in chat, everybody that's watching these, we really appreciate your eyeballs, and don't for a second take this for granted, because you never know when they'll just construct another HIF or something down at the pad, and suddenly all of this moves indoors and we don't have eyes on it anymore. So enjoy it while you got it, because this is super, super unprecedented and super awesome.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, because we also don't know like when things might get more restrictive right down there in terms of what we can film. So, and of course that
and then
that moves to a lot of it going indoors. But what you said too there, Jack, about like all of you watching, like we appreciate your eyeballs. Not just eyeballs on the stream, but like eyeballs on what's in all those videos, because I don't honestly think it's possible for one person to sit down and find everything interesting in every photo, in every video that we get from this site, because everything's changing. So like, yeah, when you see something that changes, yeah, let us know, because that's fascinating, right? To go then try to track down what it is and mark all of that progress.
Yeah, it's a feedback loop for sure. It's one fuels the other, and then everyone's feedback, everyone's speculating and looking at all this stuff, fuels us to keep going and keep doing it, because that's half the fun.
Exactly.
Well, we have some vehicles heading to the pad.
Oh, interesting.
Okay.
But the road is still closed. So
okay, so maybe they're just doing a check of something.
Correct.
Maybe. So
I mean, it doesn't. The vehicle isn't fueled with. I don't even know if it's appropriate to call it a vehicle. The article isn't fueled with propellants, so perhaps it's easier for them to approach it. You know, even if it's still sort of in a testing flow or in a safe state, because it's nitrogen and not methane,
Right.
not liquid oxygen.
True.
Right.
Very, very true on that. And if it's not, and if the tank is completely depressurized, then there's really no risk of anything.
No.
With that, and as we wait to see where those vehicles are ultimately headed here, PAL 9000, thanks for the 11 euros, and that came with a note that says thank you NSF and Mary, regards from Ireland. And earlier, Bimmergeezer had $50 in super chat and said, Mary, when SpaceX lets you know that they won't be doing anything at Boca for at least a week, please take a vacation. Wonderful work, Mary and boys.
Wow, thank you. Yeah, that's wonderful.
If only they would be so clear and say, "Hey, we're standing down for a week. Go on vacation, Mary."
Andy Chambers, thank you for the new membership. Kaz Masters is wondering, do we know if they'll aim for 8.5 bar on this one? I think what we're thinking is they're just going to go as, pressurize it as much as they can until it fails. Hopefully they will hit 8.5 bar. If you don't know why that's the important threshold, that is the 1.4 factor of safety that they want to reach for human spaceflight. So 8.5 bar is a 1.4 increase over the flight tests, or the flight pressures required for Starship. So that's why that's an important number. And then Dougal wants to know, will Starlink work in Nunavut, Canada? The answer to that is yes. In all those northern regions of the world with not great internet access because of their remote location, that's the part of the world. Anywhere remote is where Starlink wants to help serve people. So yes, Starlink will work there. And it looks like we did lose video for a second, so I'm going to.
That's what I was going to say. I'll jump back in and give you time to go work that.
Yeah, it sounds like Mary's already on it. It sounds a modem apparently died, so.
Yes.
Luckily,
I guarantee you the solution will be just turn off and turn on again. So just bear with us momentarily while we jiggle the cords and push the buttons.
Speaking from experience at the Cape, yes, that usually does fix it.
Is that an accurate description of the troubleshooting procedure? Wiggle cord. Oh, there we go. It's back.
Yep, and it's back. Yeah, so there you go. Just a couple of other people who both commented, has anything exciting happened yet? We know that they started a test earlier this morning. Part of the, I'm going to use vehicle to just refer to it on the pad, even though it doesn't have an engine and it's not going anywhere.
Yeah, I mean, it might go somewhere. We never know.
Yeah, because vehicle is just too ingrained. To change it on the fly.
That's just the inner pedant in me wanting to say article, and I just like being fancy. Ignore me.
Well, I totally agree. My brain is just so keen to say vehicle that it would sound very awkward. There would be a long pause to transition between the two and keep the thought going.
You'd like do the thing where you portmanteau them, the varticle.
The varticle, yes, exactly. So we know they started a test on this vehicle earlier today. That test was either completed satisfactorily or had to be aborted for some reason. It was more than likely a nitrogen test for testing in ambient conditions instead of loading actual cryogenic oxygen or cryogenic methane into the vehicle, but definitely had been or was headed for a pressure test. That again, we don't know because SpaceX doesn't comment on these particular tests and the specifics of them. But that test was either completed properly and successfully, and they detanked the vehicle, or it hit some kind of a snag after they started loading the nitrogen into the vehicle, and they detanked. And we say it could be either because the roads are closed, the pad had been evacuated, and then we did see just a few minutes ago, probably about 5 minutes ago, a line of cars headed back to the pad. So that's why we're saying there might have been an issue they wanted to go fix, or it could have been perfect, and there was still something they wanted to go tweak there again. But
And Mary,
that's
we did just lose video again, so let me know the status of that modem.
And as we do wait for that to come, as we do wait for the video feed to come back, so here's why we're staying on air too, is because the test window goes until 5 p.m. or 1700 local time at Boca Chica, which is 6 p.m. or 1800 Eastern here in the United States, and 2000 hours UTC. So that's still 5 hours away from right now. So still a very long test window. Ooh, launch window is also an ingrained saying.
Yeah, that's a tough one to. Oh, it's back.
Yeah. Yes, and there we go. With that video, with the live video feed. So because there's still about 5 hours left in the feed, there's still quite a bit of testing that they could do, and we have seen them in the past go into the window and do multiple tests, right? Multiple fuelings, multiple pressurization sequences. So it's entirely possible that they blocked out this entire day and are going to perform a sequence of pressure testing. It is also possible, as with their previous tank testing articles, like SN7 is the tank, an article or vehicle that we are looking at right now. They have also performed pressurized to failure tests, where they will purposefully pressurize it all the way up until the welds bust. And on this particular article, that could be very important and is more than likely where they're headed with this one, because this is the first tank to use a new type of steel. And it's also the first tank to use new types of welding. So the fact that you've got both of those in there, and especially the welding component of it, you probably want to see how much you can actually overpressurize one of these things to gauge your modeling, because you've already definitely modeled at what pressure the weld should give. So pressurizing it to failure would confirm that. Go ahead, Jack. Yeah.
SpaceX famously does a whole bunch of computational modeling on these sorts of things. Is that correct? I feel like I remember hearing that at some point, that they do just an exceptionally large amount of modeling of this sort of thing.
Oh, yeah. Yes, indeed. So, right, getting this real world validation works, right? And is very important. And it fits the overall way that the company works, because what you've got essentially, so we have one booster in the Falcon 9 fleet, right, that has flown 5 times and been recovered all of those times, and will now go out to be the one to be reused the first time for the 6th time. SpaceX definitely has models, right, all the way out to 100 flights per booster of what they expect the booster and its condition to be, and how they expect it to perform on subsequent flights. But you don't actually know until you get that data. Right.
Yeah, and then you look at it, you make sure it's what you expected, you alter your model based on what the new data that you're getting is, and then you adjust the model going forward, and you repeat.
Exactly. And even though the booster that's now been recovered 5 times and will go on to fly a 6th is the first one to actually succeed in the recovery, one before it had performed a 5th flight, but had Merlin engine issues that were completely independent of reuse issues that resulted in that booster not being recovered. So because of that, you can't really use any reentry data for that to validate the models, because something completely unconnected to reuse ended up dooming that particular booster. So
really quickly, our man was very generous super chat, 13,700 Icelandic krona, which is about $100 US. So we really appreciate the support. Thanks NASASpaceflight and all the people behind the scenes. And then CAS Masters, any speculation on the ribs around the base? I think that's just probably the strength of the vehicle where it interfaces with the test stand, but I'm not entirely sure. We have
I think I
also seen,
remember seeing that those are in place of where normal strengthening would be sort of where the skirt attaches. So because
yeah,
there's no skirt on this, and because there's none of that internal area where they can do strengthening, these are sort of what they're accomplishing a similar task as to what the structural integrity of the skirt would be. So it's not necessarily a something that will exist going forward. This is just a one-off sort of solution for the test tank in order to get the appropriate properties that they're looking for.
yeah, remember that steel is only a couple of millimeters thick, so they in places where they need extra strength, they add those ribs to increase the strength. In fact, Falcon 9 actually has ribs throughout its tanks. Most companies like ULA, they use like that ISO grid or something along those lines, which is removing aluminum from the body. And in which case, in the case of Falcon 9 and Vulcan, for example, they're using aluminum, not steel. So they are removing, ULA removes aluminum to reduce weight. And they end up with an ISO grid structure. A SpaceX, on the other hand, for Falcon 9, they add ribs to the aluminum to strengthen it. So they're adding material instead of removing it. And then with Starship, we're seeing SpaceX again use that technique of adding ribs in the thrust section, for instance. But for the main tank sections, they're generally just using the pressure stabilization from filling a tank to increase the strength. And Robert, thank you for new membership. Rick Strickland asks, why would they test a failure if they get to the upper limit of 8.5 bars and it holds? Why test failure? Was the SN2 test failure at least? And then he commented, at least 900 employees at Boca Chica. I think that's just so they know what the capabilities are. Unless they test the failure, they don't truly know how much pressure SN7 can handle. That would be the reason to test the failure. We've seen.
I mean, why
like
not? It's there.
Yeah.
It's built. They're not going to need it for anything after this. You might as well and just get that data, and if it's useful, it's useful.
Yeah, we saw the SLS Pathfinder. They tested out the failure, even though it handled way more than they even predicted it could handle. So it's good for engineering teams to know the exact limit of the vehicle they're working with, because if it turns out that they find out that it performed way better than they expected and it reached like 12 bars somehow, then they can reduce weight usually by removing some material that they turns out they do not need. So that's the main reason for testing for failure, is that you know the exact limits, because even if it does better than you thought it would, you might be able to make some design changes based on that new knowledge.
So chat saying that there was some people under the vehicle, and it looks like they're leaving now. So perhaps a little quick inspection of the vertical, which is a portmanteau of vehicle and article if you're just joining us. Yeah, so hopefully we'll get back into testing here shortly.
Yeah, the vehicle definitely got pretty frosty, but it was not frosted up all the way to the top, as you would expect if they were going for a high pressure test, which is what we would expect. So I'm guessing they may have had a minor issue. They had the teams return to the pad, and now we will see if they make another attempt at getting this thing fully filled up with liquid nitrogen. And then we
Julian
also have...
Julian FP in chat says computer modeling needs to be calibrated against reality. Testing to failure is a good data point for that. And yeah, that's basically what Christy and I and you were talking about earlier, is that they have all these computer models and they're able to calibrate them against reality by doing these tests. That's a really good way to put it, Julian. Thank you for throwing that in chat. That's a good way to think about it. Ew, Christopher W says big 304 pimple. Come on, Christopher W, you're better than that. That's gross.
Leo, thank you for the $10 super chat. We appreciate the support.
Immediately I stepped away there, and then I came back, and what I heard was, so we'll wait to see if they go forward with another test. Did we get confirmation of something, or did we see something while I was away?
Chat was just saying that on another feed they were able to see people approaching the vehicle under it and then now leaving. So we're thinking we're thinking maybe there was a quick inspection team head out to the pad, look at something, and then hopefully that we'll see those cars leave the pad here shortly.
Gotcha.
So yeah, if you're just joining us, this is a SN7 is what we're calling it, test article / vehicle. It is approximately 10:15 a.m. in Boca Chica, Texas. Mary is out there with a camera. We are here live streaming for you. If you have any questions, throw them in chat at NASASpaceflight. That helps us see them. And I'm Jack Beyer. Sorry. I'm a photographer and commentator for NASASpaceflight. And I'm here joining Chris G and Michael Baylor and Mary. So yeah, thanks everybody for joining us. It's if you're just joining, it is not over. We seem to be in a sort of a pause in the testing flow, and we will see where SpaceX goes from here. Hopefully, some more testing is what we're hoping for.
And if you have any questions, tag at NASASpaceflight in chat, and we will continue trying to do our best to answer as many of them as we can.
E Squared in chat says, I wonder if 304L steel is experimental and they are not sure if they will even use it or skip it and go to 30X and use the current one until it's ready. Yeah, I mean, that's a good point. They might not even end up using 304 on a full vehicle. They might have already used 304 on a full vehicle and we don't know yet. But the main thing about 304L usage is it's not the end game. It is a stepping stone. If you think of the SpaceX proprietary alloy that they have said they're working on as a 2.0 material and the original steel as the 1.0 material, you can think of the 304L steel as sort of a 1.5 version. And you could even go further with that analogy. And there's probably 0 point whatever versions of steel for Hopper, given that Hopper we know used much thicker steel. So they've been constantly iterating their the types of steel that they're using, trying to get, trying to optimize for better properties or for lighter weight vehicles. So yeah, I don't know if that we'll see a full 304L Starship, but this will give them data that they need not only to determine future and current production technique efficacy, but also what they need and what they might tweak to a 304L composition to get the properties they want out of their own proprietary alloy. I mean, how do you know what type of alloy to make? You test a bunch of different ones and you find which one's good, and then you make the best one better using your own material science. So yeah, that's my long-winded reply to E Square about 304L steel.
And Marlo Lee, thank you for the super chat. We appreciate the support.
And actually, while we've been broadcasting, there's a little bit of news, SpaceX related, tangentially. NASA has confirmed that Chris Cassidy and Bob Behnken, who launched on Demo 2, will perform both of their spacewalks on Friday, June 26th and Wednesday, July 11th, to begin battery replacements on one of the power channels outside of the station. So further good news about what we are able to achieve on the station with the commercial crew program now, and how that has helped bolster the crew numbers on board the station, which had reduced down to 3. Yeah,
great to see the pedal being pressed to the metal on ISS and everything just picking up back to full steam now that we have appropriate transportation.
Exactly. And I always want to make this point clear because it's how we as an organization feel as well as we individually feel, is that, what we mean by this isn't, thank God we're not on the Soyuz anymore. Absolutely not. That's not what we think. This is to say, all of these contracts and how these rotations were going to work meant that per all the contracts, Russia would reduce the number of Soyuz flights from 4 down to 2 every year in 2020, so that the commercial vehicles could take over half of those rotation duties that Russia had been doing completely by themselves for 9 years. That was the plan. And then as commercial crew delayed a little bit, it just meant that we had this moment where one provider was ready to do a 2-week test flight, but because we'd reached 2020, you know, we didn't have 4 vehicles going up, and that meant that, you know, we would have to significantly decrew the ISS from 6 down to 3. And thankfully, that only happened for about 3 weeks. Yeah.
A question from Dandy. He was wondering if SN7 fails, would that cause damage to SN5? I think this is alluding to if SN5 were to roll to the pad and then they continue testing SN7 and it failed, would there be a potential for SN5 to get damaged? If you look carefully, it's kind of hard to see at the haze, but there are a large number of lines holding SN7 down. They run from the very top of the vehicle all the way to the base. So that vehicle, even if it fails, is not going anywhere, basically. It's not going to have any flying bulkheads like we have seen with some of the previous prototypes that were not held down when they failed. So I think the odds of debris flying from SN7 are quite slim, but I suppose you never know what can happen with testing.
I would assume, though, that this is probably why they hauled SN7 out now to do all of this so that it's done before SN5 gets out there.
Yeah. And I'm sure they also wanted to get data on this new welding as soon as possible, because presumably they will start building SN8 while SN5 is at the pad. So they're going to want to make sure they have time to test SN7 before they continue building vehicles with this new weld technique.
Exactly. It's kind of like that. It's all about efficiency. What's the most efficient way to do this? So that's why 7's out before 5 and 6. You know.
Yeah. It's interesting because SN6 might actually. Did they fully stack it yet, Mary, or just the thrust section was moved in? We might not have columns with Mary right now, but I believe they're pretty much finishing stacking the tank section for SN6. So they're basically going to have 2 fully stacked Starship vehicles ready for testing, most likely within the next week or so. But we're not sure if SN6 will get to nose cone. We think it's unlikely that SN5 will get a nose cone now based on the fact they lost SN4, and now SN5 will likely fly to 150 meters because that test does not require a nose cone. So it is most likely that SN6 will be the Starship that gets a nose cone, and possibly those canards that Mary spotted getting delivered on Friday. Super chat from Jean, a very generous 50 euros. Mary is our queen, and all of you are the best. We appreciate the support. And Christopher, thank you for everything. Big fan from Brazil. We appreciate the support as well.
Indeed, yes. Sorry, I didn't catch the second name.
Christopher.
Oh, ironic. Yes, Christopher and Jean-Noel. Thank you very much.
Jean is a big supporter of the stream. He has been on almost all of our Starship streams, I think.
So there's a good question here from Loop Lake Space. How far do you think the Starship Moon version will vary from the regular one apart from paint and wings?
Oh wait, sorry, I have to interrupt. A vehicle has just left the pad. Thank you, chat, for pointing that out. I looked away for a second, was reading super chats, and the vehicles apparently drove right past our screen, and none of us noticed. So yes, we might see testing again here shortly.
There we go.
Go ahead, Chris. Sorry.
Oh no. I'm glad you stopped, because I was like, they did. Yeah, right there in that boat with you. Yeah, so the question from Like Spaces, Loop likes spaces. How far do you think Starship Moon version will be from the regular one, apart from paint and wings? This is an interesting question. I'm interested in your guys's all your thoughts on this as well. I, I, my take on it is it will have to be different in some regards because NASA's going to have requirements that weren't in the specific Starship design. Like a docking port for Orion, and things like that. It obviously doesn't need the aero surfaces or the canards. So if you don't need them, why would you have them? Because at that point they'd just be dead weight. So there'll be differences like that. But in terms of how it'll look, I'm not sure what they would have to do to the thermal protection system from a long duration standpoint that would be different from continuous up and down through the atmosphere flights. I think more to that point, what would be different would be some of the environmental and life control and support systems inside, and customization of the crew cabin and the lunar elevator lift and everything like that that wouldn't be on other versions. And maybe that's a long way of saying it will definitely have to be a different version than what flies, just simply because of the job it's designed to do, and the most efficient way they're going to find to do that. But Jack, Michael, your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's hard to say if there was artistic license taken on that render or not, because there were some possible technical inaccuracies, it seems. Like, for example, we saw that one Raptor of the three that in the render that SpaceX posted was for some reason red, which nobody seems to be able to explain why it was red. And from what I've heard, it sounds like some people do think that that was an error. And also the hot gas thrusters kind of look like lights. I'm not sure if they would look more like hot gas and fire if they're using methane and liquid oxygen to power them, because presumably they would combust unless they are just, shooting out the gas without igniting it. But it's hard to say how technically precise those renders always are, because they're usually artists that are being contracted to build them based on technical information. But it's always unclear how thorough they are in making sure they get them 100% correct.
And too, I would add, like what we see is probably 99.9% technically correct from the date it had to, like that the final specs had to be given to create the render.
Yeah, that's also true.
Right.
And SpaceX is changing this stuff every single day. So a render made yesterday may not be correct today.
Right,
Yeah,
which actually was Jack. Good, because I was just gonna say, this goes back to the conversation Jack and I were having about, will it look like the render? And it's like, well, which render?
Well, so there's two things I wanted to throw in the pot here. One is that I have been told by a little birdie that I think it was in reference to the graphic behind Bob and Doug at the post IFA press conference. Sorry, I'm bringing up a thing that we don't have on screen at the time, but there was a render behind Bob and Doug and behind everybody when NASA did the press conferences after IFA, and it was of a Falcon 9 and a Dragon capsule, a Crew Dragon capsule, mid abort, basically separating from the vehicle. And I just heard at one point that a lot of work had gone into that render being correct, and some back and forth had occurred in order to make sure that render was as correct as possible. So clearly SpaceX tries to make renders accurate, at least when possible. But then also, exactly like what you guys were just saying, things change rapidly at SpaceX. So a render made yesterday is not necessarily accurate today. So those are my two thoughts regarding that. And then my final thought in that respect is in terms of that question that we got about different versions. This is a pet theory of mine, and it's not really even so much a theory as a supposition, but it's basically the way that Starship and Super Heavy are built with the ring manufacturing, in my head, once they perfect the tank section, they can just start throwing different modules. You know, you can manufacture a lot into each individual ring and just make rings modules and start stacking them on top of the known tank. You know, each Starship will have a common tank section, and then whatever rings you put on top of that, that makes it whatever specialized version of Starship that it is. So it seems to me like it could be a very modular design, but we haven't really seen too many indications of that yet. That's just something that I'm sort of speculating in my head could be possible, given that it's just 9 foot or 6 foot tall rings. I mean, you start thinking, if you containerize those rings in the same way a shipping container is, you could make a very useful. Oh, you want to slide a payload easily into Starship, or you want to slide a crew compartment easily into Starship? Yeah, just build it into a couple of ring segments and then throw that ring segment on top of a known tank section and you're good to go. Obviously, I'm oversimplifying, but that's my thinking.
Well, sure, you know, there's a bit of an oversimplification there, but I mean, wouldn't that ultimately be the goal? Isn't that how you drive the cost down, not just through reusability, but by modularization, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
commonality wherever possible.
yeah, I mean, and you can, I don't think it's a stretch, Jack, to say that that's what's eventually probably coming in some form that works for Starship, because it's exactly how Tesla operates.
Yep.
I mean, sure, you get to pick the color of your seat and the color of your car, but it's got to be one of these colors. It's got to be right. And I mean, I'm not saying that like to be like, we are all the same. We are the Tesla owners. We will assimilate you. No, I'm just saying like, it's what allows portions of what should be a much more expensive vehicle to be cheaper.
Yeah, and to your Tesla analogy, haven't they sort of winnowed the color options over time? And
They have indeed.
There used to be far more, and now there's perhaps less than there used to be.
Yes, and even so, you know, like the quote unquote free color, you know, has changed as well as the popularity of the various colors have shifted.
Oh, I didn't even realize that there was a quote unquote free color, but that makes sense. What is the default? Is it black?
The default when I bought mine was the default color was white, and if you wanted one of the other 4 colors, it was an extra 1,000.
Wow, the default was white.
The default was white, but I don't,
wonder if that's
and I
because
don't believe
the primer was white.
Well, it could be, because I know the default color used to be different earlier on, and then it switched to white at some point.
Interesting.
Yeah. So, but again, all of that is to say, like, I don't think it's a stretch to say that type of system is coming to Starship, right? Because ideally they want a cargo version or a crew version, right, as the core basic models, and that really does allow for, you know, automating a huge part of it.
Let's see, Dave Wolf in chat says, the current status is that it appears that an initial test was conducted, then there was a pad check, and now the pad is again clear, and we're awaiting another test. The test window is open until 6 p.m. Thanks, Dave Wolf. That is a very accurate and succinct description of our current standing. Do I still have you guys?
Yes, sorry.
Okay,
I was answering a question over online.
Oh, cool. I can hear a little bit of the Boca ambient audio through Mary's mic. That's nifty.
Every once in a while, right? Like I like that. Yeah.
It's like you can hear me?
Yeah.
Oh,
I've
been having trouble.
Are you fighting the camera right now? Sorry about that.
No, just fighting the audio and the connection.
Well, you're a real trooper. We appreciate you hanging in there, and so far so good. Our fingernails are clawed into the side of the hill as we're slowly sliding down, but we're not moving anymore. We're stable.
Right.
People in chat saying boom, no boom, boom, no boom. This is kind of a fun one because we don't have to be sad if it does go boom. or I guess splosh is probably a more accurate descriptor rather than boom. I think that's what
Right.
Chris B said splosh yesterday. I think that's pretty accurate.
I like that.
It's a technical term. I don't know if it's very complicated. I'll have to explain it to you later. Yeah, E Square says controlled boom, which provides the necessary data. There you go, E Square. And Cartoon Woody says crunch. I think if we saw crunch, that would be relatively not good, just because that's probably not the data they're looking for.
Yeah, a crunch would be bad, and my honest first question would be, what thing big enough crunched it? Like, but anyway, that's where my brain goes sometimes.
This is the part where I say, do you remember Doritos 3D?
Oh my gosh, yes, I do.
It's like a little silver 3D Dorito sitting out there. I just want to crunch on it.
Yes. Ah, wow. Avriel Falcon, thanks so much for the £3 super chat. Thank you so much. We really appreciate it. I'm just scrolling through to make sure we haven't missed anyone here, and I know we've got some other questions here that we haven't gotten to as well.
Really quick, Mary, can you hear me?
Yes.
So, are you seeing any modems that are orange?
No.
Okay, can you try? For some reason, it seems like the video keeps freezing every few seconds, so I'm looking into what the issue might be. Can you try tapping the power button on the solo once?
The power button?
Yeah, I think we might have to recycle it.
Well, the numbers are good, though. We're above 7,000. We're above 8,000.
Yeah, it might be that the solo unit is having an issue, but not the modems themselves. I'm not sure. I cannot log in and see what the issue is without DOS here, so we might just have to try power cycling it.
I just know that one Verizon modem is not blinking green.
Yeah, that's. Why don't we just try? If you tap the power button, does it fully power it off? Or does it just disconnect stream?
No, I tapped it already.
Okay, nothing happened. What does it say on the solo?
It just live cloud service. The bit rate's over 8,000.
Yeah, so it's weird. It must not be the bit rate then, because over 8,000 should be like 3 times what we need to have a stable connection. Huh. Yeah, so I think the only other thing I can think of would be to slowly turn the show off, but that means we're going to lose the live video for at least 3 minutes. So I don't know what everybody else thinks about that.
I think it's worth doing. I mean, we have a local recording, I'm assuming, as usual. So if anything happens,
nothing's happening right now. Yeah, so let's try it. Mary, why don't you hold down the power button and fully turn it off? And then in the meantime, I have some images queued up from yesterday's NSF Live. So I will put some images on screen and we can talk about some of the latest Starship stuff.
Sounds good.
So here's that.
I'm looking at the updates thread. You have a bunch queued up. Never mind. I'll shut my mouth.
I was just putting up that lunar starship you were talking about earlier. That's the render that SpaceX posted, and you can see you don't see those rings like you do on the current Starship prototypes. So that's one thing people were wondering about.
Yeah, and it's just tantalizing to look at that. It's so exciting. I mean, it's just one of those things where whoever came up with this image as the render, that is some excellent marketing, because it gets me so fired up for the potential that this has. And I'm definitely hoping that SpaceX is able to show a good amount of progress to NASA over the next couple months, and that Lunar Starship is one of the ones selected, because the national team and Blue Origin's design, I think Chris yesterday was saying that is sort of the most conventional and and perhaps the one that might even land first. And I think I would agree with that. It's sort of it's has the least new technologies that need to be spooled up and brought up around it, which makes sense. But I sure hope that we get multiple different landers, and this is one of them. Because look at that, that's just amazing. It's so much more transformative than Apollo style architecture like the national team has, or like the what was the other one, Dynetics.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm just looking at the road closure schedule.
Lots of people in chat are saying it's eventing.
That's the latest schedule for what we're looking at today. So again, 8 to 5 p.m. is a window, and there are 3 days of test windows. But Mary, what is the status on your end? Is it still power cycling?
I think she must be.
Sorry, I had my mic muted. It's let me see. It's still loading.
Yeah, that's normal. It should take a few minutes.
But yes, it is venting.
Cool. So it looks like once we come back, we're going to have some action finally. Again, when we joined this morning, we think we saw the end of a possible aborted test, and now after teams return to the pad, they might be spooling up their test again, and hopefully they'll make it a bit farther than last time. So here's what SN7 looked like when it rolled out yesterday or on Friday. Mary got some pretty good photos of it. That's quite incredible how they just roll that thing out on the roll list, and the roll list then just drive out from underneath it, and they've got a Starship SN7 test tank prototype at the pad now for testing.
And for everyone, because I am seeing more and more people joining our stream right now, we are rebooting part of our equipment. We should have it up in about a minute, couple minutes here.
In
we
fact,
do know that
I'm
it's
seeing
venting.
live video right now, so.
Okay, perfect. So we're going to be back.
Here we go.
Hey, there we go. Thanks everybody for being patient as we worked that technical issue and got the feedback up and running.
It does look like there's venting on top. It's hard to see at the haze, but I definitely
Oh, you can see it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think
Definitely
it's going away from the camera, which is what makes it a little hard to see as well. Definitely there.
Pavel Sergovich says, what do you think the effect of air temperature on this cryo test? Do you guys think the ambient air temperature factors into what they do?
Sorry, I had just taken a bite of food. Because it's lunchtime. Because it's lunchtime here. I think in some ways it might, in that they might try cryo testing at different times of day, at different temperatures, to verify and validate what are the boil off rates. Right.
Yeah.
Because once you pump all that cryogenic in, it is boiling off as it heats up. So the longer it has to remain in there, the more you lose, right? And this is what went into the whole idea of fueling the Falcon 9 in its load and go process, where literally like it takes 33 minutes to fuel the vehicle. So they start 35 minutes ahead of liftoff, and you got 2 minutes to spare to pressurize your tanks and get off the ground. And that's most likely what they're going to end up doing, as well with Starship. So it would make sense that you'd want to know what are your boil off rates at different temperatures and different times of day.
We've got Alan Kennedy asking, is Mary further away than normal? No, I think she's in the usual spot. It's just super bad heat haze today because Texas summer. Is that correct, Mary?
Correct. Yeah, I'm in my usual spot.
Cool deal. Yeah, sometimes
does it look like it's frosting up too?
I'm trying to rewind it to see if the levels have changed, but
Yeah.
it looks like it might be.
Yeah, I'm agreeing with what a bunch of people are seeing in chat. It's what I'm seeing too. It's the bottom of it that has significantly changed to a lighter color.
Yeah, I agree. Definitely looks like that's frosting now.
Cool. So we're thinking that would be cryo test fully underway here.
Yes, I think so. Yeah, if you rewind like 20 minutes, there's a huge difference. It's definitely frosting on the bottom.
And just quick reminder, everybody, if you want a couple extra update videos every day, if you want some special emojis in chat, if you wanted to support what we do and help us bring these updates and live streams and whatnot to you, consider becoming a member. We have a membership program here on the YouTube channel. We appreciate the super chats everyone does. That's awesome. But the memberships too, that's another way you can support us. You get all kinds of special little perks like that. So just consider throwing that out there. All right, so if you're just joining us, we have a SN7 test vehicle or test article sitting on the test stand at Boca Chica, Texas. You can see the Starship test stand to the left of the stand that the SN7 vehicle is currently on. So that gives you kind of an idea of where on the property it's at. And yeah, it's currently 10:46 a.m. in Texas, and we are, it appears, underway with a cryo pressure test. The vehicle has frost on it. The vehicle is venting. I keep saying vehicle, and every time I do it, the voice in my head is like, "You said you were going to say article. What have I done?" So yeah, we're currently mid-test, and we are hoping that they get some successful testing under their belt today, and they get the data they want, and they're able to progress as fast as we all want and hope.
And one of the things that they might be headed for today or in a test sequence tomorrow or overnight, is a potential pressurized to failure point, which would be done for a variety of reasons, but primarily to validate welds and the new welding systems, as well as the new steel that they're using, or that they would like to use probably going forward or in some variations on the vehicle. So we might also be seeing that. So if we do see it go pop today, that's not necessarily an unintentional thing that they did.
And then Mark Holliday asking, do you guys think they will still try the 150-meter hop with SN5 and or 6? Yes, I think one of those two is a pretty safe bet to make the 150-meter.
I would say they'd want to do it with SN5,
Yeah.
especially if, everything that happened on the test stand with SN4, if that's all solved, then as long as SN5 can pass all of its cryo testing and pressure testing, then go for it,
It looks like the frost might be starting to creep up the side of the vehicle, so they are definitely attempting to fully fill this thing up with nitrogen, and hopefully they'll make it a bit farther than they did last time.
Indeed.
Thomas in chat asks, what are the new welding techniques? Oh, sorry, Chris, go ahead.
It is more a question to what Michael just said. Mary, did you get a sense for how much the vehicle frosted up during the first attempt that they made at this today? We may have lost Mary's.
Mary's muted right now. He might be working on something.
Yeah. Okay. But then we can come back to that for how far up the vapor got last time, just to get kind of a perspective of where we are in relation to everything. But I mean, it's really frosted up right now.
Yeah, I think we're at least, if we have not passed how far they got last time, we're at least about where they were last time. So definitely making quick progress right now.
Yeah. Yeah. And Jack, what was the question you were asking?
Thomas was asking, what are the new welding techniques on this test tank?
I think they're using a robot of some sort, but we don't know. I don't think we've ever seen a picture of the robot, but I know Elon mentioned that was one of the improvements they were going to be making. Because before they were welding a lot of stuff by hand.
Then Summer Lake Photog says, is this an oxygen tank or a methane tank? Which is sort of a trick question because it's not. It's a nitrogen tank, right?
The question might be more along the lines of which of the two tanks are you testing on the Starship vehicle, but I'm not. I think this is just a general test tank. I don't think it's an exact replica of the oxygen or methane tanks on the full-size Starship vehicle, because we did see, for example, that if this was the liquid oxygen tank, the thrust section where the Raptor attaches to would be the bottom bulkhead, and that's clearly not the case with SN7. And if it was the methane tank, the bottom bulkhead would have the header tank. So it definitely seems to be a generic test tank that they built to test the welds. I don't think it's a replica of the oxygen or the liquid oxygen tanks on the regular Starship prototypes.
And they would use nitrogen because it's inert and not a problem to sort of spill into the environment, given the fact that 70% of our air is nitrogen, right?
Yeah. If you watch the SN4 failure and compare it to the SN1, 3, and Mark 1 failures, that's why they use nitrogen and not liquid oxygen and methane for this test, because when it goes wrong, the nitrogen will not combust.
Cool deal.
Whether that going wrong is intentional or not, right? You don't.
Is that frost sort of on that topish ring before the bulkhead starts? It looks really bright
like
up top
it to
there.
me.
That's really cool. So we have probably a relatively full test tank right now, and then they are going to. I wonder how they pressurize it. If they pressurize that actively by adding more material into the tank, or if they pressurize it passively by just letting the liquid nitrogen sort of heat up. Because
a very good question.
I don't know about you guys, but I've sure put some dry ice in a water bottle before. I mean, we were all kids growing up in Florida, right? We had dry ice, we had water bottles. You know what happened. It's not a good idea. You shouldn't do that. It's probably illegal even, but yeah, so we're just looking at a really big version of that right now.
I was going to say no, but you're taking me back to childhood. Because
we would have been friends, Chris.
We would have, yeah, great. Yeah, like we grew up in Florida. Like sometimes there's just very little to do. So Don Paraleo, thank you for your Padrat, or I'm sorry, thank you for your Capcom membership there. And Sandy Angustian, thank you for your Red Team membership. Thank you very much for that ongoing support. Really appreciate it, and really helps us out in continuing to bring these live streams to you from wherever they're happening. Today it is at Boca Chica, Texas, and a huge shout out and thank you to Mary, who is out there with all of our live streaming equipment, has been troubleshooting some of it today as it hiccuped on us here earlier. But those type of ongoing membership and ongoing support is what really,
I think you just
really helps us out. Of course, I just jinxed it.
Chris, you just cursed it. What have you done?
I'll stop talking now.
Let's see if it recovers. Mary, if you can hear us, we did lose video momentarily. It might have been that Verizon modem again. It's not been playing nice recently, but there we go.
Oh, there
Looks
we go.
like we got
There we
video
go.
back.
Is it the same Verizon issue that I had at the Cape on Friday? Because if so, that was their network and it wasn't any of our equipment.
No.
It was a Verizon issue network wide.
One of Mary's two Verizon modems has consistently been dropping connection for the past week, so we think it's a bad modem. We might have to get that replaced.
Oh, yes, we will get that replaced. Let me get out my to-do notebook.
Let's see, I'm going through chat here. Question, here, let me add it to the. Sean Vanish says, question, around the bottom of the tank, before it curves in, there's a line of several dozen small vertical fin-like structures. Anyone know what those are? Yeah, we were talking about those earlier, Sean. Looks like we've lost the video again, but we're troubleshooting the issue, chat. Thank you so much. We're working on it now. It seems like there might just be something going on with that Verizon modem, like Michael said. All right, so Sean Vanish says, around the bottom of the tank before it curves in, several small dozen vertical fin-like structures. We talked about those earlier, Sean, and then there's our video feedback. Yay. We talked about those structures earlier, Sean. We think those are basically reinforcements. And normally, those types of structures would be inside the skirt, but because there's no skirt on this, they're sort of just welded on the outside to accomplish the same task. Let's see.
Dan Terriello, thank you so much for the 23 Swiss francs. Thank you for that super chat. Very much appreciated.
Oh, wow. It says, greetings from Switzerland from Raugspace, or Ruag. I'm probably mispronouncing that, but that's really cool. That's
I have always said Ruag, so now we're going to find out.
Yeah, let us know if we're saying it wrong, Don. Thank you again for the super chat.
But yes, indeed. Well, Steve Ford wanted to know, what are the odds of getting Mary a drone over an active rocket test flight with no fly zones? Not very good.
Yeah, no.
Yeah. I mean, I appreciate the sentiment and I understand why the question was being asked. But the very honest answer is the no-fly restrictions, the security element to it. It's not. It is not a feasible thing. No. Totally understand why you asked.
Mr. Monkey Boy asks, will it pop? It takes me back to Will It Blend? You know, that old YouTube channel, Will It Blend, where the guy just blends like iPhones and everything? We're basically,
no,
we're
I
playing.
don't actually.
You don't? Oh, no.
No, I don't.
Oh, man. It's like a guy with a, I mean, do you know Hydraulic Press Channel?
Yes.
Okay, so Hydraulic Press Channel is kind of like the modern version. It was like, I feel like it was really early YouTube. A guy had like an industrial blender and he would just blend things. And it was like, will it blend? And yes, the answer, Chris, I will assure you, is it always blend.
Okay. Hang on 1 second, guys. I'm going to pop off. I'll be right back.
Yeah, do your thing. Burmos, thank you for the super chat. Haha, another one from Raugspace. Greetings. I'm sure hope I'm saying that right. Thank you so much, Burmos.
Hey guys, I'm going to be off for about 5 minutes. The joys of home ownership. They are here to get the old fridge. So got to move some stuff. I'll be back in 5.
Do your thing. Also, don't plug the new one in for like an hour or two after you get it. I think you're supposed to not plug it in for 24 hours, but that's been your daily homeowner tip from Jack Byer. Don't plug in new fridges immediately. There's like some oil thing or something that's they're not supposed to have that happen. Anyways, Starship. I've had to buy a couple different fridges, and that is not a fun process. Okay. Bassy Best says, when is the testing? We are in the middle of testing right now. So we are just basically waiting and watching for anything to happen. You can see even sort of halfway up the vehicle and down I keep saying vehicle. Darn it! Halfway up the tank and down, there's frost. There's visible frost. So that thing is full and cold. Yeah. GP photo. I see what you're saying in chat. We're working on it. E Square says looks like defrosting. Yeah, Rocket Man says looks like draining. Alan Kennedy says frost looks like it's going down. Here, let me tweak the stream here a little bit, go back and forth and see what it looks
Yeah,
like.
it's definitely going down. So I wonder if
All
that
right.
was what they wanted to do again, or if that was another abort.
Yeah, good question. I guess if we see cars go back to the pad and check it again and then leave again, that'll be a really good indicator of what they're going to do next. You know, if they go, they check it, they're happy, they come back out, and they proceed. You know, it starts to frost up again. We'll know that they're testing even more. If the cars come back and the checkpoint opens, we'll know. Presumably, they got the test that they wanted to. So yeah, that's kind of what we're looking at right now. Is the next step will be perhaps some venting and cars heading to the pad, or more frosting. Frosting. Now I want cake. Mary, if we have audio, is there anybody at the checkpoint right now other than the officers? Yeah, we probably don't have audio right now as we're troubleshooting those issues. Oh, I can hear you. Oh, maybe not. Jake Sylvester. Jake Sylvester says, does Mary live in Boca Chica? Yep. Mary is a Boca Chica resident. She's got a home there. Oh, I can hear you.
I said I'm a Boca Chica gal.
Yeah, you are the Boca Chica gal. The one and only, the original, the irreplaceable, the unimitatable Boca Chica gal. So yeah, that is correct. Let's see. Mike Breuer says the frost level is coming down, and I mostly say that because Breuer is kind of like my last name, Bayer, and I don't know. I need some coffee. Let's see. Yeah, Julian S. detanking. Yeah, we are detanking right now. It seems like frost is going down. So yeah, hopefully they got the data they need, or they continue testing and do get the data they need. Beastman says, I hope they pop it. Yeah, let's see. It'd be cool if they did, just because it's something to see. It's fun. It's always fun to see. I don't know, how do you feel about it, Mary, when you go down to the test site and you see like all the shattered remains of something that just popped or crunched or blew up? What is that like?
I like watching them clean it up too.
Yeah, that's one of my like favorite audio things to edit of the videos that we do is whenever they're cleaning it up and they have like a backhoe tearing at the metal. It just sounds so cool.
Yeah. Yeah, they don't waste time. They just take care of it. Get her gone.
Seriously, and they were doing some testing last night, weren't they? I mean, it's pretty crazy that they were able to move into cryo so rapidly today. I thought we would just be doing some ambient pressure tests, but it looks like they did that last night. It's like you said, get her done.
Yep.
Oh, Mary, we've got DOS in our Discord control center with some troubleshooting tips for you there if you are able. Dave Wolf says, NASA spaceflight, could they possibly be testing temperature changes before a final test to failure? This would sim what we see with the full-sized articles. Yeah, that would make a lot of sense. I believe it's the case that as they cycle, basically, as they do temperature and pressure cycles, it has an effect on the vehicle. So, you know, fueling it up or filling it up with a cryo liquid, then doing a press and then relieving that pressure and then repeating that process is a entirely separate test case than just doing it once. So that makes sense. It could very well be that they're sort of, you know, pressurizing, unpressurizing, pressurizing, unpressurizing, sort of like when you bend a paperclip back and forth a whole bunch to get more stress on the steel and see how it fares. That's a reasonable supposition. And we got E Square in chat. Thanks, E Square, saying bottom venting again. I'm not sure if that's again or what, but it definitely looks like there's been some condensation on that lower dome for quite a while now. Elon Musk says, no feed off Hopper. I wish. How cool would that be? Hopper's got the front row seat here. Audio 7887 says, reminds me of a giant frosty beer keg. Beer. Unfortunately, it's 9 a.m. here, and the thought of beer makes me want to vomit. But yeah, it does look like a keg. It'd be cool if somebody did Starship kegs. I'd buy one. I'd get a kegerator and the whole thing. Max in chat says, it is defrosting, but not venting. So perhaps they are holding expanding N2, which is sort of what we were talking about earlier with the with the dry ice in a water bottle sort of thing, where it's a cryogenic liquid. Well, dry ice is a solid, obviously, but liquid nitrogen is cryogenic. You put it in a pressure vessel and you just let it heat up, and that's how you get your pressure test. Corgan, one of our members, says, "Oh, beer! Thanks for a reminder. Forgot I stuck a bottle in the freezer." They're playing a dangerous game there, Corgan. You could very rapidly have a lot of broken glass and beer in your freezer there. That would be no fun. The trick there, I think that's a Mythbusters thing that I remember seeing, is take a. It was 30 minutes ago. Okay, you're riding the line. Take a paper towel, wet the paper towel, wrap it around the can or bottle that you're trying to cool, put that in the freezer for 15 minutes, and you're good to go. Something about the water on the paper towel makes it cool down faster, makes it science better. How about that? Science is better with a wet paper towel around it, and you will get cooler liquid more rapidly, so you're less likely to forget about it and let it shatter in the freezer. That has been your daily beer in the freezer tip. The beer's gonna ride, as somebody, Nathan Savage in chat says. The beer bottle will become SN4. Cityware, NASA Spaceflight says, Cityware says, NASA Spaceflight, how did you get into all things space related? Mine was Mars Pathfinder rover. That's a really good question. I think we all probably have different answers. For me, kids seemingly are into a small subset of things. Some kids are into trains, some kids are into dinosaurs or what have you. I was never into dinosaurs. I was into trains. For whatever reason, as a kid, I got really into aircraft and space things. So that's sort of from a very early age. For whatever reason, I grew up watching Discovery Channel, History Channel, Modern Marvels, various things like
Chris,
that.
we can hear you.
Hot mic, Chris.
Because I was back. Hang on, sorry.
Oh, cool. No, you're good. So yeah, that's for me. I just grew up with it. I lived in Florida. I saw launches. I had the extreme fortune to go to a shuttle launch when I was really, really young. So that's kind of what got me into it. And luckily, as I moved out of Florida and moved to California, it struck me, oh, I live near Arianespace Valley, where the speed of sound was broken for the first time. And I live near near Vandenberg Air Force Base, where they also do launches and a lot of really cool national security launches. So I got to stick with it sort of after I moved out of Florida, which was really nice. Michael, what got you into space flight? All things space.
Grasshopper.
Oh, really? It was Grasshopper.
Yep.
That's super cool. If you guys don't know, Grasshopper is the sort of, if you think of Starhopper, Grasshopper was the same thing, but for Falcon 9 instead of Starship. That's crazy. That's an interesting, that makes sense that would get you excited about it. I think I clued into SpaceX around the time NASA Spaceflight did the landing recovery. I'd already been aware of what SpaceX was doing, but when they started doing those landings, that's kind of when I really tuned into what SpaceX in particular was doing. And that was kind of around the time too that we sort of went from a seeming lull and nothing really happening to just what we have now, which is we're so blessed to just have a constant barrage of activity from across the board. Chris, what got you? I'm guessing it's the shuttle, right? Is it shuttle? If you're here, okay,
I don't know. I don't know what the question is.
what got you into all things space? What was the hook?
Well, I was born and raised on the Space Coast. My first memory that I can so my first memory is my dad wanting to get to the river. I was young and we were kind of cutting it close, but he wanted to get to the river here to watch a shuttle launch, and I was with him, and I kind of remember that, but not the launch itself as first memory. And then the first memory that I can pin to a very specific date that I know exactly when that is my dad taking me down to Titusville to watch the maiden voyage of Endeavour in '92. So it's always been a part of me. So there isn't one specific that is the reason I'm hooked, because it's just kind of always been who I am, to the point where it was bizarre to me as a kid growing up that not everyone in the world could just walk into their backyard and watch a rocket launch. That's how ingrained it is to the life of a kid who grows up here. Yeah.
Growing up there, it's very easy to take it for granted. I mean, I am somewhat ashamed to admit that there are a significant number. I mean, I lived there for over a decade. There's a significant number of launches that I thought, meh, I'll see the next one. Stupidly. But, I was a kid. It wasn't always easy to make, and I lived on the other coast, lived on the west coast of Florida. So it wasn't always easy to make my way over to the Space Coast. More often than not, I would just go outside and watch the launches from my vantage point where I lived. And it was good enough. It's still cool to be able to go outside and see launches in the same way that here in LA, I can go outside and see launches without having to do anything from Vandenberg. But it's so much better if you actually can be up close. And I definitely wish I had gone out to see more launches when I lived there, but the ones that I did see, I did not take for granted.
Yeah. So I'm catch me up on what I missed. What's happening with SN7 here? It does not look as frosty as it did when I left.
Yeah, it seems like they've been doing some detanking and then perhaps letting the liquid in the vehicle, article, tank, whatever, heat up. But yes, it seems like we're in a defrosting type phase at the moment.
But it's not. It seems to have defrosted a bit, but I'm not seeing any signs that it's clearly defrosting any further. And we have seen on previous cryogenic proof tests with other vehicles where the frost line recedes for a bit and then comes back. So it might be too early to say if they're completely detanking the vehicle or if they're just going through the normal testing cycle. So I guess just if you're tuning in now, no reason to leave yet. We're going to hang in here and see what happens in the next couple of minutes.
Mr. Drummer 25 says, is there a space fact that you think is not well known, smiley face? I have a pet favorite one, and that is,
go for it.
And I actually got into a huge argument with a friend of mine back in college, and it was a huge, almost weren't friends anymore type argument over this because he refused to believe it. But here we go. Did you know that the Hubble Space Telescope was originally planned to have a 3-meter primary mirror, but they switched it to, I believe, a 2.6-meter primary mirror because we already had manufacturing and technology based around a 2.6-meter mirror. Why? Because the National Reconnaissance Office, for their KH-11 spy satellites, used a 2.6-meter mirror. So Hubble shares a primary mirror size and design and optical tube assembly similarities with spy satellites. So we have essentially many spy satellites looking at Earth, and we have one, the Hubble Space Telescope, looking out into the universe. So just sort of wrap your head around that a little bit. All of the National Reconnaissance Office optical spy satellites that we have, we have
Yeah.
all of those. You know, probably I don't know how many, 10s, 20s, 30s, but we have one Hubble. And Spacebird in chat brings up a good point. W first soon too, because a couple of years ago, to my point, National Reconnaissance Office sort of hit up NASA, and they were like, hey NASA, we have these telescopes. Do you want them? And gave NASA 2 telescopes assemblies. I believe they're called optical tube assembly, OTAs. But basically, they got NASA got 2 telescopes from the NRO that are referred to as stubby Hubbles, because if you think of the Hubble as a telephoto lens,
Yeah.
like a zoom lens on a camera, what do you need to do Earth observation? You need more of a wide angle lens because you're so much closer to Earth than you are stars and galaxies. So a stubby Hubble would be essentially a spy satellite that is repurposed to do science, and that's what I think what W first is going to be. So that's my pet space fact that I think is not well known. I'm a big fan of the spooky and the mysterious and the sort of secret and classified top secret stuff. That's kind of one of my main interests and one of the things that intrigues me the most. So there you go. Hubble Space Telescope, essentially a spy satellite, but instead of looking at the Earth, looking at the stars.
I love it. And you know, in all honesty, that makes a lot of sense. Because for a couple of different reasons, right? Like I believe a 3-meter primary mirror would not have allowed the design to fit inside of the shuttle's payload bay. And there was a huge desire to launch it on the shuttle, but not just that, because if NASA really did want a 3-meter primary mirror, they could have figured out a workaround for that on the Titans, right?
Yep.
But also, would NASA really want to spend all of the money to design and build all of that equipment for one 3-meter primary mirror
Yep.
when 2.4 or 2.7 primary mirrors were already in use and they could just go rent that equipment from another government agency?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I totally buy that. Yeah.
Yeah, Anthony Cook in chat saying 2.4 meter. I guess maybe it was 2.4 and not 2.6. I could be misremembering. 2.4 meter Hubble Space Telescope mirror was also chosen because of cost and Air Force specifications on the shuttle orbiter design that precluded 3 meters. Fun fact about those Air Force specifications on the shuttle orbiter design: did you know that the shuttle orbiter, its cargo bays size specifications were based around those same KH-11
Yep.
satellites? So
some of which we know they launched some classified stuff for the DoD out of Florida
yes.
here. And yeah,
I think there was,
I believe
what,
some of those were later figured out to be KH satellites. Yeah.
Yep, and Spacebird also says, let's see if I can get that brought up in the overlay. As far as I know, also why the shuttle was made for that size. Yep, that's what we're saying. And for launching KH-11s from Vandenberg. But if I recall, 1 or 2 were launched from the
finally
Cape.
never happened.
Yeah, unfortunately, because of Challenger, they never launched a shuttle from Vandenberg. And there's some people that think that they might not have even launched one from Vandenberg, even if. But that's a story for another time.
It is a story for another time, but I do believe one of those KH satellites that did come over, one of the Vandy launches that did come over to the Cape on the shuttle for the ones that just couldn't be manifested on other rockets at the time because of how they were built. I believe
is that one of those shuttle missions where they had a crazy dogleg?
It was the one shuttle where they had the crazy dogleg maneuver to get into the 63-degree inclination orbit because it was supposed to be a Vandenberg launch, and that was just literally the highest inclination. And it was crazy because they had to launch out of Kennedy on an azimuth for like a 57-degree orbit until they were out far enough to not intersect North Carolina and Cape Hatteras. And then they did the dogleg so that the trajectory would bend them out, but they actually overflew land in the US, in the New England coasts and the Canadian provinces on that flight, which was a huge no-no from Florida, but the rules were overridden because it was a classified military need satellite.
Yep. And sort of just to tie it back in a little bit, Cruiser
Yeah.
Frank says NASA had to get the USAF involved or they wouldn't have gotten the funding, which is completely true. And why I say, I'm going to get Chris Bergen in here angry with me, which is why I say that the Air Force ruined the shuttle. The Air Force specifications, in my opinion, ruined the space shuttle. It could have been a much more robust, much more rapidly reusable vehicle as it was originally envisioned. But because of money issues and because of the Air Force's cross-range requirement and because of the Air Force's orbit once around requirement, it became much more of a bus and much more of what it ended up being, which was a magnificent vehicle, but in my opinion, sort of a 30-year, I don't even know a nice way to put it, a 30-year black hole.
Jack, I had totally forgotten until you said it. I'd totally forgotten the original Air Force requirement of single orbit shuttle missions.
Yeah, they wanted to be able to launch from Vandenberg from SLC-6, go orbit once, either deploy or snatch a satellite, and then land at the same place that they took off from in order to basically be sneaky. Because if you launch and land from the same place and you do it in one orbit, in theory, you could do that before a spy satellite is able to catch a glimpse of you having done that. And so you could launch, go up, steal one of the bad guys' satellites, bring it back down, do whatever you wanted to do for it, and then in theory, get it back up into orbit, and with them none the wiser. Or who knows what they would want to do with it? Maybe replace it with an analog. There's all sorts of crazy things that the Air Force probably wanted to do with the shuttle that they never ended up doing.
Yeah, and there you have one. One of the reasons. There was one major primary reason, but here's one of the smaller reasons why the shuttle injected into a suborbital profile at main engine cutoff. Yeah.
So all of that is to say, it is really, really cool that SpaceX is funding this so much out of their own pocket because they can't have somebody like the Air Force come in and ruin it, which is so important because
oh my gosh,
so many things. I've worked at a couple different large companies, one involving a mouse that's quite iconic. And if you've ever worked at a large company, you know that meetings a lot of the times can kill ideas, and they can take good ideas and destroy them. And design by committee is a terrible, terrible thing. And if anybody here has seen Pentagon Wars is a great, it was made for TV movie, but it talks about the design process of the Bradley fighting vehicle. And there's a scene in it, I'll try and find it and link it in chat, but there's a scene in it where the officer responsible for heading up the design and all of the generals are having repeated discussions, and the generals just keep wanting to add new features and add things that don't make sense to the design because they're generals and they're the guys holding the purse strings and they can do whatever they want. And they sort of take the Bradley fighting vehicle, which is supposed to be one thing, and turn it into a completely different thing and ruin it. So yes, I'll segue all of this by saying it is good that SpaceX is doing this with their own money because they can make the exact thing that they want to make and therefore make the best vehicle possible. So that is my very long-winded roundabout segue of saying shuttle good, but flawed.
And yes, and of course, there's an agreement there, right? That the specifications that came down hampered it in some ways, right? But it's also important to note that in part of that, right, comes the realization that without the Air Force behind it, the shuttle never would have happened.
Yeah, and that's true.
So it's a weird catch-22 with that vehicle. Yeah.
I remember listening to, I think it was Into the Black, a really, really great book on the shuttle program. And basically, if it had been what was originally envisioned, they might have had a liquid flyback boosters that actually flew back, and those would have been reusable. And the shuttle itself would have been much more of a blunt body re-entry vehicle, and wouldn't have and would not have required quite as much TPS. But because the Air Force added that because the Air Force added that cross range, and because the Air Force added that orbit once around, and they needed to maintain 1,000 miles of cross range and therefore slide through the atmosphere in that highly ionized plasma environment for so long, they had to have much more intense thermal protection. I mean, it's a domino effect across the board there. So
yeah,
I'm getting all riled up about shuttle.
Well, let's return to the star of the show then.
Yes.
With SN7 here. I just kind of wanted to point out that I have seen a couple of moments in chat of people telling us to focus the camera. The camera is out of focus. The camera's not actually out of focus. That is heat distortion. It is at last check 32 degrees Celsius right now at Boca Chica, which is roughly
about,
90 degrees.
And our camera is about what, a mile and a half away?
About that, and this is very flat terrain that heats up very quickly during the day.
Yeah, Chris, you know this. You've walked across the beach plenty of times, I'm sure, on a hot summer day. When you walk across the beach on a hot summer day, what do? You burn your feet because sand gets extremely, extremely, extremely hot when it's baking in the sun. So we are essentially looking across an oven at SN7.
Yeah. So yes. So just wanted to point that out, that that we are working on it.
Yeah, at a certain point, you can't fight physics. So we apologize for the heat haze, but there's not much we can do.
Indeed. So I am Cecil Man with the $10 Thank you so much. It came with a note that said, "Hey guys, just tuning in. Thanks as always for the coverage. And if Mary is out there in this heat, buy her a cool beverage for me."
Spacebird in chat says we need AI that can compensate for atmospheric distortion. Yeah, just
I agree.
Once we hit 1 million subs, I think we'll be able to afford some sort of crazy adaptive optics that distorts the mirror in real time based on a laser that we have shining. We'll get real crazy, you guys. Just give us the support.
Very, very, very true.
Yeah, it's like basically, why aren't smartphone cameras better? It's like, well, physics. You can't really fit a really good lens in that amount of space. And why is it so wavy right now? Well, physics. It's just really, really hot out there. We're looking through an extremely dense layer of extremely hot air. I mean, also we're at sea level here, obviously, because the beach is right there. So as dense air as you're gonna get and as hot air as you're gonna get. I mean, you might as well be out in the desert.
Well, basically, yeah.
It is. Yeah. It basically is the desert. There's cactuses out there. To me, if there's a cactus, it's the desert.
I see, despite the fact that you live in a desert, that Florida conception of a desert is very strong with you.
Yes.
Anthony Collins, one of our members, is asking us, will they be testing SN7 all week? Michael, Mary, do we have a general idea of upcoming road closure notices or things in Boca that might shed some light on what's coming this week?
Yes, in fact, there are road closures scheduled for the next 3 days, I think, Mary, is that right? Mary might be muted, but I believe the next 3 days from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. local time. We don't know if they will actually need all those days. Technically, only today is the primary window. The other 2 days are classified as backup dates. So we'll have to see how much of that they need. It is possible if they test SN7 to failure today, that they won't need those other 2 days. So we'll have to wait and see what happens. And we're also waiting to see when the road closure for the SN5 roll to the pad is going to come out. That'll generally be a much shorter road closure, maybe an hour or two. But as of now, there's 3 road closures this week, but that can change at any time. So I've been refreshing that website every couple hours or so. And as of now, still 3 road closures this week, 15th, 16th, and 17th from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
I've never actually done it, but I keep meaning to turn on like one of those plugins you can have for your browser that just looks at a web page periodically and messages you or gives you a notification if the web page changes. But I've never actually done that. Is that, Michael, do you just refresh the page? Is that what you do? Because I know you're a coding kind of wizard a little bit. I'm surprised you don't have a more complicated solution.
I will have a more complicated solution soon.
Okay, cool. Yeah, and I see Dario in chat and a lot of people talking to him about drone stuff. Yeah, it's a no drone zone. There's signs all up and down the road. No drones. Drones prohibited. No drones. Drones prohibited. SpaceX can fly drones there because it's their property and because they have all the FAA clearances and all of that. We cannot fly a drone there. Sorry, it's not something that we can do.
Yeah, 100% can't do that.
Yeah, and while we have seen drone footage of the area, it's super illegal and super not cool to do that. Just for the record. I mean, we already have so much access to this facility. The last thing we want to do is, cross boundaries,
Well,
especially illegal boundaries.
Yeah.
What
Go ahead, Chris.
did something just happen on anyone else's end on our Discord comnet here that we're all talking through?
No, you
No.
dropped for a second, and then you came back.
Okay, cool. Then that explains it.
I was about to say, it looks like that frost line is holding strong. So whatever they're doing, they're definitely not detanking.
Is it increasing? I'm gonna rewind a bit. Yeah, I feel like it's increasing. It seems very minor, but maybe I was just placebo. Confirmation bias. Ivy Stills in chat says same FAA rules as applied. No drone rules as applied to airports. I don't know if they're the exact same, but it's basically the same kind of deal. Dave Eglin, video spotlights. Thanks for the super chat. Why are they testing SN7? What happened to SN5 and 6? Well, Dave, can I call you Dave? Well, Dave, basically, there's a new manufacturing technique involved with this test tank. There's a new steel involved with this test tank. So they are testing this, presumably while they continue work on 5 and 6, so that they can progress onto 8 and 9 and 10 and 11 and 12 using a new steel. And they can validate their manufacturing processes and the strength and specifications of the steel they're looking for in that way. So that's why they're testing 7 now before 5 and 6. Of course, SpaceX and naming is sometimes less than clear. So yeah, in my head, this isn't an SN really. This is more of a, I don't even know what you would call it. It's Bopper 3. I don't really like the Bopper name though. I don't really understand it. Someone in chat can tell me why Bopper makes sense. But yeah, I don't know. It's definitely, it's counterintuitive that it's 7 and we haven't done 5 and 6 yet. But rest assured, SN 5 and 6 are still on the manifest and are still going to be tested. We're just doing this first, and surely that'll give them some more time to sort of get 5 and 6 all the ducks in a row and get them ready to go for whatever testing campaigns they have in mind.
And Chris G, just so you know, we are getting some humming noise from your microphone.
Oh, okay, cool. I'm gonna have to step off here for a few minutes, but I should be able to come back like 5-10 minutes.
Sounds
Cool.
good.
Baby star popper after Mark 1 popped. Baby popper. Hopper hops, popper pops, bopper bops. Chad is just losing it right now. What the heck? Yeah, I understand bopper came from Starhopper. What is the B? Why is it bopper? Is it blow up? Is that like blow up hopper?
I think it was baby. Was the B? I'm not sure. I did not make that name.
Like, okay, baby Starhopper makes sense.
Yeah.
I still don't like it.
Don't tell Chris B that.
Oh, sorry. Sorry, Chris B. He's gonna be mad. Dad's mad. No, I'm kidding. He's not gonna be mad. I'll just say something negative about the shuttle, distract him, and run away. Emmett Osborne. I see a couple of different people asking about the NSF Discord. NSF Discord is available to channel members. So if you want to get in on the Discord, that's on the channel membership. You can get in that way, and you can chat with us. We've got a Kerbal channel. We've got some various different channels for SpaceX and Starship and different companies. It's a good old time. So if you want to get on our Discord, consider becoming a member. And you can tell me
Capcom
how,
level.
and you can yell at me about how I'm wrong about Bopper.
Salvatore is asking what level do you need? It is Capcom or higher for Discord. I think you click the join button, it will lay out all the different tiers and the perks that you get for each option.
Yeah, needless to say, thank you so much to all of our members. You guys are super, super awesome. It's really great that we are able to have a membership program. You know, once we hit whatever I forget what the subscription like limit was that enabled us to do that, but it's only been like pouring gasoline on the fire here. Everybody's support enables us to roll that support back into what we do, and it's just gonna keep going, and the snowball will keep rolling downhill and keep getting bigger. So thank you so much. It's really, really awesome that everybody is so supportive. I mean, there's 2,800 people right now watching a metal tank, a heap of steel essentially, with with a delicious nitrogen filling. So thank you guys for watching. Even if you can't support us as a member with super chats, your eyeballs are support enough, and we really, really, really appreciate it. So thank you for joining us. If you are just joining us, this is SN7. SN7 is a test tank. They have made it out of a new type of steel and with new manufacturing methods, and they are testing it now cryogenically to determine if those new manufacturing methods and that new steel are doing what they want them to do. And they will use that data to validate their test models that they have undoubtedly on some sort of super cool supercomputer sitting in a facility somewhere, maybe in Stargate, who knows. And yeah, they'll hopefully get the data they want and be able to move on with testing of SN5 and SN6 and building of SN8, 9, and further serial numbers. I know once we have this series of tests under our belt and we switch to SN5 and SN6 testing, people are going to ask what they always ask for these tests, and they're asking right now for SN7, are they going to test it to destruction? And that's a good question, and one that I don't know the answer to, but surely if SN5 and SN6 have a very limited testing regime, and they have SN8, 9, and further serial numbers with a different manufacturing method and a different steel in the pipeline and almost ready to go at that point, I don't think they would necessarily intentionally test 5 and 6 to failure, but they'll certainly, well, I want to say certainly, but they could potentially be more aggressive about their testing, knowing that they have, I mean, the pipeline. It's like Elon said, they're manufacturing the the production facility as much as they are the individual starships, and it's really evident the fact that we have so many vehicles in the pipeline at this point. The flow is really daunting almost. I wouldn't want to be the one keeping up with all the logistics of everything going on site and knowing, oh, we need a couple more rolls of steel next week, and this thing's got to move there, and that thing's got to move here. It's got to just be like, you know, those like crappy like party favor puzzles, or like coffee table puzzles that you would have where you one piece removed and you have to shuffle everything around in just the right way with only one space in order to get the puzzle complete. That's what I imagine the manufacturing facility is like to a certain extent. I mean, the logistics going on there has got to be intense.
Daniel is asking, can you explain a little bit about Starlink? And Daniel, if you specify what your exact question is about Starlink, we can try to answer. I'm not sure which part of Starlink you're referring to, though. If you have questions in chat, again, just tag at NASASpaceflight, and I am looking through them right now. John was asking why no condensation from the ground equipment. Like, I'm guessing you're referring to what we've seen with a Starship SN4. So they're only using nitrogen or liquid nitrogen for this test. They're not using all of their liquid oxygen and methane tanks. So that's probably why there is less activity from the tank farm during this testing. Sandy wants to know how many test tanks will SpaceX go through before the final version of Starship that goes to the moon? That's really hard to say. It depends on how the upcoming testing goes. If they have lots of good results, it may only be a few more tanks. If they have problems and continue to have to make revisions to the design, it may be a lot more tanks. So it just depends on what kind of results they get. But regardless, there's going to be, I'm sure, a lot of iterative development and upcoming improvements are going to be working into design that will require test tanks to validate. So I assume there'll be at least a few more test tanks before the fully operational Starships are flying.
Yeah, it certainly seems like this won't be the last, given that we sort of see a pattern here. And once they switch to another type of steel, presumably the SpaceX proprietary alloy, they'll probably do another one of these tanks. And if they switch to more, robotic venting or robotic welding or robotic manufacturing processes, they'll probably do another one of these tanks. So good bet that we'll see another one at least of these types of weird Dorito 3D type tanks.
Here's a good question. Can you explain the flare stack disappearing? So my understanding is the reason they removed the flare stack was to simply make room for SN7. SN7 is currently right where the previous flare stack used to exist. It is unclear if that flare stack will reappear in a new location or if they are working on installing that methane recondensing system that Elon has mentioned. We have not seen the hardware, I don't think, installed for that methane recondensing system, which, if you don't know what it is basically just it's a system to turn the methane gas back into liquid methane so that they can recycle it for additional testing. Previously, they've been burning off the gaseous methane with the flare stack. But all I can say is that we do think the flare stack was removed because they needed that area for SN7 testing, not necessarily because the recondensing system exists yet. So it is possible that the flare stack will reappear in a new location. The flare stack also did get slightly damaged in the the SN4 anomaly. So we might see a new flare stack be installed, or we could see them work towards installing that methane recondensing system in the next couple of days. But whatever the case, they will need a system of some sort to be able to process the gaseous methane before they can start SN5 testing. So presumably in the next few days, we will find out which direction they're going to go in regards to the flare stack. But certainly the long-term goal is to be able to operate this facility without a flare stack, based on Elon's recent tweets.
Here's a thought, though. Even if they do get the recondenser up and running, what do you think the likelihood would be that they would have a flare stack also as like a backup plan B or like emergency vent type thing? We could end up seeing both.
Yeah, I think the odds of that are probably quite high. I would agree. That seems likely.
Yeah, that would be my guess as well, is that we're going to see a flare stack as well as the recondensing system. And when conditions are nominal, they'll use the recondensing system. And when stuff's getting real and they need to rapidly detank or what have you, they can have the option of switching to a flare stack. I even see Kilo in chat right now saying flare stacks are mandated by state law. Elon would need to change the law to be able to get away with no flare stack. So yeah, presumably they'll have both on site whenever they get back up and running with fueling activities. That would be a good bet, if you ask me.
Yeah, maybe the flare stack, the new flare stack they install, if it is a new one, I think there's a good chance you might see a bigger one because it did seem like that previous flare stack was having trouble dealing with the high flow rates during some parts of the testing.
Yeah, like Das was saying, it seemed like it was underrated for the amount of flow that that it was receiving at times.
John says Nomad posted pictures of the methane recondensing system. I missed that, but it wouldn't surprise me if it's on the site already because Elon tweeted a couple of weeks ago that it would be installed within a few weeks. So I know Elon time is also a thing, but presumably that methane recondensing system is being worked on as we speak.
I think it's even at the pad, so surely it's
Yeah.
being worked on. But yeah, I don't know that it's ready to go yet. Maybe SpaceX works incredibly fast sometimes, so who knows? But yeah, it seems like we have seen parts of that, which really reminds me and underscores how crazy it is that so much of this is done out in the open. I mean, we saw the new quick disconnect being brought to the pad. I mean, before SN4's RUD, we saw the Raptors just getting wheeled around on the streets. I mean, it's crazy the extent of detail that we're able to glean from our observations here, and that is obviously in no small part thanks to Mary and her diligence in being out there at all hours and at all times in order to not miss anything. I mean, it's insane, her dedication to this. So I'll go with my requisite midstream. Hey, everybody in chat, throw a thanks to Mary for everything that she does, bringing us these live feeds, because holy cow, I mean, we just know everything that's happening in Boca Chica, and that is thanks in no small part to her. And while everybody's doing that in chat, I will try and pick out some more questions to answer. Christopher Tracy says, when they close Highway 4, where's the best vantage point? South Padre Island? Yeah, I would say South Padre is the best way to go. The caveat there is you're going to be fighting heat haze in the same way that we are here, and you're going to be further, so it's going to be worse. But when they start doing flights, the vehicle will ascend out of the heat haze pretty rapidly, and it'll be amazing either way. That's for sure. It's just your shots of it near the ground or on might not be that great, but it'll look amazing, and you'll get some great photographs once it starts lifting off as well. So there's that for you. I think there's even a new amphitheater at South Padre that they've built specifically for launch viewing, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep, that's correct. Yeah, and when they start high altitude test flights, we do not expect to be able to have Mary within 1 mile. They're definitely going to have a much larger safety radius for those tests. So even the locals might have to watch and further away for that, but we're still waiting to see what the exact safety radius will be. I mean, like for normal Falcon 9 launchers, there's probably a 2 to 3 mile safety radius, even for the critical range personnel who help make sure all the safety zones are clear and whatnot. So
I think it's a little bit less than 2.
A little bit less than 2, like 1.9 or something.
Yeah, like 1.6, 1.9, something
Yeah.
in there, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
So I think, in theory, if a Falcon 9 launched from this launch site, you wouldn't have to go anywhere.
Mm-hmm.
But that's completely speculation on my part.
And of course, super heavy will probably have a much larger safety radius.
Yeah, exactly. And then the reason for that is because the exact thing that we saw happen with SN4, that wasn't just an explosion, that was a detonation. And that is a much more energetic event than a simple burn or explosion. A detonation is such a rapid consuming of the fuel and oxidizer that it creates a much more intense and much more powerful shockwave that can be very dangerous to both structures like buildings and windows and everything, but also squishy meat humans, because humans will also go pop. So there's definitely going to be a larger exclusion zone as they start to operate with larger amounts of those, fuel and oxidizer, because if you get that exact wrong, Friday the 13th, Apollo 13, just everything lines up wrong type scenario, and you do get a proper mixture of those two to detonate that shockwave. Ooh, I don't even want to think about it.
Chad's pointing out that the frost is increasing.
I was just going to ask if it was and what I had missed while I was gone. Yes.
I think it is. Yeah, frost is definitely increasing. Liftoff asks, will Starship overfly Florida after launch, and isn't that a problem? No, it will head south towards kind of in a, I guess, mostly east, but slightly south direction towards the equator. So it will just go past, it will sort of fly over the Caribbean. It will not go over Florida.
Yeah, it basically like if it, to use a colloquialism, as they are called, it will thread the needle between either Florida and Cuba, going through the Florida Straits, or it'll go just south of Cuba and thread out through the Caribbean that way. Of course, once it's orbital, right, it's no longer a land overflight issue.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I wonder if they, because there's a good chance they're going to use, at least one of the proposals we've been seeing. We don't know what the actual plan is going to be, but there is an option to do downrange recoveries for the Super Heavy booster. And I'm wondering if they elect to go that route, how far downrange it's going to land. I presume it will be quite a bit further than Falcon 9, but I could be wrong.
I believe it. Oh man, this is where memory of environmental impact assessment reports of what I can't keep them straight, but wasn't there one for like the one that revealed that they could do up to like 5 or 6 polar launches a year from the Cape area? Wasn't there super heavy information in that too about like where they would land if they took the southern polar corridor versus where the Falcon 9s would be?
I think it was Falcon Heavy, but I'm not positive.
Or was that Heavy instead? Yeah, see, this is where I can't keep them straight.
There's also an environmental assessment for 39A, though, that didn't mention Super Heavy. And I forget if it had a distance on it.
Right. That's the thing I can't remember either. Yeah.
All right, y'all. I'm going to go grab some groceries and just run to the store really quick, because I basically woke up today, got on stream. I don't really have anything to eat for breakfast, or I just need to go outside, see the sun for a minute, and get some provisions so we can continue this. But the good news is that I will not be leaving you in the lurch. I have very expertly. No, it wasn't me. It was all Crispy. Hey, Crispy. Crispy's here.
Hello there. It's funny, I've just driven back from Liverpool. And I was just driving back like a crazy person, within the law, of course. But I was thinking, I've got to get back. There's a test going on with a test tank in Boca Chica. I've got to get back. I've got to get back.
Wait.
Yeah, good luck explaining that to a police officer.
Yeah, I don't think it'd work. I don't think it'd really work with Lancashire or Yorkshire police. They'll go, "What's one of them?"
Well, but I'm sorry. I have probably the most important question about this. Liverpool to York. I mean, did you have to stop for tea halfway?
I luckily I took my tent with me just in case, because Ziggers had to stop halfway. That's about as far as I want to drive. It's 95 miles to York, so I was like, oh God Almighty! But you got to go on. What people in chat from England will know, the M62, which is just an horrendous road where it's just like Death Valley, and you just got to hope you don't fall off this hill or get hit by a Polish truck driver.
Oh my God. I will never forget one time. I think it was a launch at like 7 o'clock in the morning or something.
Sorry. Mary's saying in Discord there's venting from the tank farm.
Oh, okay.
I think I can see it on the left there.
I can see it on the left-hand side, yeah.
And with that, I'm going to log off and let you guys go back a bit if you guys need me.
Thanks, Jack.
Thanks, chat, for joining in.
Oh, there we go. No, Chris, one of my favorite memories here working for NSF was the time when I told you that it was an hour-long drive from where I live down to Cape Canaveral, and you
Yeah, I was
asked me
like,
if
what?
you asked me if I needed a hotel room for overnight, and I was like, it's just an hour.
The thing is, your roads, though. I mean, if I was driving on
This
your
is
roads,
true.
I could drive state, I could drive coast to coast quite happily because it's the first thing. But when you do it all the time, it just gets monotonous. And there's people in chat. There's at
Oh,
least
yeah.
2 people noting the
Yeah.
M62. They're terrible roads. They really are.
Well,
Like
and
you
having
watch
traveled there,
American TV shows, and it's just like these massive freeways with like 5 lanes either side, and you're thinking, God, I love driving on one of those. But our roads are nothing like that.
well, I was gonna say, like, having traveled over there, right? You get off the M roads, you get onto an A road, and it's still like, oh, this is nice, and then you're on a B road, and you're like, I don't know how to pull over for you because there's no pull off, and we're face to face on a single lane road. Like,
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah, it's not fun. So I'm exhausted. But luckily, I mean, the thing is, this is the exciting thing. There's always something happening in Boca Chica. There's always something going on. And like, this is surreal because we thought the next test would be like SM5, repeating
yeah,
what SM4 had done. And suddenly Mary takes these pictures and these videos of this, not the usual configuration of putting a Starship together. We're all thinking, what is this? What is this? And then we worked out it was a test tank. We're thinking, what a test tank for? We see the pictures with 304L on the side of it. Oh, they're testing a new steel. You don't get the information, but you kind of like get into a detective mode where you start piecing things together. And it's just, we're looking at it now. It doesn't seem like 2 days ago, like we were looking at this thing being put together.
well,
And
and
it's out there being, tanked.
yeah, and wasn't there something when I think it was my timeline is all messed up, but like we had seen SN5, or we had seen sections that had the little notes on them that they were for SN5, and then all of a sudden SN7 just showed up out of nowhere before
Yeah, I mean,
6, and
I don't like calling it SN7, but it is. So,
yeah, or at least like it was like, yeah, it was just so bizarre that it seemed to skip, and of course now it all makes sense why there was a skip.
yeah.
And everything. But you're exactly right. It's the detective work of like having to remember from 2 weeks ago. Yeah, and having to apply it now when, 80 million things seem to have happened in those intervening 2 weeks, which is amazing.
The only thing I can think of with the naming is they've got SM5. We know that's ready to go. It's at the production site, ready to roll. That's the
Yeah.
next thing we'll see, a big event. We've got SN6 now being stacked. It's stacked in the high bay. And we know that'll be ready to roll straight after SM5, hopefully 150 meter hop. We know they've got SN7 on. We're looking at it right now because it had the names on it saying SN7 forward dome, what have you. It is SN7, but it's the new steel. So this is
Right.
the next step forward, which means SN8, which we've seen sections for, and it's been confirmed as 304L, is like the next stage on. So we are starting to see a path now. We're understanding why they're testing this one now because they want to test it for SN8's benefit. So it's amazing.
And
They're thinking so far ahead.
they are, and I wonder too, with the switch in steel, with the switch in welds, right, all of which is supposed to increase the overall performance and strength, right, of everything while making it more efficient and a little bit more economical. But I'm wondering if knowing that a switch in the steel components and the welding components here after SN7 might cause them to be a little more aggressive with SN5 and SN6, especially if if the steel and welds used there aren't going to be carried forward.
Yeah, if they finally get much better results with this test doing right now, with the robotic welds and with the different steel, I think they won't be too upset if they lose SM5 or SN6. I think they would like, in a perfect world, to hop SM5 150 meters, get some data, get some landing data, and then SN6 and maybe go for the 20 kilometers. But that would then open the path to the SN8 being the orbital vehicle, which should be way above schedule for as far as I'm concerned. We're looking for a lot of things going right, and of course, with the test program, a lot of things don't often go right. So
Exactly. Yeah, and that's kind of what you said is kind of along the lines of what I was thinking of, like, do they want to like maybe be a little more aggressive in the Raptor throttling, right, on SN5's hop if they can, if it's no longer a question of, oh, we really need to preserve SN5 for other things, right? Do you do a more, you know, dynamic entry on a 20-kilometer hop with SN6 if you know you've got a stronger flight vehicle coming behind it? Like, those are interesting questions, you know.
You brought up something I didn't think about, which is the Raptors.
Mhm.
Now, it's all well and good losing an SN5 test vehicle.
True.
You know, on the like we've lost with SN4 recently, but that lost a Raptor, but the other one didn't lose a Raptor. So,
True.
pardon me. What will happen is how much they want to test to failure with Raptors on board, because they're not cheap. So
That's true.
ooh, yeah. So yeah, it's a good question. I don't know. The answer is I don't know, because
and it's
I
that
think,
weird. Sorry, go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
Well, it's that weird thing with the Raptors, right? Of like, as the designs are maturing, where does the design maturity sort of lock in, you know, from a flight test standpoint versus earlier versions? They know they're not potentially going to reuse again, right? So the calculus in losing them might be a little different.
Yeah, I think they've prescribed to the fact that they will lose hardware. It's quite funny because when we first saw one of the starships blow up, we all kind of like did it sheepishly on Twitter. You know, it's unfortunate, but this thing's happened. That's why we test. And Elon's reaction was, "How was your Sunday?" or something like that. He was kind of making a joke of it, so he wasn't too bothered as you know you might think he was. And I think that shows how much they understand. They are expecting to lose hardware, and they can push things, and they can find more data from the pushing of it. So, you know, it's oh, we clutching out there. I think.
Oh, I think Michael cut out and cut back in there. Yeah.
Right. I heard some Discord beeping.
Sorry,
Yes.
I went to unmute and I accidentally hit the disconnect button.
So there's me checking my wires. I'm thinking, have I stood on a wire here?
I was about, if you're wondering why the camera just changed, there was some venting from the tank farm. So Mary was readjusting the camera so that we could see what's going on there.
Gotcha. Oh, yes. Oh, and there's there's Starhopper, the indestructible Starhopper, just sitting there watching its. Oh man, if this is Star Wars, that's like R2-D2 watching BB-8.
And I did check on the super heavy question we had about how far downrange it would land. The environmental impact report for 39A Starship launches says between 20 and 500 nautical miles for super heavy booster landings. So presumably, if it was at the upper range of that at 500 nautical miles, that's about 960 something kilometers. So that's a bit farther than the standard Falcon 9 geostationary launch, which is about 600 or 700 kilometers downrange landing.
Yeah, I was going to say, if it comes in the 950 kilometer-ish range, that is where I think all three of the Falcon heavy cores have attempted to come down.
Yeah, so it's about,
in that range.
About the same as the Falcon heavy core landing, and that would put, for Boca Chica, that would put super heavy landing smack dab in the middle of the Gulf of Mexico.
So there we go. Yeah.
That's another key point to bring up as well with Boca Chica, the distinction between Boca Chica and Kennedy Space Center and the Cape and Cocoa and Roberts Road, all these areas. Boca Chica is the test site. There's no question about it. This is the test site. It's also going to be the launch site, so it will be a launch site in its own right when it's operational. But Kennedy Space Center will benefit from all this testing in Boca Chica, because the vehicles they get will have all this experience of all these pops, all these explosions, all these failures, and all these successes brought into a Starship that will make its way onto 39A, which has got all the benefits of that testing and will probably be a much bigger success. We're very unlikely to see failures from 39A because of what's happening in Boca Chica.
Exactly, and you know, it's kind of important to point out too that these are the two launch locations for Starship right now. You know, they're obviously looking, because of what they want the system to be, at other potentials, but what we're really seeing are, I mean, the first two orbital locations are going to be here at Boca Chica and also over in Florida. as well. And that makes a lot of sense because you can get to any orbit from those two locations now that the Space Force, Air Force, now Space Force, has reopened the polar launch corridor from Florida. So
I like the idea that they've thought about this years ago and just decided, right, this is what we're going to do. We're going to have this new vehicle, this super heavy, fully reusable. I mean, it's a super heavy launch vehicle that is in a different class to everything else, even in planning. We get these tweets from SLS. As much as I do admire the vehicle because it's all shuttle hardware, you can't fall out of loving that. But they keep saying the world's most powerful launch vehicle in almost every other second tweet, and you're thinking, well, not for long,
right.
you know, and not by any close margin. It's going to be complete. It will be a different class of vehicle. They like to class the vehicles in like heavy launch vehicles, super heavy launch vehicles. So it's just completely different. It's going to be a game changer, and somewhere along the line, Elon thought this up. I'm going back to his addresses where he first started talking about Falcon 9 being reusable. And
right.
I think it was, I can't remember what club it was, press club, something like that, years and years ago. And I remember the same day getting an email from a current space industry company employee saying there is no way, and he put no way in capitals, there is no way he will make this work even if he can get them to land, because the payload penalties, the upmass penalties would be so much, he'd be launching thin air. So it just goes to show, and this guy, I trust him. He's a very experienced engineer with a very established spaceflight company. He's still with them, ironically. And he said, no way. So it just goes to show that if you've got the vision and you've got the right people on board and you've got the right mindset to allow for failures, because this company did a funny video about their landing failures, how not to land an orbital rocket. This is their mindset. They make a laugh out of their failures to make it a joke because they can make it a success. You'd never see that with anyone else. You know, some other companies have tried to follow that path, but it's not come off for them because they've come across as copycats. But it's just a different mentality, and I think that's going to be just a big game changer for everybody.
Oh, absolutely, and 100%. And you know that's one thing that you, honest to God, cannot say about SpaceX is if something doesn't work and they set out to do something and it doesn't happen, it was 9 times out of 10, unless NASA nixed it because NASA didn't want it on Crew Dragon, right? Yeah. It is 9 times out of 10 because the technology just isn't there yet, but they have given it a go. You know, I mean, they've given it their best. And
we're looking at Starship now, but let's just remember, it hasn't sunk in for me. And I've been going on about it for years. They have ended the gap in human domestic launch capability from the United States. They've ended it. It's over. I keep looking back on shuttle references and thinking, God, you know, I remember when America used to launch their own astronauts. Oh, you know what's where? Oh, blimey. I use the word blimey. Oh, blimey. They've actually checked. It's gone. It's over. The gap's ended. It's been finished. And this company, this company with Elon Musk, who some people think are a bit crazy, you know, he's ended it. He's done it. He's achieved it.
Well, and you know what it's sunk in for me too, especially the last 2 Starlinks. And you know, I know I sent this to one of our, you know, one of our photographers after the Starlink went a couple of weeks ago at the beginning of June, and my statement was that was the first time I've ever attended a launch and didn't feel like the buildup in the anxiety before liftoff and in the final. And I was like, have Starlinks really become that, to me, that routine? And sure enough, it happened again. Oh God, how many days ago was that? 2 days ago. Where it just felt routine, and that is normally, or had been, I should say, before that moment, a death sentence in spaceflight. Yeah.
They hate the word routine. They absolutely hate it, don't they? But I tell you what, for Demo 2, I had a lot of nerves. I did have nerves. It just, I think it's natural, especially with hoping the site doesn't collapse and things like that. There's just so many things going on in your brain, you know. But I've had different levels of nervousness. It was always there with shuttle. Shuttle was horrendous. I used to feel like I was going to faint when I got inside T-minus 9 minutes. It was just that much pressure on, and the knowing how the hardware could go wrong. It was just so much risk, and if it goes wrong in first stage, there's no way out of it. I mean, that's it. There's no escape tower.
Right.
At least with Dragon,
Right.
Crew Dragon, you've got a way out in first stage, so it's not as horrendous as it would be if something went wrong. But I still got Falcon Heavy kind of nerves. That was really tense for some reason. I don't know why. Just that really tensed me up for some crazy reason. I've never felt like that since Shuttle, and I didn't feel like it again for Demo 2. So yeah, I think we are getting into that kind of mindset now where we're not really too worried something's going to go wrong because we know they can do it.
Well, and this kind of went back to some things that I know we said on air during Demo 2, which was every other time, more or less, in American space history, the rocket either has only been tested a few times prior to putting a human on board, or never tested together before putting a human on board, or in the case of the Mercury Redstone and Mercury Atlas programs, right, the preceding ones had kind of blown up. So of course you have a lot of like, oh my gosh, what's going to happen? Like, what is actually going to happen here? Nerves. It's a really different calculus when the rocket flying humans for the first time has flown 84 times before.
Yeah.
And you kind of know the sequence of what's going to happen. It is a really different way of operating, but dang, like it's there.
There's lots of things we can be reassured by. Like we were trying to tell people a T-minus 20-minute event is not a problem. It's actually a regular thing that happens during the countdown. And it's just being able to translate that to people who might be watching their first launch because of the high publicity of it. That really helps, and it helps us as well because we stay calm. We don't start panicking on Twitter. We wouldn't anyway, but you can imagine some people might, if they're new to it. So it's just nice to have that background of knowing what to expect, knowing how the kind of pace it will leave in the pad. Because I've watched some launches for the first time, and you're thinking the vehicle's hardly moving off the pad, and you start worrying. Compared to some other rockets like the solids, like Vega, which just jumps off the pad. So it's just nice to have that kind of like, this is all looking normal anyway. Or as John Brooker would say, nominal.
Nominal, yeah. Very true.
Question in chat from Danby. I want to ask a question whether a Super Heavy will do this test. I'm assuming they're asking if Super Heavy will do pressure testing. I think that's the safe bet, at least for the first couple Super Heavies that they build. They will want to do a cryogenic proof test with nitrogen before filling it up with liquid oxygen and methane, because if Super Heavy has a problem with liquid oxygen and methane, they are in for a big problem.
Yeah, we don't want to see a pop with one of those.
No.
That'll be we saw the power of SM4's explosion. That was I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe that shockwave as well. It's just, that's the thing. You're always safe from the flying debris, you're always safe from the fire, you're always safe from that, but the shockwave is what gets you, and that's what everyone was worried about Mary for, was because it's the shockwave and that will travel and that will get you. But Super Heavy, yeah, I think we'd want everyone a little bit further back. A little bit further back. Yeah.
Well, and the the thing about the shockwave that's actually the worst part of the shockwave is when you know it's coming. and it's gonna hit, and you're like, but I have no idea when. Like,
what? While we're talking, I'm gonna find a video on our channel which is from a Russian launch which failed. There were ESA guys there because it was their payload, and it just shows you what a shockwave is like because you see it.
Proton?
That's the one. Yeah.
Yes.
I've got to put this in chat. Hang on, everybody. Trust me, this will be worth your wait. I'm gonna have to do some searching now. Hang on. Because our channel's full of Boca Chica videos.
You don't say.
Yeah.
No, I know the video he's going to look for. What happened with this one is this was a quality control issue, a very easy fix in the end, but technicians accidentally put half of the acceleration monitors on upside down. So half the rocket thought it was going one way, half the rocket thought it was going the other way. And the poor thing just starts flipping and turning as its halves are as the guidance computer is fighting with itself and the data that it's given. And it just eventually keels over and almost nosedive plummets into the ground, nearly fully fueled.
Right, Ron Smith has put the right link in for that. What you're talking about there, but I've got a better video. I've got a better video. I'm thinking of something else. It's called
I know the one you're thinking of. Yeah.
All right. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, you've got everyone. Ron's link there shows the proton failure where it starts going to guidance is telling it going one way and the rocket's going the other because it's upside down sensors, which was ridiculous if you think about it from a quality standpoint. The one I'm going to show is from 2002. Which is a Russian Soyuz U rocket failure from Plesk. And that one fails midway through the first stage. It drops back down intact and it explodes on the pad. It kills a Russian soldier, unfortunately.
Oh, shit.
Because
I know which one you're thinking of. Yeah. Oh,
yeah,
God.
the shockwave sent a window frame flying, and that's what got him. Would you believe? That's why the shockwave is such a dangerous thing. So I'm going to put this in now because I think everyone's watched it by now. Everyone click on that link and have a watch that video. The thing to look out for is it launches, it goes dark as the engines all fail. You start seeing it drop back down. You'll see an explosion. There's a second part of it where from the ESA observers, you see it launch. It's one of the most spectacular launches, by the way, when you watch this video. And I'm going to get a timestamp for you. At 2 minutes and 3 seconds, you'll see the shockwave. You'll literally see the shockwave. And that's the thing that people don't often see when rockets fail. You don't see the shockwave, you feel it. But on this one, you see it. Because it's like they're so close. They're ridiculously close to this launch. They were all okay.
Actually, yeah. The talk about sound energy and shockwave is actually what we've been talking about. Marcin Dubziak wanted to know if that translates to other rockets, like in particular, when the Falcon 9 is lifting off, does it throttle to 100% or does it use a lower throttle setting for sound energy or things like that? And that's a great question. Rockets lift off with their engines at 100%, so that they can verify that everything is up and running at those percentages that they'll need to at various points in the flight. So they use sound suppression, they use water to deaden the sound and protect the vehicle and the launch pad from all of that acoustical energy. And then if the engines need to be throttled down or from there or back up in flight, it's dependent on the flight regime it's going through. But they do take off with 100% thrust with water used to deaden some of the sound.
Because you've experienced so many. How many launches have you been to now, do you reckon, Chris?
Oh, I don't even know. Like, I mean, and honestly, like, I wouldn't even want to favor a guess.
Do they all have their own charms, like a Falcon 9 launch versus a Atlas 5 launch? Or because you've got different kind of vehicles with the solids and the liquids only and the solids only. But yeah, what do you think?
You do. Yeah, so each one of them has their feel. Like you can kind of, nail down, all right, if it's a Falcon 9 and I'm watching from here and the wind is with me, it's going to be like this, or if the wind is against me, it's going to be like that, or if I'm here. I mean, it really is so dependent on the atmospheric conditions that set up on the day. But what always surprises me, right, is when a vehicle has solid rockets, it is a deep, rumbling, chest-rattling roar, right? That like you don't get on an Atlas 401 or 501 with no boosters when it's just the RD-180. But the Falcon 9, that sound wave hits you just like a solid.
Wow.
Booster does. It is incredible, which is why I said from the way I remembered being there at the press site for shuttle launches when the Falcon Heavy took off in its Block 5 configurations, I thought it was both brighter and louder at night than shuttle launches, and it is not as powerful as the shuttle was at liftoff.
They say that it literally, if you look at it directly with your eyes, it leaves that imprint in your retina.
Yeah,
It's that bright.
100%.
Wow.
That bright. But let's get off of shuttle memory lane for a second, as
Oh.
and as any stream left unmoderated between the two Chris's will devolve into very
Yep.
quickly, because there's definitely more frost working its way up the side of this tank on SN7 here. And I know, Mary, you just repositioned the camera a little bit to give us a better view of both the farm and the tank, but excluding Starhopper, which isn't the star of our show today. But if you have been joining us throughout the day, and if you're just joining us, we are here live from Boca Chica, thanks to the wonderful Mary of Boca Chica Gal on Twitter, who is out there with live streaming equipment, bringing us our views today. Again, a very, very hot day in Boca Chica, well into the 90s now for temperatures. And we are watching a series of pressurization tests using liquid nitrogen. So an inert and very stable substance, so that if one of the welds fails, or if they should test purposefully to failure, where they overpressurize the tank on purpose, hoping and getting it to the point where it would fail, so they can validate how much pressure the welding actually held and everything like that. We're standing by to see what these sequence of tests actually culminate in. There's still about 4.5 hours left in the test window today. So instead of giving actual time zones, we'll just say about 4.5 hours from whatever time it is where you are watching from, is how much is how much longer we have in this particular window. And yes, Ron Smith saying it's 32 degrees Celsius with a feels-like temperature of 37 degrees Celsius right now at Boca Chica, well into the 90s there or approaching the 90s there in Fahrenheit as well. So a normal day in South Texas, as we say. But anyway, that's what we're waiting for and watching now. And that tank does appear to be getting very, very frosty. And you can see some venting over toward the left-hand side of your screen too, for the tank farm as well, which does, just further proof, as is the condensation on the outside, that we are pumping nitrogen into the test article tank here. So definitely where we are going here. And again, if you, wherever you're watching from, if you've got questions, go ahead and ask them and tag us at NASASpaceflight. That way it highlights on our screens, and it's much easier for us to
quickly answer one question I've just seen, which is
I think it's the question I'm looking at right now for you. Yeah.
Are you from Texas, Crispy? Yeah, I think you can tell from my accent I'm not from Texas now.
Yeah. Thomas Richter is asking, do we think that SpaceX might use this vehicle in a burst test, tested until failure? And he's asking us to answer that in chat since he doesn't have audio. So I will go ahead and do that. And yes, that is a possibility. That is a possibility, that what part of today is a test to failure. Of course, we don't know that for sure, which is why we're live watching this test and seeing what happens with Starship. Starship
He's given
SN7.
$2 super chat. Ferdinand's given Ferdinand 2s is called. Okay, what have I missed? The $2 super chat. You've not missed much apart from a test tank's going through its cycles of being frosty and not. So it's still standing. That's the main thing.
Yeah. There's a interesting question here from Adam Page. How do we get to the point where we're building things at this scale in the UK?
We won't be. We're gonna. We've gone a long way from where we were, which was non-existent space flight. Down that goes back. I've said it before. Back to the Margaret Thatcher era, where she was presented with an option to joining with Space Station Freedom with her very good friend Ronald Reagan, which is probably why he thought she might join in. And her reaction was to put a ban, an actual ban by law, on a UK citizen becoming an astronaut, which is why you saw Michael Furl and Nick Patrick and people like that, Piers Sellers, all fly with American flags because they had to become American citizens, not fly as British people. We've now reversed that problem and got to the stage where we're building a spaceport in Sutherland, in the top of Scotland, near the Shetlands. We're going to have a horizontal base, hopefully, within Cornwall, which will be for like Virgin Galactic kind of type missions. But we've seen Skyrora. They're launching sounding rockets already. They launched one just the other day with nanosats on. They're getting to the stage where they will do a deal with Lockheed Martin and their own rocket, which they'll launch from there, which is more like a rocket lab kind of like level launch, which will be for small sats, but it'll be a massive improvement to say we'll be launching rockets from our own soil as such.
Yeah.
But getting to this kind of scale, nah, I can't see. First of all, we're in the wrong kind of location on the planet for a start. I mean, the most likely chance of us ever seeing a Starship will be through point to point, where they're launching literally anywhere in the world within 90 minutes or 60 minutes, I think the goal is. Elon's not spoke about that for quite a while, which I hope he does, because I think that's a fantastic plan where you could use Starships to get anywhere in the world within a minute, within an hour, which would just completely game change everything. We've seen hundreds of millions of dollars being invested on new planes, which can fly an hour faster, to Australia, taking the flight time from 23 hours to 22 hours. I'm thinking, well, for that kind of money, you could develop Starship points, point to points on major capital bases where, yeah, it would be expensive, but it'd be within an economy of scale where there'll be demand for it. And you can get anywhere in the world within an hour.
And Elon has kind of already said that, and of course this was before the system has continued to evolve to where it is, but he said something about the fact that that their price point target for point to point was roughly equivalent to an airline ticket.
Yeah.
Which is incredible, because we're talking about a rocket.
Think about it. If it's a reusable system, then that's why you can make it cheaper than any kind of prospective idea of it. It'd be literally a case of mass production of it, because you'd need several Starships to be viable. But you could start it off from London to New York. That's the Concorde route. That's where there was demand from the high-profile customers who'd always want to fly on Concorde, which was a noisy, uncomfortable vehicle, but it got them there hours faster than any other conventional plane. People who've got money will want to pay for it. And once they've built up enough revenue from it, they can expand the operations and bring down the prices. And I'd love to know how many people you can fly on a Starship point to point. I don't know if it's that 100 to Mars situation again, but you wouldn't need any payloads with it. So you could certainly put a lot of seats in there.
Well, that's what I'm thinking, because like the 100 to Mars has to account for living quarters, right, and food for that entire journey. But I mean, I think it was anywhere on the planet in 45 minutes, because you can just go you can go retrograde too.
Yeah.
And get there. But I mean, like, you're talking about a game changer there. But if you don't have to have all that food and environmental equipment, and you're only talking about that I could get to Australia from Daytona Beach in 45 minutes, when right now I can't even get to Atlanta in less than an hour flying from the airport right here, on a major commercial airliner. You could pack a lot more seats into that, if we're only talking a 45
I just love the idea that the way Elon's mind's working, because you get visionaries. You do get visionaries who write books, and they write scripts for movies, and their visions are fascinating. Gene Roddenberry, he was doing little finger palm pads and what have you before anyone even thought about iPads and what have you. So you get visionaries who think the ideas up, but he's actually producing the ideas now. I can see a path. I think I've mentioned this before, but I can see some crazy path where a human being could live in a house which is powered by Tesla solar panels.
There you go. Yep.
Who then summons his Tesla to his front door, and then packs his bags, waves his family and friends goodbye, and basically the car takes him to a coastal point where he gets on a SpaceX yacht. They go out to a SpaceX barge. He gets onto a SpaceX Starship. He flies on Starship to the other side of the world where there's a Mars launch pad. He flies to, say, Cape Canaveral. He boards the Starship to Mars and he moves to Mars. All in one go. And Elon's been there every single part of that path. It's just crazy to think that could happen.
And it is. And here's the other thing that really excites me about the potential for Earth point to point, right, is right, we have to live proximal to the point of our office jobs, right? The places we have to get to. But maybe we won't, maybe we want to live on the other side of our country. Maybe we want to live on the other side of the world. Yeah. Well, if you're talking about regular 45-minute or less commuter service to major hubs in major areas, that can give you a lot more freedom to live where you want to and still work where you have to every single day. If we're talking about a price point that's low enough, that could be affordable. And obviously, like myself included, I don't have the money to fly every single day, but you can see where this price point is potentially headed, right? Oh, yeah. Where maybe it's not as cheap as, getting on a train, and going into work, but that's the idea that's starting to be built, is that these can be used for everyday transportation uses as well.
It's just also the fact that you're going into space. You're going maybe suborbital, sure, but you're going into space.
Well, that too, yes.
people have paid six figures 10 years ago on a deposit at least, but they've paid for the ticket price to go on a 2 to 3 minute micro G hop on a Starship 2, on a Spaceship 2, Spaceship, Starship, they're all over the place, with Virgin Galactic, which has not happened. It still doesn't look like it's happening for at least another few months at least.
Yeah.
And just for the idea of being called an astronaut, which I horrendously disagree with, because an astronaut is someone who's dedicated their life to professional, where they've trained for time in space rather than just going suborbital. I think the way around it is be called is it commercial astronaut or something like that, where they get commercial astronaut wings or private astronaut wings. So
private astronaut wing, I think, is what I've heard. Yeah. Versus astronaut wings. Yeah. Of how they're going to try to do it, because it is a good point, right? Of how do those classification systems work? And to me, there's a difference, exactly what you were saying. There's a difference between the person who pays and a person who is trained to fly and operate that suborbital spacecraft. To me, they're different. They to me should have the astronaut wings, because they're keeping people safe. They're keeping people alive ultimately, right? As they're doing that. And I think that's a different calculus. But you brought up an excellent point that I had not thought of. With the rate of Starship, I mean, heck, if SpaceX wanted to do orbital passenger, hey, who's got $500 and we can go on a Starship ride around the Earth for a couple of hours and come back down.
Yeah, they're gonna have a waiting list a mile.
Oh my God! Yeah, they would, and I'd be one of them.
It just, the demand for that, it's just not that. We looked at the economy of it, the fact that you could save hours and hours and hours of traveling, but that pays for itself to someone who's got the money who can afford it. But for everyone else, it's a trip to space. It's like getting a train journey down to the south coast, in my case, and it goes across the coast to Penzance. It's an awesome view. I'm thinking more about looking forward to the view than the actual journey itself. That'd be the same thing with Starship.
Yeah, 100%.
And we're looking at the SN7 talking to Starship. We're looking at SN7 right now. Very frosty, a very frosty test tank.
And it's stayed relatively at that level of frost for quite a while now. I see that Mary is still muted down there. But Mary, if you can hear us, does it look like that has changed at all? Can you see any other venting from it aside from the tank farm area there? But we've also got some questions here that have been coming in. Closures over 3 days. Do you think they will try and get SN5 out to the test stand in this time frame? I think, Chris, we talked about this a little bit earlier before you joined the stream, and obviously there's a rolling questions, and Ali, I'm using your question as an example of one that we've asked before, but keep asking some of these questions, because you never know how many people are brand new to the stream and didn't hear the answer to this before. But it's a little bit tricky. We don't know if they're going to try to get SN5 out to the pad before they complete the SN7 test process. Mainly because we're not sure what all what every single test they're planning in terms of the number of tests, but also in terms of what type of data they're trying to gather. And also if it's a potential pressurization to failure test on SN7, even though nitrogen is not a combustible substance, that can still be a good pop that happens on that tank, and it can still send things flying, and you wouldn't want another one of your starships sitting there where its hull could get punctured or its tanks could get punctured. So I think that's a balance that SpaceX is trying to work out, and probably a large reason why we saw SN7 come to the pad prior to SN5 is in part for the efficiency of the testing, because these are the understood welds and steel that they want to use starting on SN8 going forward. So get that data now and then finish out testing on SN5 and SN6 later, but you still wouldn't want to throw away SN5 just because you were impatient and hauled it out to the pad and then tested another one to failure right next to it.
Yeah, one of the things I was thinking about SN5 going to the pad was we were keeping an eye on the roll lists. The roll lists are always the indicator. When they start hovering around production site, we know something's going to roll, as you would expect. And SN5 is now on a little test mount where it can just sit there quite happily to allow SN6 to complete the stacking, which went on later the evening. So I don't think there's any constraint about that going to the pad, but I do, like we were talking about the other day, I do think it's all about, they don't want to put SN5 on that mount right there. We can see it on the left-hand side. If something does go wrong with SN5, even if it's just a pop, you just don't, there's no point, there's literally no point risking it. So I think they'll do the testing on SN7, sorry. And then once that's completed, they don't have to move it. As long as the testing's completed, they can put SN5 on the mount.
100%. Yeah, 100%. We have a couple of other interesting questions here. One actually not quite related to Starship, but something else that's happening later today. Jeff, you wanted to know, will you be covering / are there any live streams of the Long March launches the next couple of days? Jeff, you are wonderfully in luck. An incredibly rare launch of a Chinese live stream is happening today. Liftoff is set for 10:11 p.m. Eastern time tonight on the 15th of June, which, depending on where you are in the world, is 02:11 UTC on the 16th, on the morning of the 16th. The live stream is actually already up. If you want to go to my Twitter, we'll pop the link in here a little farther down, because yes, there are multiple Chinese media accounts that are live streaming this, and it appears to be coming from China State Television as well. So I'm going to throw up a link to the tweet that I just put in chat here that will take you to the Launch Stuff at Launch Stuff's account, where they have outlined all of the live streams there. So I would 100% take advantage of this, because China does not live stream their launches all that often. Couple of reasons they're doing this. This is the final launch of the BDO 3 satellite that complete the initial upgraded global positioning system constellation of Chinese satellites. It's big for that reason, and also this is coming very close on the heels of an April 9th flight anomaly where the Shenzheng 3B rocket failed at second stage, third stage separation area. So and they believe that they have fixed that issue. So that is another large reason for that. So definitely take advantage of those live streams today, because no guarantee they will happen again for the next couple of Chinese missions coming up in the next couple of weeks.
And the fun thing for me is you've just reminded me to subedit that Rui article. He's got 2,500
there we go.
article, which we'll put on site. See, if you check SN and NSF in about an hour's time, you'll see Rui Barbosa's 2,500 word overview of this upcoming launch, which we're going to cover live. So it'll be fantastic fun, that.
Yeah. And then Shane Steele wanted to know, will they do the same ambient pressure testing on SN5, or will they go straight to cryogenics and static fires? You know, it's a good question. We see them following generally the same testing regime for the various starships as they each come out to the pad. Because we're very early on in the testing sequence, it would not surprise me if they do the same, you know, ambient pressurization test first, then do cryofilling, you know, individually between oxygen and methane, then do them both, then proceed to pre-burner and static fire. You know, maybe if the Raptor being used is of the same family, like the same generalized design, maybe they might skip a pre-burner, but you know, this is still a huge, a very early on in the program testing regime. So I can see them following the same sequence for many tests of Starship. I mean, of course, once the flight production models start rolling off, right, they're not going to go through every single test that they would normally do here in an opening. We need to gain as much data on the vehicles as possible, you know, for our overall design. So I hope that answers your question, because it is a bit of a, we don't know how they might tweak from test to test or vehicle to vehicle, but I wouldn't expect large scale changes yet.
And I just know that people are noting in chat. We are watching. We're looking at the same view you're looking at. The tank looks like it's fully fueled now. It's full of its liquid nitrogen, and it's been all completely frosted up as far as it'll go, as far as the frost lines will show. So yeah, I think we're watching for that additional venting. Hopefully, nothing will go amiss with a pop or anything like that. But I don't think it's looking good so far.
Hey guys, I'm back. What I missed?
Hey Jack.
Hey Jack.
Oh wow, it's really frosty.
Yeah, right. So yeah, and of course, you know, we've been saying this, and we don't mean to sound like a broken record. We're just trying to make sure everyone is updated as people come in and out of the streams. We do know they are pressure testing using nitrogen, not cryogenics, or propellants, I should say, because nitrogen is very stable and not combustible. What we don't know yet is the number of pressure tests they're going to put this through in a rapid sequence of time here. I mean, so far today, if my memory is correct and I didn't miss one, this is the third pressurization test of the day since the 8 a.m. test window opened locally there in Boca about just about 5 hours ago. But we also don't know if one of these tests, the culminating test, will be a pressurized to failure. So we don't know if that's coming, and we don't know if this is it or if this is just another regular pressure test. So stay tuned. It could pop. It could not. We just don't know yet. But if it pops, it would most likely be because of a purposeful overpressurization to see where the welding actually fails.
And on that note, I'm going to finish off Rui's article, and I'm going to bring back the man, the legend that is Jack.
The legend.
Yeah. And I'll see you all again later on, lads. Cheers now.
Yep.
Yeah. So
thanks for joining in, Chris. That was perfect timing for me to be able to run out and grab a bite to eat. So thanks.
I thought it was too in our sort of back channel control center that we have to talk right when you first said, like hours ago, Jack, I know how to get Chris on the stream by saying something disparaging about the space shuttle, and he immediately wrote into chat like, he's cool, like just right on cue, like you knew how to summon him. 15 minutes to home, I see 3,000 watching right when you said I know how to get him onto the stream. That's like, there we go, he's listening.
Yeah, it's a relatively easy pursuit. In the same way that if you say bluebirds when DOS is around, you can generally bet that you're going to see pictures of bluebirds.
Indeed. I am going to go throw lunch in the microwave. So I'm going to hand it over to you really quick, Jack, but I'll be back in a couple of minutes, which means for all of you watching, I'm going to walk away. So it will explode now because that's the kind of luck in testing, the luck in these test campaigns that I have. But I am desperately hungry and need to go make lunch for myself. If you are still there, Jack, if Jack is not still here, I will just keep talking.
No, I'm here.
Okay, cool.
I was rapidly chewing the remainder of my food.
Oh. See, we very similar thoughts. Yes.
All right, so I'm going to jump in here, look at the chat queue, see what everyone's asking. Let's see. Bum, bum, bum. Vibes says, just checking in. Cryo test? It would appear so. We are currently in the throes of a full-on cryo test campaign. I think Chris, you just heard Chris G say this will be the potentially third pressure test that they've done so far today since the testing window opened. So, yep, we are fully into it at this point, and we are just basically waiting for one of the few things to happen. The frost line to start receding is a potential next thing to happen. Vehicles returning to the pad is a potential thing that could be happening, although that would probably occur after the frost line receding. And of course, probably why there's, let's see how many are watching right now. Probably why there's 2,500 of you watching right now. One potential outcome is that this thing goes pop. So we're all just kind of standing by and waiting to see what happens. Lewis Parrott says, can we speculate to the pressure inside the tank? Yeah, we sure can, Lewis. I'm speculating that there's a whole lot of pressure in that there tank.
I was wondering if that's what you were gonna say, man. I came back and I even mentally did like what I referred to as the Jack laugh in my head, where I was like, oh, I know how he's gonna answer this. Like, I hope he does.
I'm glad to know that I'm predictable. But yeah, sorry, I don't mean to answer your question in a flippant manner, but legit, I have no idea what kind of pressures they're looking at there. I'm just gonna throw a number out that seems possible: 7.4 bar. And that is a number I have pulled out of absolutely nowhere. Don't take that. Yeah, Paul Thomas in chat says 1 billion psi. There we go.
There we go.
And that's my jokey way of saying I don't know. I mean, it's a good question. I don't mean to disparage your question. I just honestly no way of knowing. I wish we could point like a laser pointer at it or something in the same way you can get a temperature reading with one of those like laser thermometer things. It'd be cool if we could get a pressure reading with a laser. But then,
oh my gosh, it really would. Yeah.
But then we'd be pointing a laser at a test article, which raises a whole slew of other problems, and we probably wouldn't do it.
Yeah, pointing a laser at something the U.S. government is interested in is not potentially
not
the best move.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Simon in chat says greater than 1 bar. I'd say that's
greater than 1 bar.
Yeah.
Yes.
And Diminishes says greater than 0 bar.
Well, I was gonna say, isn't there like a joke in Futurama where someone goes like where they're underwater and someone goes, "How much pressure can this spaceship handle?" And they're like, "Well, it's a spaceship, so between 1 and 0." Like...
Classic. Yeah, I think that's like the Atlantis or the Atlanta episode.
Ah, yes, it is. Yes, it is. Yeah.
Classic. It's
so
not
we
really.
So would have been friends as children. Like...
Oh yeah. It's not really too similar, but it's in the same vein of like Simpsons and Futurama humor. Is if this thing pops, someone asks like, what happened? Like, well, first it started to pop and then it popped. I think it's a Simpsons joke referencing, maybe it's like a Hemingway reference or something, but it's Bart buys the factory and the factory falls over when Milhouse is watching it. And he's like, Milhouse, what happened? He's like, well, first it started falling over and then it fell over. It's like sometimes it's all the answer that we have. You know, I'm not trying to be a jerk or anything. I really just trying to be a little bit jokey and answer the question as best I can. So
yeah.
Let's see. If they have to build a new flare stack, I want them to build a giant dragon statue and have it breathe fire. That is a great suggestion, Ron Smith. That is a fantastic suggestion. I know generally we try and answer questions, but I'll throw in some suggestions every now and then when they're imaginative in that way.
Sorry, Jack. Beforehand, there was one I saw earlier that I wanted to go back to. Ollie had asked, like, do we still expect the starships to launch from 39A since all work at that pad was halted? So work on the Starship pad at 39A was stopped for just a couple of months to help the refocus on Boca Chica several months ago. Work on the Starship pad at 39A is well underway again. Not only is the skeleton of the flame deflector there, and the launch mount itself, but the last time I was there for demo 2, the gigantic sound suppression water piping had also been added at that point. So they are making progress on the Starship launch pad at 39A after they did stop it for a couple of months just as that refocus to Boca was happening, so that all the testing sites could be consolidated down into one. So just wanted to make that point, as I know you had asked that earlier during Chris B and I's like probably hour-long talk about the shuttle because Jack left us without a moderator, which was always fun. But Jack, I admittedly don't know where you were in the question, so I don't know where to pick back up.
Oh, no worries.
Yeah.
And just a quick tech note. I had a thought.
Yeah.
It really irks me that YouTube now and for the last couple of years charges for playing audio without YouTube on the screen on iOS. But, like, it's so frustrating because you used to be able to, play YouTube audio and not have to have video playing.
Yes. Yes.
And I was unable to keep track of your guys' conversation as I was out and about, even though I tried to, just because I wanted to know what was talking about, what you guys were being, what was being discussed, so I could then join in, knowing what had been discussed when I came back. But YouTube is lame and is not able to stream, video everywhere just because of the nature of connectivity. So, quick tech idea. If it would be possible and not too much of a hassle and a server burden, et cetera, it'd be really cool if we could have an audio only stream of these types of events, so that if somebody is, driving to or from work, or if somebody is just not able to keep their eye on the stream, I mean, especially for this kind of thing where the picture isn't really changing too much, it'd be cool if we could do an audio only stream. And
that's a really good idea. We can look into it. I won't say we'll do it because Das would kill me if I agreed to something.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I'm hedging thoroughly. If it's not too much of a burden on the server and our back end, et cetera. So
exactly. But it's something we can look into and look at its feasibility. Yeah.
Yeah, and Fast Sloth says Open Safari and YouTube, and I don't think that works anymore. That used to be the workaround, and or Open YouTube and Safari. I think that used to be a workaround, and it's not anymore, and so because now YouTube charges for it. So yeah, we might have to look into doing a audio only feed. That'd be pretty cool. So I'll just throw that out there as food for thought.
Jack, where are we in the super chat list? Have
Oh,
we gone
hey, look
through
at
any
that.
of these yet?
We've got a barrel of super chats. Fernand2S, thanks for the $2. Okay, what have I missed? Hi, team. You have missed some pressure testing. The vehicle appears to be fully loaded right now, and we are in the middle of a cryo pressure test. So you haven't missed much. You're still in the middle of it. I'll just click that and show that on screen there. Thanks so much, Fran. Your super chat and everybody's super chat is just absolutely key to helping us do what we do. So thank you. And Chris 9000, great job, guys. Greetings from Austria. Wow, Austria. That's really. I always love to see where everybody is joining in from. That's always a hoot. Let's see.
I do too. Really hammers home the global nature of what we're watching and what we're covering.
Yeah, I mean, people everywhere around the entire world are excited for the future. So I always say it, give me my flying car. So everyone here is basically watching their flying car get built in a way.
Yeah, I was going to say, yep.
And then Carl Hoffman and Devin Janelle, thank you both for becoming new members. Your memberships, not only do you get cool stuff, you get the Discord access if you're Capcom and above, you get the daily update, like sneak preview videos, you get all the emojis in chat, but more than all the little knickknacks that we give you, you get to support our feed, and you get to know and enjoy the fact that your money is basically helping this happen. I mean, you wonder how you can help out, how you can improve what you're looking at. I mean, that's how, and we really, really appreciate it. And it's in no small part thanks to you guys that we are here now, able to bring this to you. Let's see. KCJ Bomber for the win says, not gonna explode. All right, that's your opinion, man. That's like your opinion, man. That's a Big Lebowski reference. I probably shouldn't name the references when I do
Another
them.
great movie that I need to go rewatch.
Oh, so good. Let's see. Carl Hoffman, thank you for the €10 in addition to becoming a member. That's super awesome. That is the euro symbol, right?
That is the euro symbol, yes.
I'll try to have a mnemonic for it. It looks like an E, so it's the euro. There we go. And then Powell Kirk or Kruk says hi. Thank you for the super chat. And I don't know what
I'm looking it up right now.
Okay, yeah, you're miles ahead of me.
It is a Poland zloty.
Oh, zloty, cool. That's a cool word.
And yes, thanks for the 25 Poland zloty. I hope I'm saying that right. If not, help me out as best you can in chat with the pronunciation guide. But yes,
And then-
very much appreciate the support.
Abhishek Rai, I hope I'm pronouncing your name right. I apologize if not. Thank you for the 100 currency units. I have to Google that. Hang on.
Where are you? I'm sorry, I'm not seeing that one.
Stand by. I'm in the host panel or whatever it's called. Oh no, where did it go? It disappeared. Oh geez.
Oh,
Okay, well thank you. Hang on, I want to find out what this is just out of curiosity. Bum, bum, bum. What are you making, Chris?
I'm being a 5-year-old and I'm having chicken nuggets.
Hey, there's nothing wrong with chicken nuggets.
No, there's not. So what you heard was practicing good hygiene and washing my hands before eating.
Oh, it's Indian rupees. We got 100 Indian rupees.
Oh, nice.
From Abhishek Rai. Thank you so much for the super chat. That works out to about $1.30, which we super appreciate. Thank you. I had no idea that was the symbol for a rupee. You learn something new every day. All right, let's see. Let's see what's going on in the panel here. Is the Garmin radar spinning on top of Starhopper? Oh, and that's it. That's it for the super chats for now and the members. And we're getting a little bit of audio feedback on your from your cooking there, Chris. We should start a cooking show.
Oh, sorry. Yes.
No worries. Thomas Bustamante in chat says nuggies.
Exactly.
You're getting a lot of chicken nugget love in chat.
I'm glad. I'm glad.
So yeah, that's all the super chats and members that we have right now to go through. Thank you again, everybody, for your support. That's super, super awesome. Let's see. Par Stahlberg says, is the Garmin radar on top of Starhopper to check if there are any boats? Or is the Garmin radar spinning on top of Starhopper to check if there's any boats? Mary, do we have audio with you right now?
She said she was having trouble hearing us over voice.
Oh, okay. Here, I'll ask her in the Discord chat if the Garmin radar is spinning.
I
So we
don't
can get
think
that
it was
answered
when
for
we
you.
had a wider angle about half an hour ago. I don't believe it was spinning.
Yeah, the safety
Got it.
radius for this test is probably not that large.
Got it. Yeah, that makes sense. It's only liquid nitrogen and whatnot.
I'm loving the chicken nugget shout outs here.
Yeah, there's a lot. It's a lot of chicken nugget love. We need to do like a Venn diagram crossover between space fans and chicken nugget aficionados.
There we go.
All right, let's see what else we got here. Chat, if you have any questions, feel free to throw them in at NASASpaceflight. We'll happily answer them.
And Carl was asking, do we think the drone was for PR or for measurement? And I'm assuming you're talking about the SpaceX drone that they fly around. Did I miss a drone appearance here earlier?
Nope. I think you're talking about the SpaceX one.
Oh, okay, cool. So it's not for PR. Just drones you can get up higher, right? You can see things that other camera angles might have blocked, and the drone is more nimble to let the controllers back in the control center and the processing centers and all the engineers who are monitoring all of the various systems out there. It just gives them an extra pair of eyes to help see around the facility when it's clear for security reasons.
Oh, and chat is correcting me. Apparently there was a drone flying around earlier. I missed it.
Oh, there was. Okay.
But yes, they are observing what's happening with the drone.
Yeah, but not for PR. Now, it does sometimes give us great PR images, right, when SpaceX releases some stuff, but it's a totally engineering thing for this. Did they, and a question here from David Egland, who's asking, did they paint SN7 with a winky face? It certainly looks like that, doesn't it? Visions of those white interstages on on rockets is really coming to mind there. But yeah, a very, very frosty SN7 has been fully fueled at this point, or fully filled, I should say, with liquid nitrogen, undergoing a pressure test now. They've been at this pressure test for quite some time. We, of course, don't have any word on exactly what this particular test, which is the third one of the day since the test window opened at 8 a.m., is specifically testing. It could be testing how well it holds pressure, how boil-off rates might work for liquid nitrogen, which could help validate methods for boil-off of liquid methane or liquid oxygen, or this could be what we suspect will be the final test in the entire sequence. And what we suspect that would do is perform a pressurized to failure, where they would just basically continuously pressurize this vehicle to validate the modeling that says the welds should hold up until this point. This overpressurization event also, shows them that they could maintain the 1.4 factor of safety. That is the sort of threshold that companies use for how much more than design the vehicle has to be able to take. So a lot of things this could be, and of course we're standing by here, all thanks to Mary, Boca Chica gal, who is out there with our live streaming equipment right now, and eyes on this test on a very hazy and hot South Texas day. So that is what we are standing by for. And of course, Mary is saying that she, in chat, she's saying that she cannot tell if the Garmin radar is spinning or not on top of a Starhopper there.
Makes sense.
It makes sense, yeah. It's very, very hazy out there right now.
I'm just for everybody in chat, I'm throwing my fast food fried chicken rankings in chat.
Oh, that's hilarious, man. Yeah, we talk about all sorts of things on these streams. One of the things I love about it is, about our casual nature is, come ask your questions where you'll get them answered. You're going to sit through meals with us, especially as we push into 3 hours being on air right now. But it is it's always interesting. Oh, Popeyes is 5th. Are you talking about the chicken strips or like the sandwich?
Strips.
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
Yeah, we're talking.
I'll give that to you.
Strictly strips here. Oh man, let's see if we've got some more questions. Space stuff, David Mills says, "Is that keg venting?" Yeah, it would appear so. Got a large beer keg. It's got several hundred gallons of liquid cold nitrogen beer. It's like Guinness. There's a whole bunch of Guinness in there. Let's see. How does the size of this test tank compare to Starhopper? Good question, David Wilson. Let's see. Let me look at the view that we're getting right now. So you can see Starhopper would be off to the left side of the frame from our vantage point right now. And just eyeballing it, I'm going to say that the test tank is like, I don't know, 10 meters or like 12 meters. Whereas Starhopper was, I think, 20 meters high? So 60 feet high for Starhopper and maybe half that, somewhere around there for this test tank. I don't know if that's accurate, but that's me guessing.
Yeah, I know earlier when we had a little wider shot, before we zoom back in, because we are zoomed in on it now, because they are pressurizing it and because we're not certain where they are in the test sequence and that the final test might be a pressurized to failure, we're staying focused on it in case this is the pressurized to failure test that they're in now. But a little bit earlier, we had a wider shot that showed Starhopper, and at least from the way the camera made it look, they were roughly the same size. Now, I don't know if they're on like a straight line from one another, if this test is, which one is slightly set back from the other, but they looked roughly similar from that vantage point a little earlier.
Let's see. David Plant says, just joined. Is the white on the tank frost? Just trying to get up to speed. Actually, David Plant, no, that is, this is an analog test tank for the lunar Starship. That is the white paint that you're seeing on the lunar Starship render. They're testing that on, no, please, nobody listen to that. I was joking. I tried to keep going, but I didn't want to go too far down that road of a jokey, slightly real response. Yeah, that's frost. It's frost. They're in a cryo test. They're testing potentially. I see Chris B in chat that says Jack in all caps. Yes, it's frost. Don't listen to me joking about lunar Starship paint. That is frost. We're in the middle of a cryo test, and presumably they are going to be doing another press, and we'll see where they go from there. Yeah, so thanks for joining in. I know we get a lot of churn as we do these things for hours, and some people join and some people leave, and that's just how it goes. So thanks for joining in, and you haven't missed anything. I mean, you've been essentially filled in completely with the current events, and we are now just watching this tank hopefully pass its test with flying colors, or pop with flying colors, or whatever they're trying to do with it. We hope it does it well and correctly, in the manner they expect.
There we go. I was going to say, yeah, because I mean, if it is a pressurized to failure, the pop is quite successful, you know.
And just an FYI, Chris and Jack, I'm going to step aside for a bit. If something happens, I'm monitoring it, but I'm going to be off comms for a bit.
All right, do your thing.
Good.
All right, Dad's away. Let's jump on the bed.
Well, no, we know Chris is still listening. Like,
I meant Dad number 2.
Oh, okay, Dad number 2. Thank you for clarifying. Yes.
All right, let's see.
Raj,
Derek
no,
Sutherland.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
Go
ahead.
Derek Sutherland, thank you so
you're,
much for the new membership. That's super awesome. We really appreciate you members, everybody. Derek, I'm not sure what. Let's see, what level did you join in at here? Capcom. All right, yeah, you have Discord access now, Derek. So
very nice.
Hop into our Discord and say hi and join the gang with all our shenanigans. We have a blast in there, so feel free to hop right in. And thank you again for your Capcom membership. It's super awesome of you.
Indeed, yes, thank you so much. And Raj had a question for us. Is it detanking? No, we do not believe so. It looks very much like it is still fully filled with cryogenic liquid nitrogen, and that they are performing some kind of a pressure test on it. We're just waiting to see if that is a pressurized to flight levels and hold and then detank, or pressing potentially to failure. Purposefully blowing it up at the joints to see where the welds fail at, because this is a new welding technique that's being used, as well as new steel. So lots of things they could be testing on here. So that's why we're standing by. But no, it does not appear that it's detanking. I know the chat, the whole scroll just jumped on me. I lost my place. Jack, if you've got a question, that you're looking at.
Troy Mooten in chat said, if it doesn't pop, it will vent out of the bottom under the excavator. I don't know how he would know that, but interesting.
It did it earlier.
Oh, okay. Got it.
It did it earlier. There was a huge stream flowing that was obscuring most of that excavator, and it wasn't until that that venting stream stopped that I realized you could actually see the whole excavator.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah. Thanks for that. I was like, Troy, maybe you don't want to share some inside info if you've got, but good. I'm glad it was just info from previous in the stream. Oh, Dunkin' Donut, thank you so much. I swear this is like some native advertising. Dunkin' Donut, thank you so much for the new membership. We really appreciate it. And also Capcom membership. Yeah, so you've got Discord access too. Hop into the Discord, say hi, and tell us why your name is Dunkin' Donut, and if you're some kind of sneaky viral native advertising campaign.
Well, they may be ready to debut chicken fingers, and they're looking to see where they might place on your ranking.
Yeah, there you go. This is like a demo thing here. Market research. Let's see. Brady Taylor says, when do you guys expect SN5 to get to the test site? Do we have any indications of that based on road closures and whatnot, Chris? I forget.
So we know that they have daily road closures scheduled for today, tomorrow, and Wednesday. So it is possible, and this is why we're saying like some of the pressure testing sequences of this that we're looking at right now aren't entirely known, right? So they could be pressurizing to failure right now, at which point testing done on this article because it won't exist, right, as a usable article after a pressurized to failure. But this also might be day one in a multi-day, test sequence for this article. So we don't know, but we do know there are road closures daily out through Wednesday. So if this one pressurizes to failure and pops today, possible that SN5 could be hauled out to the pad tomorrow or Wednesday, and that's what they would use the road closures for.
Your comments about the multi-day testing or the potential that this could be a multi-day test process just makes me think for a moment. If you're SpaceX, what kind of data are you wanting to gather? Are you wanting to just figure out when this thing pops immediately and go from there, and that's the data you want? Or is it more like I think Elon called it a loss leader for Falcon 9, whichever Falcon 9 has the most flights on it is kind of it's like the test Falcon 9, basically, the one that they can push the boundaries with and see, what are our limits. So I'm wondering, maybe if it's a multi-day type of thing, maybe they just want to see what kind of stress they can put on it repeatedly, how many cycles it can go through, or how many times it can be basically pressurized, unpressurized, and like I said earlier, the bending of the paperclip. How many times can they bend this thing's metaphorical paperclip and see, oh, we can nominally expect a Starship to go through X number of tanking cycles before we need to inspect the welds or what have you. And
exactly,
or is that the sort of thing that that's a test they would do further down the line when welding is more solidified and their processes and techniques are more solidified and they're using the full-on 30X alloy. I don't know, but it's part of the fun is that we don't know exactly what their testing procedures and purposes and goals are each time. And it's up to us to kind of just speculate. I mean, as I'm talking right now, it could go pop. And how fun would that be if it just went pop, as I said pop? But yeah, so basically just sitting and waiting and watching. Let's see. Have they begun installing the flaps that arrived last week on SN5 or 6? Anton asks. I don't think we've seen that happen yet, but Mary, I'll have to ask Mary in our Discord if she can't hear me right now. I'll start typing that out.
At least in the last video I saw, I don't believe they were on either of them yet. And it's worth noting that we don't believe they're going on SN5 because or at least at first, because SN5 now is sort of taking over the role that SN4 had of primarily doing the 150 meter hop and validating that element of it. Now it's entirely possible they might choose to do a subsequent hop or a subsequent low altitude test flight with SN5, at which point it might need it. But I think at this point we're really thinking SN6 for the 20-kilometer hop is the one that needs the canards and the flaps and the aero surfaces and all of that. So yeah, that's a good question, but that's where we think we stand on that. But we'll check to make sure or see if Mary can see if they are being installed on any particular one that's there. And before we keep going, I just wanted to say, Lutz Grouse, thanks so much for the membership upgrade to Launch Director. Thank you so much for that.
Oh, wow.
For that support. It's very much appreciated. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I want to come up with a different way to say this. I really do, because I don't want the repetition to come across as inauthentic. Sincerely, thank you, everybody that is watching right now, everybody that super chats, everybody that asks questions, all of our members. You guys make this possible. You really do. You fuel us, your enthusiasm, your excitement, and also your dollars. Really, really fuel us. It's like a feedback loop. It is a feedback loop. And thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Like I said, I got to come up with a better way to express that emotion and that feeling and that gratitude, because I do not want our repeated thanks to come across as inauthentic or as you know, I don't have a way to express it. I'm just so thankful. Thank you guys for helping us do what we do, because this is awesome. And I think all 2,500 of you watching right now would agree this is awesome. Let's see, NASA spaceflight.
It really is, and I agree with you there, Jack. The thing sounds repetitive, but we don't mean it to be repetitive, right? This is really appreciated, and is how we bring you all of this stuff. So thank you. It really does make a difference.
Yep. Owen Sparks asks, do you think Falcon 9 flights taking place without a static fire will become normal? I think we talked about this a little bit on NSF Live. Not we, because I wasn't on NSF Live yesterday, but I think this has been discussed a little bit. So I'll just rehash not my own thoughts, but your guys' thoughts in my own voice. And that is, I think Falcon 9 flights without a static fire could become normal for non-crew flights. And then for crew flights, I think it's probably a safe bet that we continue to see static fires, but I really don't know. Honestly, it could be the case that static fires become a thing of the past, because if you think about it, there's already a hold down once all the engines are up and running. So the Falcon 9 ignition process sort of has a static fire in a way built into it. So if they're confident enough with their processes and vehicles and hardware at this point, maybe they will move into a situation where they can just sort of accomplish that same milestone right before releasing the vehicle from the pad. But yeah, I don't know. I tend to think with crew vehicles and crew flights, they'll be super, super conservative in every possible way. I mean, I'm talking new vehicles, static fire, the whole 9 yards until we get to that first private mission, in which case we might see a reused Dragon, and something tells me it'll be a reused Dragon on a new Falcon 9, but I don't know that. It could very easily be I shouldn't say very easily, because I'm sure there's been an insane amount of work in both SpaceX and NASA to get reused vehicles working. But yeah, in theory, yeah, that's what I think. Go for it, Chris.
I was just going to say that the last part there actually isn't in theory. This was something that admittedly kind of got lost because it hit right before a Starlink launch. But we found the FCC documents and everything about, beginning on the second regular crew rotation flight. That's when SpaceX can begin reusing Dragon capsules and boosters for crew flights.
Yeah, and Gwen Shotwell has said as much on the AV Week podcast. She said that she expects the first commercial mission to be the movie mission, and after planned crew mission 2 and before planned crew mission 3. So
yeah, so there we go.
Lines up.
Yeah, and I mean, if you just step back for a second and think like how nervous NASA was about using boosters that had already flown once on, very low, very low deleterious effect reentries, right, from low Earth orbit missions instead of geosynchronous missions. How nervous they were about that for cargo flights.
Yep, just cargo.
Yeah, and now they're like, yeah, okay, like third one carrying people, just go ahead and reuse the capsule. Go ahead and reuse the booster, and that voice and tone is for emphasis, but it really does, it underscores how quickly NASA came to that decision, especially given the fact that the Crew Dragon capsules were always designed to be reused. And then there was that friction that happened between SpaceX and NASA, and SpaceX was like, all right, well then all the crew ones will be new and we'll just shuffle them down into the cargo ones, for NASA. And then how just quickly that decision got reversed again. It's incredible.
Yeah, and it makes me wonder, to that point, I think I've speculated previously on other streams here, that the first Crew Dragon capsule to be reused for crew would be the one that's currently attached to the ISS right now, Endeavour.
Right.
But a thought occurs. Wasn't there a capsule that they already launched for IFA?
Oh, funny you should ask. Yes, there is.
Yeah, something tells me
But
that it might not even be. This occurred to me after my rampant speculation about it being the DM2 capsule Endeavour for the first, for the movie mission or for whatever the first commercial mission ends up being. But it occurred to me later on. I was like, oh wait, there's 2 other capsules that might be
yes.
viable, but we don't know if they are, but they might be.
Well, and now, and yes, okay. So here's the answer to that, because we actually asked this at someone in the media asked this question at either the post in-flight abort news conference or the CRS or one of the CRS 20 news conferences.
Oh, no kidding.
Yes, about the status of that Dragon and if you could reuse a Dragon capsule if it had gone through an in-flight abort. And the answer, I believe it was Hans, and I believe the answer was they weren't quite sure. And that was the question that they really were interested in getting the answer to when they got the in-flight abort capsule back.
Oh, that's cool. That's super
Was how
cool.
much stress would that actually put on the pressure hull as those engines are firing at max Q, right, to pull it away?
Yeah, well, I mean, it was a pretty benign regime, if I remember correctly. I mean, I think they said afterwards at the press conference that the capsule never experienced more than like 2.5 Gs or something. Like it seemed really, really chill as an in-flight
It was
abort.
low. I think it was 4 something.
Okay, yeah, maybe
or
I'm
3 something. It was shockingly low. I was with you on that because I remember the answer and being like, Lord, a Soyuz goes through 8. Like,
yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's exactly what I thought in my head.
Yeah.
I was thinking like that's way less than 8.
Yeah. But they have since not given the public answer as to what that investigation showed as when they pulled the capsule apart. But that it is a potential for reuse as well. Yes, because it was technically built to be a fully fledged human carrying vessel because that was originally the Dragon that was going to do demo 2.
Yep, and then because they had that mishap, they moved it forward. So it's a legit full-on crew Dragon.
Yeah, and what's absolutely great about it too is like that crew Dragon that did in-flight abort did a hold down full duration static firing of the Super Dracos, and then they turned it around in a couple of months and and put it on top of the Falcon 9,
Yep.
and launched it on the in-flight abort mission. So they already proved that they can turn the capsule around and at least reuse the basic shell after the Super Dracos fire. The question was, how would the flight regime affect that?
Yeah.
And yeah, we'll see, but it's incredible.
Let's see. Fast slot. Oh no, I've been putting. I'm so dumb. I've been putting instead of putting questions and comments in the question queue, I've just been showing them on screen this whole time, and random stuff has been flashing on the. Oh, I'm so dumb. Okay, well, Fast Sloth 87 says Crew 1 is a brand new capsule, right? Yeah, it's a brand new capsule. Hang on, let me try and find some of these other things that people were asking.
And sorry, I'll stick with the Crew 1 while you find the other ones. But Crew 1's capsule is nearing completion as well. So it is nearly ready and is not a huge long pull. Oh my gosh, the next capsule isn't ready. So when they're ready to bring Bob and Doug back, this is the progress of capsule for Crew 1 is part of that decision point of when to bring Bob and Doug back. Either leave them there for the full 4 months or bring them home a little early because Crew 1 can actually support an earlier launch of a 6-month long duration crew.
And I'm not back, by the way. It looks like everything was fine while I was gone, so that's good.
Yep.
Yes, the tank is still there, yes.
Okay. Liftoff asks, wasn't the IFA Dragon meant to do a short flight for DM2, and DM2 now uses the original Crew 1 capsule with the original DM2 trunk? Yes, that's, I believe, how that shuffle all worked out.
Yes, yes. which explains why the solar cells on the trunk are not rated for a 6-month mission, because the trunk was for DM2, which was supposed to be a 2-week flight. So the fact that they can last 4 months,
2-week flight,
pretty good.
It was supposed to be a 2-week flight.
Demo 2 was a 2-week test flight.
Yeah, they're about to do a spacewalk.
In July, yeah, at the end of June and beginning of July, after having been at the station for a month. Yeah.
My, how the tables have turned.
Is that getting really frosty on the top, or is that
super frosty?
Reflection?
No, I think that's frost.
Okay.
I mean, I'm guessing frost. I think people in chat are saying frost, so I'm gonna go with frost.
If it's getting frosty up there, they're pressing this thing.
Yeah, that's exciting.
They're really pressing this thing. Yeah, I wonder if this might be the pressurized failure, because they have maintained pressure in that tank for a long time. And the load in there, so that makes me question if this might actually be pressed to failure.
All right. Okay. So let's have a little fun here. Wait, I have to think how to do this. I'm gonna type.
I can tell
Discord.
You're really excited about this though, so I can't wait to see what your
I want to do like some kind of like in the same way that you like guess what number I'm thinking of, 1 between 100, and the winner gets a cookie. Like, okay,
oh,
so
what time on the clock will it pop?
Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
We've got a clock on screen. What time on the clock do you think it'll pop? I don't know that there's any way that we can award the winner anything, or even keep track of who has said what. But feel free to throw your guess in chat if you think it's going to pop. What time you think it's going to pop at? Testing window closes at what, 6 p.m. Central?
Did they push it back an hour?
No, I don't know. I just don't. Okay, 5. I didn't know what it was.
Okay, gotcha.
Okay, so between 1:26 and 5 p.m. Central, make your guess. If you think, oh yeah, chat's going crazy with times. What have I done? But no, this is fun. This is exciting, and maybe I'll send a print of Starhopper to the winner or something.
There you go. What if there are multiple winners?
Then
like
they'll
3
send
people
multiple
in a row
prints.
just said 147.
Then I'll send multiple prints, unless it's like 20, in which case I'll roll a d20 and make everybody pick a number off a d20. You know, there will be a further winnowing. I have plenty of dice.
Plenty of dice.
Aces Dawn says 4:20 p.m. Central. I think that's a hilarious guess. I kind of hope it's 4:20 now.
Elon's favorite number? No.
Yeah, Elon's just like, do it at 4:20. Do it.
Yeah, well, I had to give when the team was asking the day before Starlink, what time do we go live for the stream? I was like, 4:20 a.m. And that's legitimately not a joke, because it's an hour before lunch, and that's what we do for the Starlinks.
Oh yeah, I should be clear too. A lot of people are saying, and I appreciate all of you. A lot of members too are saying not gonna pop. A lot of people are saying no pop, not gonna pop, no pop. That's a valid answer to the question, and I guess that is the equivalent of $1. The Price is Right $1 answer.
Love it.
Which I also see David Miles in chat has said just says $1. No context. I love it. Yep. So this is what we do. If you're just if you're just joining us, this is the kind of shenanigans we engage in as we get slightly delirious after streaming for hours and hours at a time.
As we approach hour 4.
Yeah, exactly. Mike Lamp here says no pop. It's going to soda. I think it's going to Coke.
Oh God. Too good.
Moldy Space Industry says, I have enough dice that I can roll a d20 to decide which d20 to use. Dice game. I mean, that's a level.
That's awesome. I also love that came with a super chat too. Thank you, man.
Yeah, thanks, Moldy Space.
That is awesome. Moldy Space.
I tried to show that on screen. I might not have. I don't know. I
love the name Moldy.
I see Moldy Space all the time in chat. super chats and with contributing. I think Moldy Space is a member as well, so thank you so much, Moldy Space, for
Oh,
your
they are.
repeated
They've,
contributions.
yes, they've helped me with learning Kerbal Space Program scripts for KOS
Oh,
operating system.
oh,
Yeah,
awesome.
yeah, all through our Discord.
Cool.
Yes, and Don Terrellio, again, thanks so much for the 10 Swiss francs. And you say still not poppin'. So that's the answer.
Yep.
Oh, and
yeah.
Chris is saying we need a pop style landing bingo. Yes, that's what I was gonna say. Like, is there a behind the scenes way where people could go select a time in a window if we think it's a pressurization to failure? Like,
Yeah, it'd be funny too. Like, oh man, keep commenting in chat if you want to enter into this informal contest that we're doing here.
3.2 bananas is another
yeah, great. I love it.
there's a Futurama episode for that too.
So yeah, if you think you know when it's gonna pop, if it pops, if you don't think it's gonna pop, just say in chat what you think it's gonna happen. I'm gonna look for some more questions and stop goofing around. Yosef, hopefully it's Yosef and not Joseph. Torkelson, cool last name, says, I thought this was a super heavy tank. Why do we call it SN7? Because it is the seventh thing to roll off of this production line since they have switched the naming scheme. Yeah, so I like I was saying earlier, I kind of wish it had a different name, like Test Article 3 or something. But I'm nerdy and nobody likes my suggestions sometimes, so I'll just keep my mouth shut.
Well, I think another sorry, I got distracted by something on the screen there. Well, but do you think there's anything else there, Jack? Because sorry, that I got totally distracted by something on the other screen. I cannot remember the question you were answering for the life of me now.
They were asking why do we call this SN7?
Oh, yes. Yes, but there was a part of that. I thought this was a like a super heavy tank. Thank you. That jogged the memory. Well, it is. It's both a Starship and a super heavy booster tank, because the tanks, as we understand it, right, are going to be the same. It's a Methalox super heavy booster and a Methalox Starship upper stage, right? So all the designs you're seeing going into the tanks for the upper stage, the Starship, is exactly what we're then going to see them do for the Super Heavy, which theoretically means that Super Heavy's development should not take all that long comparatively, right? Because there's a lot that we're already learning right now, right? The things you can't test on a Super Heavy are going to be like how the thrust structure works down at the bottom with all of these Raptor engines and those things, right? But the basic overall tank structure and the pressurization systems are going to be as uniform as possible. So we both are and aren't seeing super heavy testing right now with this tank.
No, that's exactly correct. And if you think about it, it goes back to what I was saying earlier about the modularity, like the modular nature of how Starship could be. You know, you just throw on a ring segment with a crew compartment, or you throw on a ring segment with with the chomper fairing or what have you. So in a way, the whole entire system, the entire architecture of Starship and Super Heavy is also modular. And essentially, if you think about all of the tests that we've seen so far, they're not really building Starships really yet. I mean, I'll think the first Starship prototype, legit Starship prototype, if you want, in a way to think about it, would be the one with flaps on it. All of these are test tanks, and they might be test tanks that fly, but they're test tanks. And all of the information that they're getting from testing and building this type and set of tanks, they will be able to apply to both Starship and Super Heavy. And obviously, Super Heavy will have some differences that they will then have to test further. But the core module, the core nugget of this entire system, both Starship, Super Heavy, everything, crewed version, lunar version, chomper version, tanker version, all of it, it all revolves around the core set of tanks: a liquid oxygen tank, a liquid methane tank, and Raptors attached. And so everything that we've seen so far really isn't a Starship. It really isn't a Super Heavy. It's just a test tank with Raptors attached potentially
True.
they're trying to figure out this very basic. It's like the atom. This is the equivalent of the atom of the Starship system, and they have to make sure their electrons are in the right place and their neutrons are in the right place. And I'm drawing this out far too long for an analogy, but you get my point. This is the core nugget of the entire architecture. So whatever they're doing here, they're able to translate across the entire system. And like you said, hopefully when they get to Super Heavy, the amount of further testing and validation that they need to do is therefore extremely minimal. But they thought Falcon Heavy was going to be minimal, just strap 2 Falcon 9s on there. And we all know what happened there. It took way, way longer than I think they expected, and way longer than we expected. And it ended up being far more difficult than SpaceX thought it would be. So hopefully Super Heavy does not follow that trend and ends up being as easy as we hope it will be.
Agreed.
Let's see.
And Hippatures just wanted to say thanks for the super chat. We very much appreciate it. And to Head Space Monkey, thanks for the $5 super chat as well. And that came with a question. Are they testing the new internal rib configuration? Do we know?
I'm so sorry. Chat just keeps saying core chicken nugget, and I can't. What did you just ask me?
That's hilarious. I love it. Head Space Monkey was asking, are they testing the new internal rib configuration with this?
Oh, I don't know. In fact, it even has the external. It has external ribs, doesn't it? So probably not.
It does, yes.
Yeah. So I would guess no, but I honestly don't know.
Yeah, that's pretty much what I was going to say too. Yeah. And Clock District is it venting up top? Yes, we have seen it vent from up top all morning. So your eyes are not deceiving you there. It is that is a vent.
Yep.
From up top. Or
would you call that a vent, or is that just condensation coming off? I'm not sure if it's one or the other.
I don't know. Our angle is a little hard to tell there. I mean, earlier in the stream we'd been calling it a vent when we saw it
it's
happening.
definitely venting from the top.
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks, Michael.
Yeah.
It's like the omniscient voice of God chiming in to let us know what's right and wrong.
Right.
Now I'm like trying to think of more incorrect things to say so I can make him chime back in.
Marcus asks, can Starship go orbital without the booster? Technically, yes, it can reach orbit if it has no payload, but they're not going to do that because they want to be able to have the performance margin to carry payload and recover Starship.
Michael, would you say that Starship can achieve orbit without Super Heavy in the same way that Falcon 9 could achieve orbit theoretically without a payload?
Yeah, pretty much. That's probably a good analogy.
Cool deal. All right, Moldy Space Industries, thanks for the $2 super chat just to say Star Chicken Nuggets. Star Chicken Nuggets? Yeah, I guess it's chicken. But yeah, thanks for the super chat.
I have to say, Jack, when you were in your answer and you just totally paused for the stream of consciousness, this is taking a long time to get to the point. I started laughing before I could hit the mute button because I'm like, oh my gosh, are we similar in that way? Where like I'll get into an answer and I'll just be like, well, you've been talking for a long time, so time to shut up. Like,
oh yeah, I'll come up with an answer that's A to C, but instead of going A B C, I'll go like A Q R N F P T C. So yeah, it's I try to not get lost in the middle of my explanation and just forget where I'm going, but it happens sometimes, and it's just the way that it goes.
It happens, and sometimes, like, yeah, I just can't recover it, and I'll just say, well, that started off with a lot of promise.
It is what it is. Let's see if I can find some more questions. Bum bum bum.
That top dome is filling up fast now. I agree with JT in the chat there.
Yeah, it very clearly looks like the entire thing is frosting up, which is interesting given that little segment right before the dome starts doesn't appear to be frosting up, but there definitely appears to be the region above that frosting up. So
yeah,
interesting. I wonder if that's just because it's more like the metal there is more dense,
I think the
or why
bulkhead
that?
attaches lower down. I don't think
Oh,
there's
that makes
actually,
sense.
yeah.
That's what I was
So
going
there's
to
like
say. Is it the bulkhead? Yeah.
So there's like an exterior shell, and then inside the shell that we're looking at, there is a curved structure that is curving away from the exterior shell. That
Yeah. I've been trying to think of it as like it's wearing an exoskeleton, and we're seeing, but it's
yeah,
clear, so we're seeing through it. Yeah.
got it. That makes sense. Okay, yeah. Don Hurt in chat says the non. Oh, wait, no, maybe I got the name wrong. Somebody said in chat it's the non-frosty ring is just a skirt.
Yep.
So yeah, that makes sense. Oh, it's Fritz 46. Cool name, Fritz. It's got a kind of like a rhyming. It's got like a pattern to it. Fritz 46. Let's see, what else can we do for some questions here in chat? Chat, if you have any questions, throw it in there. Emmett Osborne asks, was the weight sim installed? No, I don't think if you're referring to the nose cube, the mass simulator, no, we'd be able to tell if that was on there, and no, it's just not on there. But I did answer your question, and I did get to say nose cube, so I call that a success.
There we go. There we go. Yeah, and if you do ask a question in chat, go ahead and tag at NASASpaceflight in it. It's easier for us when we're scrolling if we can see our name tagged in there to grab the questions. So please tag us in those questions. And I think I interrupted you right when you were starting to say something there.
I was just gonna make a joke. I was doing a joke one. Don't worry about me.
See, that's what always happens to me too. I start to make a joke, and then someone makes a valid point. It's like, oh.
Well, it's not so bad. Even worse than that is when you think of the joke like 20 minutes later.
Well, yes, it's something they built an entire Seinfeld episode around, and I could not relate more.
Oh man, I'll have to. I keep meaning to binge Seinfeld, and even one of my roommates will watch it on occasion. I don't know. I just never never got the hooks in me. I don't know why.
Oh man, it holds up well. Like we rewatched it earlier this year, and it remarkably held up well, except for the technology, of course. But okay, so I do see some more questions coming in here. JSet's asking, how full do the Falcon 9 tanks get before being compressed with helium? Well, I mean, it's a full load of, of liquid oxygen and liquid kerosene into those tanks. I mean, Jack, do we know how much margin is actually in there before they press with helium? Or Michael?
Sorry, we had a minor biscuit explosion. What was
a minor biscuit explosion? What did you say?
The biscuit tubes, when you open them up, they pop. Oh. It's a thing. Don't worry about it. What was
I know it is. Such a non sequitur, though. Okay. Oh, okay. Back to professionalism. The question is, how full do the Falcon 9 tanks get before they're pressed with helium? Do we know what the percentage margin is that they fill the tanks to before pressurizing them?
No, I don't. That's a really good question, and one I would love to know the answer to.
Same. Yeah. No, it's a great question. We'll see if we can get an answer to that. Yeah, don't know.
Headspace Monkey, thanks for the $5. Okay, as a follow-up for my previous question, check your video from June 10th, 8th minute, named SN7 test tank. Aren't those internal ribs new? Okay, you gave us a $5 super chat, so give me a moment. Michael and Chris, take it away. I'm gonna go dig up this video and take a look.
Okay, cool. So we'll keep running through some questions here too. Hang on 1 second for me. The screen jumped just a little on me.
And I am also looking at that video because now I'm curious.
Because now you're sure. I know. Yeah, it is. Astro6, thanks so much for the $10 super chat. Wanting to know, do we know if they will roll SN5 or SN6 out to the test pad and do pressure tests before we see aero hardware and the nose cone installed? A great question. So for SN5, we are expecting SN5 to look like SN4 because it's primarily taking over the role that SN4 was supposed to do, testing out the fueling and detanking processes, validating that those are going well, and then go perform the 150-meter hop. And we know that it does not need any aero control surfaces or nose cone installation in order to successfully perform that 150-meter hop, which is really to demonstrate how the Raptor can be throttled, how it can fine-tune control a vehicle of that size, reduce thrust for the landing, and for those new articulating and deployable landing legs from the inside to work. And for all that, you don't need the aero surfaces. We do expect that SN6, which is potentially the 20-kilometer test vehicle now, would need the nose cone, would need all the canards and all the aero surfaces as well. So we expect SN6 to get there. Whether or not they'll stack it all completely at the assembly yard and haul it out as in an integrated fashion, or if they'll haul out the propellant tanks, the silos, and then bring the nose cone out and crane it on top, then bring the canards out and attach them. That part of it we don't know, but we do expect that SN6 will be the first to have them. And sort of keeping in line with that, Ben Carter was asking, will SN5 do as many static fires as SN4 did, or will they move quicker to hops? It's a good question. You know, they got a lot of good data on the static fires, and I know they're going to want more data, especially with a new engine, like a new Raptor, since they lost the previous Raptor on SN4. That they're going to want static fire data from that particular engine. But you know, a lot of what SN4 was doing was the pathfinder testing for how the whole stacks, how the entire stack went through a static fire and a Raptor firing, how all the ground support equipment worked, the teams being able to practice tanking, firing the engine and detanking the vehicle. You know, there are all of these quick disconnects, right, that have to pull back at the moment of liftoff, and all of their valves and everything have to be closed. There's a whole bunch of testing that they could do with it. So it might be a bit of a toss-up as to whether or not we see as many static fires or maybe a little quicker to the hop, but I wouldn't expect if I were a betting man, I wouldn't expect a huge deviation. Like I would expect a couple to 3 static fires at minimum before committing to a flight, potentially at this point. What do you think, Michael? Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think that's probably fair to say. Headspace Monkeys, answer your question. I did go back and look. I think the internal ribs you were seeing were the guide ribs that they have to help them line up the Starship tanks when they weld them together. We have seen those with the previous Starships, so I don't think they're new.
Yeah, what I was going to say is that if you guys remember the what was it, the SN1 stacking video that I did with the crane audio, they refer to those little spikes sticking up from one section when they're stacking. They refer to those as lead-ins, like LEAD-IN. So I think they're basically like a guide, like a shim, to make sure that the 2 cylinders align properly. I've tagged Headspace. Is that what it was? Headspace. I've tagged Headspace in chat and asked them if that's what they were asking about, just to make double sure. But that was 8 minutes in on that video, and I just linked it. Chat, if you're wondering what we're talking about, I put the link in there. Basically, if you think about it, it's 2 extremely thin, like the diameter of the walls here. We're talking like the thickness of a dime or like a quarter, like, or not much more than that. Like, it's extremely thin stainless steel. 2 cylinders of it. I know Centaur is less than a dime, and I know we're not approaching.
There we go.
Centaur,
that's the one I'm thinking of. Thank you.
So that's what I'm basing it on. Yeah. Our brains operate similarly.
They do.
Okay, so basically,
ahead, yeah.
you need those lead-ins because you have 2 very thin, sort of hard to align cylinders. So you have those lead-ins. You can stack one cylinder onto the other, and it slides into the most appropriate position possible. And then you further go in there, and that's when you hear them using like the persuasion hammer, banging on the walls, getting everything lined up just right, and then they'll weld it together. So yeah.
Definitely. Per Vilner, thank you so much for the 50 Swedish krona. I'm happy you got an interaction with someone you admire. It's always nice when astronauts interact with our comments on online.
Also, Michael Collins is awesome. He's like one of
Yes.
my absolute favorite astronauts. I freaking love Michael Collins. So
100%. Very, very, well, okay, our colloquialisms are funny when they happen like this. A very down-to-earth person, pun not intended.
well, I just see a quick question, really easy, low-hanging fruit question here in chat. How many Starlink satellites can Starship carry? I think it was like 300, 400, something like that. I've seen estimates, but I don't think we really know.
Oh, I don't think they've. Yeah, I don't know if they've said how many a
Yeah,
Starship
I don't
can
think they've
throw up at
said.
one point. Yeah,
I've just
although
seen some random speculation.
yeah, no, that's coming sooner or later.
Robert Hudson, thank you for the $5 super chat. Robert asks, can SN7 possibly survive the max pressure that the GSE can produce? I mean, that wouldn't surprise me if the GSE isn't capable of producing that sort of pressure. Although I know nothing about GSE and what sorts of pressures it operates at. For all I know, pumping fuel rapidly into a tall rocket, which would entail the weight of the fuel, you're pushing down on the GSE, so you'd have to pump in high pressure. I don't know. Maybe GSE is at high pressure normally, but it would make sense to me if it could withstand everything that GSE could throw at it. But the way that they would get pressure to increase beyond that would be to not rely on the GSE, but rather just let the cryogenics in the tank, like basically pressurize itself, sort of like we were talking about earlier, liquid nitrogen or not dry ice in a water bottle, or liquid nitrogen in a water bottle, or any sort of cryogenic fluid in a pressure vessel.
Yeah.
It'll expand as it heats up, and that'll produce its own level of pressure. So if the GSE can't do it, that surely will, if they're even trying to get a pop. We don't know that they are.
Yeah, and one thing that I'm beginning to think here with how long this is taking and how long it has been pressurized and filled with this liquid nitrogen, I'm beginning to wonder if that's what they're doing, if they're letting this pressurize naturally from the boil off that's occurring inside, or at least part of the boil off that's occurring inside.
I see Kaz responding to Obal in chat saying Shotwell claimed 400, but it doesn't seem possible. I didn't know that was something from Shotwell, but from Gwen there, but maybe, yeah, multiple people saying Shotwell. So I guess Gwen at some point has commented that it would be 400.
That it would take 400 to orbit at a time. Oh man, and they're currently building what, like 7 or 8 a day or something like that?
It's insane. It's absolutely. I mean, it's unprecedented scale, and it's really cool to see. And I know the whole like Starlink is meant for rural areas, not meant for people in the city, and it's not meant to be your cell provider or replace your cell provider. But I'm nonetheless so excited for Starlink when it gets up and running. I mean, I go out in the middle of nowhere all the time. I would really welcome that extra connectivity, and then maybe they'll have something for more densely populated areas that we just don't even know about yet.
Well, but here's what they say that, I mean, that is its goal, right? That is the focus of it, right? To deliver reliable internet services to places where that has not been possible, right? Or just where governments haven't been interested in investing in that. But I think they've been pretty clear too but this is also open to everyone, like whether or not you're in New York City or Los Angeles or Daytona, right? Like if you want Starlink as your home internet, have at it. Just, when it's available in your area, we'll let you know. Which they kind of started doing, and I love that idea. I love the idea that in an area much like you, Jack, right, that's prone to a natural disaster, I love the idea of having a reliable means of communication that does not rely on the terrestrial ground network, which can be wiped out in hurricanes and earthquakes. I would still love to have that connectivity. I would love when I flee from a hurricane here, which, hope we don't have to do that again this year, because that's becoming a painfully annual tradition. But I would also
I don't
love
want to think
when
about
I have to
having to go to a hurricane shelter, and during a pandemic of all time. I mean, let's just not even go down that barrel of worm road.
Well, right, but like I would love when I evacuate, like when we go to family or we escape to the Carolinas somewhere. I can bring my internet with me wherever I
Yeah.
go. I love that idea. Yeah. Anyway, my head started saying you've been talking long enough and you should probably stop talking and give Jack
No,
a
no
chance
worries.
to say something.
I'm going through chat and getting some questions. Dominguez asks, "Is that DOS talking?" No, this is Jack Beyer, photographer, commentator for NASA Spaceflight, and you are also listening to Chris Gebhardt.
Hello. Yes, we should probably go round the horn. Michael, are you still here as well?
Yes, I am. I'm here.
Yes, so it is myself, Chris, and my colleagues, Jack and Michael, who you are hearing on air right now. And we are also here with Mary. Mary is with us on via text in our control center, and she is the one with our live streaming equipment. So much love to Mary out there in the heat of South Texas, bringing us all these amazing views and images as we continue through pressurization testing on Starship SN7 here.
Yeah, we had some good audio with her earlier, but unfortunately we're reverting to text right now. But we're going to work on that problem further. Hopefully we'll get that back up and running, if not later in the stream, but for future ones, because it's just so nice to be able to talk with her and have her input as well, because she's the one that's there, and she's the one that's, she's the boots on the ground, and she knows what's up. So we always like to hear from our steely-eyed missile lady. All right. Oh, chat saying big venting out of the top. Yeah, it looks like it's increased a bunch, so that's pretty cool. It is really frosted up on that top dome as well. It's just, and you got to think, it is what, in the 90s out there. It is super duper hot. It is a blazing Texas sun. You can see what it's doing to the outside environment. It is seriously just roasting the ground and causing the ground to then reflect all of that heat, which is causing all of that heat distortion, that wavy air that you're looking at. It's like something out of a Roadrunner and Coyote cartoon or something, like a Chuck Jones cartoon. Like, it's cartoonish amounts of heat haze, but that's what you're looking at. But it's
really
a testament to how much frost is on there, is how hot it is out there, and yet it's so frosty.
Jack, you got to go into our control center on Discord, because one of our members who posted our comment about the chicken nugget discussion is now getting targeted advertisements from KFC UK and Ireland for fried chicken recipes.
Dude. Oh no!
Oh, Google is always watching what we type, isn't it?
I try to be genuinely pretty savvy about that sort of thing, but I have now just realized the extent to which I have exposed myself to the advertising algorithm based on my comments on our live stream.
Your ranking of it? Yes.
Oh, geez. They know. Man, they know everything. Anyways.
Too good. Ace is done one. Thanks so much for the $5 super chat. And they say specifically, this is for the Mary Hydration Fund.
There we go.
So yeah. Yes, water for Mary, 100% there.
Burhan also says thank you for the great commentary. We appreciate the support.
Very much so. Now it does look like that the top is defrosting a little bit, and we did see a rather large vent. So again, remember we've been talking about, right? What are they testing here? Are they just holding pressure for a prolonged period of time? Are they potentially pressurizing to failure? That's one of the glorious things that we don't know. And there's also a 3-day test window. So, we're watching and learning a little bit about this process and how they're planning to do it.
Astro6, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. They ask, do we know if they will roll SN5 or SN6 out to the test pad and do pressure test before we see aero hardware and nose cone installed? That's a very good question.
Which we covered about 5 minutes ago.
Sorry. Did I zone out for that? Sorry.
I think it was when you were off looking at the other video.
Got it.
Yeah, we did that one.
Well, what do you think? I'm actually genuinely interested in the answer.
Well, we can repeat the question. The answer that I gave was basically SN5 doesn't need it for the 150-meter hop, but SN6 will need it for the 20-kilometer hop test and flight test, but whether they'll roll it out all integrated from the integration facility, or whether they'll take, the tanks out and then bring the nose cone out and crane it up and then bring the canards out and attach them. How
I
they'll
can
take
see
it all
them-
to the pad, we don't know, but SN6 will definitely need them for 20 kilometers.
Michael?
Hello? Who fell? Yes. Is
Somebody's
everyone
got a
okay?
mic. Yeah. Someone's
What
mic
happened?
just got active. There was just a loud brushing
Like-
sound. I didn't know if maybe somebody
Yeah.
was like about to make a point and maybe their mic got brushed, or maybe somebody logged in.
That
Anyways.
might have been me. I don't know.
Don't worry about it. Yeah, what I was gonna say is that I can totally see them putting all the hardware on SN6 that they would need to then attach to, rolling it out, doing the pressure test, and then just attaching the stuff on the pad once it passes pressure. That would make sense to me, at least. It would be easy to do. Put all the sockets on one side, and then all you got to do is put the ball in the socket, or so to speak, once it's on the pad and has passed its test.
No, 100%, and I think there's a good logic there too about hauling it out without some of the other stuff and making sure the tanks can withstand the pressure test first before risking the other hardware. So, yeah.
I feel like it would be less of a sail as they moved it across the road too, without the fins on there.
Probably, I'd assume.
Maybe, I don't know how hard it
Clearance
would be
factors
with
or
the
something
fins,
like
but,
that.
or just like it would be like a giant surface for the wind to blow on, but maybe it wouldn't be a big problem.
A giant wind catcher definitely would be.
And Ben
so-
Gavero, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. They ask, how close has Raptor gotten to its target thrust of 2? Is that meganewtons?
Indeed.
That's such a cool word, meganewtons. I don't know. Do you know? That is not something I keep track of.
It is not. I'm trying to go. I'm trying to go look it up. Michael, do we know?
I don't think SpaceX has said what thrust they are hitting with a Raptor right now.
Thank you. That's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
That we didn't have anything. Yeah.
Carl
thank you.
Furstenberg.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for your upgraded membership. That's awesome. And now you have access to Discord. So hop over on into Discord, say hi, look at the terrible ships that I'm making in Kerbal, and laugh at me. Because I don't know what I'm doing, and yet
Oh,
I
Jack.
have a space station that can hold 10 Kerbals, has 14,000 units of ore, has 20,000 units of Delta V, and can go anywhere. So don't at
But
me.
Jack, what did you forget to put on it last time you
a
launched
docking
it?
port. A docking port. And it costs 2 million Kerbucks. So yeah, hop on over into Discord and look at that monstrosity and tell me how terrible I am. And wow,
And
okay, we also
Headspace
got Headspace Monkey. Thank you for your membership. Welcome to PadRat. Thank you so much. Discord is Capcom and above, so you don't get to see my monstrosity, Headspace, but we appreciate your membership just the same. Can I post a screenshot into YouTube chat? Is that a thing?
I don't think you can.
No,
I think it's text only.
it's not.
I've never seen a photo.
Yeah,
in
it's
chat,
text only.
Thankfully.
Maybe I'll tweet a picture of the monstrosity later. I'm gonna mute myself really quick because there's a lawn guy outside with a leaf blower. So go for it, Chris.
Cool. So Tristan Zand is asking, they left cranes next to that tank. Isn't that a sign they expect it to fly through tests just fine? So you are correct. You see an excavator that, per the camera perspective, makes it look like they are right next to each other. I would venture that they're not. That excavator is far enough away that that should it have failed a pressure test today, they wouldn't have endangered equipment like that. So I think that's just a camera perspective trick here on that particular one. Batata 1002 is asking, what's the test pressure? It's a good question, Michael. Do we know?
No, I think it's going to be Well, most likely, we think the most likely outcome is a test failure, in which case the pressure is basically as high as it can go.
Gotcha. Oh, and we have word that the SpaceX drone is up and is heading toward the launch site. Okay, so the drone is up. They're either they want an aerial view of something that's coming, or they want an aerial view of something they can't quite see. And now it's coming back to the hangar. So, well, things change fast.
The person in the control booth that's watching us, the SpaceX employee that we joke is in a control booth somewhere watching us, has hit a button that said drone to give us something.
Confuse the media.
yeah, it's just a confuse the media button.
Yeah. All good. But anyway, no, I don't believe we know the exact pressure they were targeting for any of the test sequences today. And of course, they could be going to multiple different pressurization levels in that tank too. Another question here: what is the flare stack for? So, Jack, you love the flare stack, right?
Oh, I was muted. Of course, I love the flare stack. Flare stack is life.
So we have a question. What is the flare stack for?
To burn off excess methane, because methane is a cryogenic liquid. It has to, by law, be burnt off and not vented into the atmosphere, because it is a greenhouse gas, a much worse greenhouse gas than even carbon dioxide, carbon monoxide. So yeah, it has to be burnt off. So that is what the flare stack is for. Although we're not looking at a flare stack right now. There is not one. We are looking at a SN7 test tank being pressure tested. And it is basically a pathfinder article. They have used new manufacturing methods and the new type of steel on this, and that is what. Sorry, Carl Furstenberg in chat asks, I notice I can't see anything on the Discord. Historical, that is. Okay, I'll post in my a new screenshot of my monstrosity spaceship. I just completely lost my train of thought though. Yeah, no flare stack right now. But hopefully they'll put up a new one, because like we were speculating earlier, I think even if once they get the recondensing system in order, they'll probably have both the flare and the recondensing system, but that's just my complete speculation on my part. And Mary says in chat that the drone is back up and heading towards the launch site. Oh,
there we go.
Chris B says, okay, no one say anything. Blown down.
Oh, perfect timing. But that question about the flare stack actually leads to a question that Pink Mouse has, which is this liquid oxygen or methane tank, and is there a difference?
Yeah, I think there is a difference, but this is just a tank. I don't think there's a really satisfying answer to, is this a methane tank or an oxygen tank? I think it's just a tank, but I don't know that. It could very well be a simplified methane tank analog. I think the methane tank is the one that's up top, that's smaller than the lower down one. So I think if it would be anything, it would be closest to the methane tank, but I truly don't know. And I think it's really just better to think about it as just a pressure vessel.
There you go.
Because both liquids are at similar temperatures, right? Don't we know that already? So they don't really need to do two different tanks. They just need to do two different size tanks because of the different ratios of. Wow, is it venting a lot more?
It sure is. That was yeah.
Let me go back a little bit. It looks about the same. I'm not sure. Chat saying it's venting.
Really?
A lot.
That looks more pronounced. I know the wind could have shifted, but it just looks like it's.
Okay, yeah. So drone is in the air. Test tank is venting, and we are waiting to see what happens next. I mean, that is a pressure vessel full of an extremely cold but warming cryogenic liquid nitrogen.
Yeah. So Ace's Don was saying that he guesses they had to bring the drone back to do a battery swap. LOL.
It could be. I mean, very well could be. They have about a 20, 22, certain some of the newer ones, they have maybe up to a 30-minute. Those DJI drones will have like a 30-minute flight time, and that's if you're not
Yeah.
flying like a hot dog and the wind isn't going crazy that you have to fight against the wind a whole bunch. So, yeah, it could very easily been a battery swap. Good point. It's only if only the drones could hot swap like Rocket Lab's Electron.
I know. Oh man, you went right for the joke I was hoping you'd go for. Yes. Love it when that happens. And
Yeah,
then
it's funny too because they use the exact same type of battery. They both use lithium polymer batteries, which are extremely energy dense.
There you go. And Headspace Monkey, thanks for the $5 super chat again. Asking what steel is being used on SN7. It is the 304L steel.
Yep, it's a
that you
lower
are looking
carbon
at.
steel, I believe, is the difference. It has a lower carbon content, which makes, I think I've seen people say, welding cleaner. You get cleaner welds off of it. It might have better properties at cryo temperatures. But I'm repeating things that I think that I've read, so I could be incorrect.
Well, and we do know, right, that welding with steel, right, for these methane and oxygen tanks has been an issue before, right? Not, I mean, certainly when they were overcoming, but if you can get better and stronger welds, right, from a slightly different type of steel, go for it, and that's what they're testing now.
Yep.
Yeah.
And I'll just really quickly, I'll address there. Yeah, there's some heat distortion, just a little bit of heat distortion in the frame right now. The camera is focused. We have tried manual focus. We occasionally get some people in chat, some armchair quarterbacks, and we appreciate your input. We really do. We probably haven't been in watching the whole time, and so you probably haven't hear us address it already. So, but yeah, we've tried addressing the focus. It's just heat haze. At a certain point, physics are unavoidable, and there's a large amount. There's over a mile of ground in between the camera and the vehicle, and it's just heat haze. It's just all you can do. So, camera is focused. We assure you. Yeah, it's just heat haze. Let's see what else we got here.
Yeah, and I mean, if you've ever, I mean, Jack, I know we were saying earlier, if you've ever been to a beach on a really hot day, or you're in the middle of the desert, like,
yep,
you know how hot that sand gets and how reflective it gets.
Yep.
And that's what we deal with here at Boca Chica. You know, some days are certainly better than others, and you know, some days wind flow and other atmospheric patterns can cause it to be less pronounced.
Yeah, when Tim and I were down there for Starhopper hops and whatnot, I distinctly remember certain days where there'd be less heat haze. We would be sitting there on the roof, just like, come on, please go today, or like, please go right now, right now, because the conditions are actually really nice. And then, you know, they would worsen, and we'd say, you know, scrub. That's just how it goes.
And inevitably, those would be the days that they would test, right? No.
Oh, I did want to, yeah, right, exactly. I wanted to quickly throw on I'll quickly as I can anyways, throw on a point. One thing I did hear you and Chris B talking about earlier was Starship point-to-point, and Chris B and his vision of somebody in a Tesla house with a solar roof, and then going in their car, their Tesla, to some sort of, you know, transport hub, and then taking the transportation to a Starship point-to-point, to a Mars launch pad, and then taking and it being all different, you know, related companies from Elon. That, I think that's really an interesting vision. And the reason I bring that up is because I don't know how to say it. VLF0LH41 in chat, when we were talking about Starlink earlier, it says Starlink receiver in every Tesla, and it's like, yeah, maybe the Tesla in that scenario is self-driving, and in part that data for that self-driving comes from Starlink. And oh, by the way, when they get to Mars, they're going to live in potentially boring company tunnels, you know, to avoid the radiation environment of the surface. And then, you know, you could take that vision that Chris has and just keep rolling it further and further. Oh, and does Mars have a communication network? No, but I bet you could get one up and running with a couple hundred Starlinks. So then, even, you know, it's fascinating the extent to which all of the building blocks are being manufactured for this level of progress that we're all hoping for. But it's not even just all from SpaceX. It's across the board from all of Elon's companies, and it's pretty nifty that he's able to get the research and development for all the different necessary technologies for a Mars colony to not have to take place under the umbrella of SpaceX, because it's very obviously like dominoes. It's it's A to B to C to D, and Starlink and Starship and SpaceX are just one part of that, and you can easily see how each of the other companies slots in, and that's pretty nifty. Anyways, good question there, Wolf, which is how I'm going to say your name rather than
Wolf.
yeah, Wolf. Let's just go with that.
And we've got and we've got a couple of super chats here that I wanted to get through.
Go for it.
Yeah. So Quincipia, thanks so much for the $5 there, and that came with a message that said, "Thank you, Mary. You're one of my personal heroes. Question for the whole crew: what are your passions, career, hobby, or otherwise besides rocketry?" Come on, start us off, Jack, or do you want me to start us off? It was for everyone, actually.
Go for it.
Yeah. So my I'm like my passion or hobby outside of rocketry and reporting is writing about world affairs, and things that can, that platforms, larger platforms with large followers can be, how they can be used to, help people understand what's going on in other parts of the world that we don't normally hear about. So that's a huge passion for me outside of the rocketry world.
Nice.
Yeah.
Chat saying drone on the left now. I don't see it, but I'll take their word for it.
I don't see it either. No.
I really want to know Mary's answer to this question. I know we don't have good audio with her right now, but I'm very curious what her answer is to what her other passions, hobbies, and whatnot are, because I'm sure she's got many, and I'm very curious. If you want to throw that in there, throw it in Control Center or something. I will just briefly say that if you're curious what I'm into besides SpaceX and Starship, I just threw a link to my Instagram in chat. Shameless plug. On Instagram, I am Neon Heat Disease, and that'll give you a really good feel of what it is that I do. It's basically aircraft, the desert, any kind of isolated area, any kind of industrial thing, any kind of flying thing or space thing. I just like to explore our planet and bring things to people that they might not otherwise see. So that's what I like to do. But Mary, let's see if we can get an answer from her in Control Center about what she likes, what she's into.
Yeah.
That's a good question, because it's cool that everyone here is joining us for hours on end and watching along with us and palling around as we joke around in the chat. So you might as well know who you're talking to or who you're listening to. And then Michael, while we're waiting potential answer from Mary, I don't know, what are you? I know you're a software developer, right? That's something that's in your wheelhouse. What else you got?
Yeah, I mostly
Michael?
just do software development, which right now is mostly about space-related activities. So I pretty much do everything space-related right now. I know it's maybe not as diverse as it should be, but that's the way it is.
I mean, you don't have to. If this is your passion, that's your passion. I'm kind of all over the place, which is also fine. Everyone can do their own thing, and we don't have to be exclusive of anybody. Wow, is it just me, or is that frost line really far up that tank at this point?
It looks like it's climbing. Yeah.
I mean, that thing is one fueled tank, for lack of a better descriptor.
Well,
that is one cold
sure.
boy.
There's one full tank. That's awesome.
Headspace Monkey, thanks for the new membership. And what is it? Unordinary Programmer, thank you for the super chat. They say, what is it? Oh no, I lost it. Guys, I'm a bit late to the stream, but I still follow it. Thank you for all the hard work and footage provided. Best regards from Croatia. Well, thank you, Unordinary
so those
Programmer.
are a Croatian krona.
Oh, cool. Thank you so much.
Kuna, yeah.
We really appreciate your support.
And some
And
other space breaking news, if for those of you who are interested, Rocket Lab has announced the launch time for their next mission. It will be the fastest turnaround of Electron missions back to back to date, with the mission Pix or It Didn't Happen launching from Launch Complex 1 on the Mahia Peninsula on the
that's
3rd
the
of
best.
July.
What a
Pix or
great
It Didn't
name.
Happen. I've been
What a great
waiting for
name.
that name. Yes.
That's amazing. That's seriously amazing. Yeah, I didn't quite follow the whole back and forth. I think there was some back and forth with Peter Beck, their CEO, on Twitter yesterday, where he was teasing their upcoming rapid cadence. And clearly, the Rocket Lab steamroller is about to be in full effect. So beware all other small sat launchers, because that steamroller's coming.
Right. Right. Oh my goodness. Yeah. I got to tweet that out. So Jack, take over for a second for me.
Yeah, by all means. And we got an answer from Mary what her and career and whatnot other besides rocketry. And Mary says family, camping, fishing, travel, and she loves to be outdoors, which is really good because she's outdoors a lot for these tests. Yeah, I would say that that's pretty much a large overlap with what I like to do. Just replace fishing with aircraft spotting. That's my favorite form of fishing besides starship fishing. Yeah, I mean, being outdoors, seeing this planet, getting some nature in your face, there's really nothing better than that. Let's see. Astro6, thanks for the super chat. Say this is a test tank half full kind of crowd. I don't know. I've always I always thought of myself. No, you're good. You had the reaction that I had privately to myself, so somebody vocalized it, which is good. Yeah, that's I've always considered myself personally to be a pessimist, but I have had a friend of mine say that I'm the most optimistic pessimist that they know, which I then took note of, loved, and repeated ad nauseum. But yeah, I don't know. I guess we're all kind of optimistic. If you're not optimistic, it's just kind of a bummer, right? Even if you're real about your optimism and you know that your optimism is probably hopeless, at least you're trying. Let's see, Plush Vader, new member. Thank you so much for
Nice.
becoming the launch director. That's super awesome. And which reminds me, I told somebody I would throw the screenshot of my monstrosity into our Discord. So let me do that really quick as I narrate what I'm doing to fill dead air, and it's there. Oh, this is a new one too, Chris. You haven't seen this one. It got bigger. That's how I solved the docking port problem.
No.
It got bigger. I
No.
launched another segment to it and with docking ports on it, and then I docked that to the docking ports that Kerbal didn't register as
Oh my
docking.
God.
Yeah, it's a whole thing. That was fun, but mission
Jack,
success. So
no. This
let's
looks
see.
like something
Headspace.
out of this looks like what the shuttle docked to in the movie Armageddon.
It's a lot of different things all kind of jammed together, but it works.
Well,
I have so many mods and so many parts packs. It's like it's got near future electric engines on it. It's got near future construction capsules and who knows what else. I just kind of bodged it together. Hey, I got to use the word bodge. I love that word. Hopefully Crispy won't reprimand me and it's like secretly a really bad one. Headspace Monkey says, hey guys, can you remind us when Starlink will be actually available, beta testing included, to public in North America? I'm sorry, I think the unfortunate answer to that is we don't know. I think they're in beta right now, but we don't know when specifically it's going to be available to the public, do we?
Correct. However, you can go to Starlink's main website and portal, and there is now a live way where you can put in your email and your zip code, and they will email you when service becomes available for either beta or regular service in your area.
Yeah.
So you can go sign up for that, but that's really how we're going to know. And remember, service, even beta, will start in the northern latitudes, so Canada, right, and the northern tier contiguous states in the United States, and then it will gradually work its way down. And right now, I believe it's only Canada and the US where they're allowed to operate and they're still working with Europe or something like that. So just bear that in mind for all of that.
Let's see what else we got here. Bum, bum, bum. Goalie Bear a while back asked, what is the word on Mark II? And also, what is with them putting up tents back there? Oh, wow. I was not aware that so they're asking about the Florida site. Before, if you're not familiar, currently the naming scheme that we're on for these vehicles is serial number X, X being a number integer. Hopefully is number integer redundant? I'm not good at math. Anyways, ATM machine.
It sounded good.
Yeah, at a certain point, previously they had named them Mark with a number integer or whatever instead of serial number, and so Mark II is a vehicle that was being built back in Florida before they ceased or seemingly ceased operations there. So they're asking, what's the word on that? I had no idea they were putting tents back up at the Florida location, so that's news to me. That's super duper cool. Hopefully, maybe we can get Julia or somebody out there.
Sorry, did I just see ice fall off that?
Oh, I don't know. Let me rewind. Also, I see a lot of people in chat saying that they think the frost is still creeping up, which I agree. It looks like it's almost very, very tip top now. So they're still loading it. It's still frosting up. I mean, we are fully into the throes of testing here, which hopefully is a phrase.
I like it.
Yeah, that looks like ice. Cool.
Right?
Yeah, which is just really crazy to think about, again, how hot it is out there and yet how much ice is forming on the side of this thing. I mean, it is super duper extra cold, which is a technical term. I don't know. It's very complicated. I'll explain it to you later. Super duper extra.
One might say densified.
Oh, there you go. Let's see. Bum, bum, bum. Jared Herbert asks, how does the pressure increase when the tanks are full? Well, it's a cryogenic liquid, and as it warms up, I mean, so this is like what, physics stuff? There is no such thing as what? There's no such thing as, is it cold? There's only the absence of heat. Is that how that works? So when there's cold, heat flows towards it naturally because entropy or something. I don't know. It's something like that. Please correct me or stop me if I'm wrong. But basically that means that ambient heat from the outside, which is basically just energy from the outside air, will transfer into the cryogenic liquid, so it won't stay cryogenic forever. So it warms up, so it turns from a liquid into a gas, which means pressure increases.
Correct, because we can't vent it out. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Which they're still. I mean, it's interesting to me that there's still, whatever it is, gaseous nitrogen coming out of the top there. I mean, perhaps the whole tank up to where it's frosty is full of liquid, and that top little portion is just gas boiling off constantly, which they are venting as they slowly fill the remainder of the space with liquid. And I would love to see like a cross section of what we're looking at right now and know, Brendan Gleason with the €5 chat says, don't blow up, don't blow up, don't blow up. Well, if we want to get pedantic, we can say you don't have to worry about that because it's not going to blow up because there's nothing to combust. It will pop. It won't blow up. But point taken. We hope. Well, I guess with this, we don't even hope that it doesn't pop. If it pops, it's not a big deal. We don't have to be sad about it. We don't even have to be scared for Mary. We can just know that they got some data. So honestly, pop. I don't care. It'll be interesting if it pops.
Well,
I guess the only
it will,
scenario,
and that could be what they're hoping for. Honestly,
the only scenario we would want it to not pop is if it was like, not under maximum load. If it was just sitting there and popped, I guess that would be bad. But yeah, you get my meaning.
What? Like it just passes out from the southern heat and humidity.
Yeah.
Like, oh,
yeah, like it's like a spontaneous pop.
I mean, don't get me wrong. It's as a born and raised Floridian who hates heat and humidity. Like, I get it. Sometimes it does just make you want to pass out.
Oh, it does, and can. I mean, I
Right.
was in
And
drumline in
can,
high
yeah,
school,
it
and
really
we
can.
practiced in the school parking lot, and that means marching around in the school parking lot in a uniform, heavy drum, which means heat stroke. Woo!
Mm-hmm. Oh yes.
Let's see if I can find some more. Man, that really looks like there is just no more
It looks like
area
it's
for
right up to the top, right?
yeah, it's basically completely frosted up, which is super awesome. I mean, we are witnessing a test of a Starship test tank, and it is. I'm just I'm wondering, in mission control, whatever control center they have for this, they're just all sitting around their computers like poring over the data. It's got to be exciting for them, just in the same way that it's exciting for us. Probably more so since they know more what's going on. In the same way that I think Tim, Everyday Astronaut, asked Elon recently on Twitter to put up a video like they did the How Not to Land Falcon 9. Tim asked Elon to do how not
Yes.
to build a full flow stage combustion engine, which I think is a really great idea. That's an awesome video to see a whole bunch of Raptors blowing up and firing. I mean, any more Raptor footage is more better, because I just want to see as much of
Is
that
more,
engine as I
yeah, I
can.
agree.
What I also would like, if I can throw my wish out into the universe, would be how not to build a Starship tank, or how not to build a Starship and get, all of the really ungodly cool footage from Starhopper and from the drone and everything that they surely have of all of these tests. Because I bet their views are are pretty crazy, and I would love to see what they can derive.
Indeed, indeed, and Jake Sylvester here with a good question. Did they strap it down, expecting it might pop at some stage? So what you're seeing there aren't strap downs or anything like that. It's the sort of exoskeleton it rolled out in. I mean, that's the best way I found to kind of describe it. But no, they didn't strap it down thinking it might, because they thought it might pop. It's anchored down in there for the testing that they wanted to do. And one thing that we think they might be aiming for is a pressurization to failure. So, it will pop at some point, and something will likely go flying. But it's not strapped down per se. I guess, right, Jack? Or do you have a totally different read on that? Because I more think it's like anchored to the test stand as opposed to
I
strap
want to
down
say
in case it
I
pops,
have a
but maybe
joke.
that's the same thing. Yeah.
I have a joke, but that I'm not going to make. I'm just going to say that there's a joke that I'm not going to make. I don't know what the blue straps are for, honestly.
Yeah. Um,
I mean, I presume that's to hold it down in case of I don't know, wind, or I don't necessarily think it's for, like, in case it goes pop. But
right, because you have
I
no
have
way
no
of
clue.
knowing what seam, what weld, what place is going to give way, you
Yeah,
know. Um,
I mean, it would prevent the bulkhead from going 100 feet in the air.
do you think that's a potential outcome if it wasn't there?
I don't know, but it happened with Mark 1.
Yeah, but Mark 1 was so much larger.
But presumably this is going to be under higher pressure.
Okay, that's fair. My other counterpoint would be that, what is it? Liquid isn't compressible, right? Or at least not as much as a gas, which is very compressible. And if there's not that much space between the top of the liquid and the top of the tank, then is there a lot of energy that it can impart to the top of the tank? Versus if it was a larger tank and there was a lot of gas in that region that could then, I don't know. I'm completely making up physics in my head at this point. I'm gonna stop.
well, I think the larger question just becomes, because I do see someone in chat saying like there are literal straps. Like I get that. So I guess my point is, are we asking, are they trying to hold the whole thing down, like in case the tank pops? Like I would imagine, yeah, you'd want that test stand itself to stay in the
Liftoff
ground,
in
but
chat says straps could be sensors. There could be some kind of load cell on those straps, and they could be
yeah,
using that to return data. That's a very valid point that I hadn't thought of.
yeah. I guess the overall answer to the question is we don't know. I wouldn't think that the tie down straps would be to keep the tank from going somewhere when it pops, just because you wouldn't know what weld is going to give way. I mean, and you've got shrapnel, I mean, when things burst, so like tie down straps aren't going to keep everything from going everywhere, but I would agree that you wouldn't want your test stand going somewhere. Yeah.
Anybody else want a milkshake?
Are we trying to get off the chicken nugget thing now?
No. Somebody in the chat already went back to chicken. I'm just thinking
They
milkshake
did, yeah.
or like a Frosty or something. Like I'm wanting ice cream at this point.
Oh, from what it looks like, yes. And Mike Lamb.
And thus we have provided more data for the algorithm.
There we go. Mike Lamphere with a $5 super chat. Thank you for making my work far more enjoyable. Great commentary on your streams. Thank you so much. We greatly appreciate the support there. Likewise, Dog Cruise, $2 super chat. Have the straps been tested at cryotemps? I don't recall straps before. Do any of you?
I read that more as a cheeky question.
It
than a
is.
real question.
I think
It is, but I'm gonna choose to answer it anyway.
I believe SN2 had straps, if I'm not mistaken. That was the other one that was a small prototype.
There we go. And then Headspace Monkey with $5 super chat saying, this is one long test. Any bets on new pressure record tweet from Elon? Do you think they'd be headed for a pressure record?
I feel like he was pretty verbose after some of the tests, some of the earlier ones. And I feel like maybe it's just my confirmation bias. I feel like he's been a little bit tighter-lipped, but maybe that's just because SN4 blew up, and that's not quite so fun to talk about. So yeah, hopefully we do get a tweet after today's test, letting us know what's going on, because it's always a great way to either confirm or dispel our speculation. And sometimes we're right, and that's always fun. And sometimes we're wildly incorrect, which is also fun.
Which is also fun, I know. Just awesome for this. And John Huntington with $5 super chat as well, saying, thank you for all of these streams, especially to Mary. And agree, huge thank you from our end to Mary out there in the South Texas heat, bringing us these images and this live stream from Boca Chica. And this is again for those of you who are cycled in or cycled out and come back, we are still looking live at Starship SN7, undergoing a pressurization test right now with liquid nitrogen. We have been gradually watching that frost build on the outside. It started by just turning a little bit white, and then that has progressed all the way up the tank. You can see frost and ice actually shaking off of it every once in a while. And again, we are waiting to see exactly what kind of a pressure test this is. This could be a pressurize and hold that pressure for as long as possible. How long can you maintain a stable pressure in the tank type test? Or it could be a pressurized to failure, where they will purposefully over pressurize the tank to the point where the welds fail to validate computer modeling as to what the computer said the fail point should be and what the actual welding proved out. So that is what we are waiting for. And the test window runs for another, so let's see, it's 2:37 in Boca Chica right now. So about another 2.5 hours, the test window extends. It extends until 5 p.m. Central Time, which is 6 p.m. or 1800 Eastern here in the US, which is 2000 hours UTC. So we still have a ways to go in what could be a continued series of pressure tests. This is at least the third one that has occurred since the window opened at 8 a.m. local time this morning. About oh boy, it's been what, 6.5 hours since the test window opened? Really?
Yeah, I'm in
Wow.
disbelief at this point because I'm looking at our YouTube stream and it says started streaming 5 hours ago.
Wow, I didn't think we'd been on there on air that long.
Poor Mary.
Mary is, yeah, I was just thinking the same thing. Mary is an absolute trooper. Let's ask her in Discord how she's doing.
Yeah, make sure she's got water and everything too. Because
I'm asking her that.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're in it for the long haul on this one. We got Matt Stum asking, is the drone still up?
Good
I'll
question.
ask Mary. Yeah, I'll poke her. She's typing. Cool.
She's typing back. Yep.
Yeah, and I see some people in chat commenting that they're worried about it popping. Honestly, if it pops, no big deal. I mean, it's not going to detonate. As long its detonation is a far worse outcome, especially an unexpected one. Rapid unscheduled detonation.
Right.
It's about as bad as it gets. It's like a worst case scenario. If this thing pops, not a big deal. They will have gotten some data. They will have learned whatever they wanted to learn, and they'll go on from there.
And of course,
Mary
popping
says
could be what they're
doing...
actually, headed for and what they're actually wanting to happen too. So
exactly, yeah. Mary in chat says she's doing okay. There's a nice breeze. Thank goodness for that breeze.
There we go. The breeze really does make all the difference.
Oh man, I was on a hike. What was it? Not yesterday, day before yesterday, and it was like next to a river. And periodically, if we hiked closer to the river, it just became like 10 degrees cooler because of the shade and the water and the breeze. And then we would like walk maybe 10, 20 feet away from the riverbank and kind of more on firmer ground where it was easier to, but it would be so much hotter. A little bit of breeze, a little bit of difference can make a lot of difference. And Ron Smith, one of our members or one of our mods in chat asking me if didn't I say it was going to detonate seconds before it did. I'm not quite sure how everything worked out, but yeah, I both speculated that it might be a GSE leak and that it might be
and that the hydrogen I believe your thing was like, well, if that's methane, the flare stack should ignite it. Bang. And it just went, and you just saw it backfeed right in, and it's like, okay.
Yeah, unfortunately that was incorrect. It was not the flare stack, and it was not methane. It was a methane liquid oxygen or methane oxygen mix, and it was detonated by a hot area near Raptor on Raptor. But yeah, that was one of those foot and mouth moments. I also, that was, I'll go down in history. Rocket history.
But I really admired the calmness of your reaction of, well, that's not normal.
I mean, what else can you do?
I mean, yeah. Very true.
Wow, it's really venting out of the top now.
Really, yeah.
It's significant venting coming out of the top. It's going almost seemingly straight up.
So I was just going back and watching one of our videos from a previous test of failure that they did with a smaller test tank, and it looked like they basically filled it up with liquid nitrogen all the way, and then they stopped venting and let it just self-pressurize. So I wonder if that's what they're going to do today.
Oh man, that's exactly what we were talking about, like a water bottle with dry ice in it. Oh my gosh.
And if they are letting
So-
it self-pressurize, that would explain why it's taking so long.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
what we would be looking for based on that would be the venting to stop, and then
Yeah,
it'll pop.
presumably once they filled it up all the way with liquid nitrogen, they would stop venting. But we don't know if they're going to do that exact same test today. But if they were to test the failure, that might be how they do it.
Awesome. That gets me really excited because it gives us a visual indicator of something to look for and wait to see happen. That's really neat. Good call, Michael. I'm gonna step away for a moment and grab a drink and nom some food really quick. The result of that mysterious biscuit explosion aforementioned.
Sounds good, man. Oh, sounds good. So yes, so potentially, like we were just talking about there, Michael, we are looking at a potential fill of the tank completely with liquid nitrogen, and then watching to see what that vent does, and if the vent closes like it did previously when they tested SN2 to failure. That would be our indicator that it's full and they are beginning to pressurize to failure. Yes, so we'll be looking for that. You can obviously see the top of it venting very happily and very nicely right now. So it doesn't appear that we would be getting close to that, but they are definitely doing a pressurization test on it right now. And yes,
I have to come back really quick just because you said it's venting happily. Are you familiar with the subreddit Real Life Doodles?
no.
It's basically people just add like arms and googly eyes onto real life objects and video, and like anthropomorphize it. We should start submitting our videos to Real Life Doodles because you can just throw some arms and some googly eyes on there and have it like look slightly disconcerted right before it pops, and then it popped, and then that'd be great. Great content. Anyways, bye.
It would no wait before you go.
What's up?
You have started something in chat that will need to be addressed when you come back. Just as fair warning. There is now a biscuit, meaning U.S. definition or UK definition.
US.
Yes. So for all of you listening from the United Kingdom, a biscuit in this case does not mean a like chocolate chip cookie, like like a cookie like that.
What is that called in what do they call a biscuit that's not
I don't know,
cookie?
Chris.
Is that a muffin or something, or a crumpet?
A crumpet. Oh God.
Yeah, I don't know. I really don't know. But yeah, I don't know if they have them over there, but here we have these tubes. It's like a pressurized tube of biscuit dough that you then unravel. You unravel the label, and it's like it looks like a cardboard tube full of biscuit dough.
There has got to be a video I can find on YouTube of a biscuit.
Please.
Yeah. Okay, biscuit tin exploding.
Yeah, so it pops. It just as it opens up, it pops, and it can be startling, and it can also be quite forceful. So yeah,
It'd be startling. I love it.
That's all that is. A tube of cookies. Okay, yeah, I don't know what they call. Is it? Yeah, I don't know what is a biscuit in the UK. Now I just want to know that. I'm gonna Google it. I'm supposed to be eating right now, taking a break.
Is this what we call? No, a scone is something different, right?
My girlfriend says they don't have them. Oh, that's what chat is saying. Sorry, my bad. Scone? Maybe it's a scone. Most like a scone. Chat is saying scone a lot. Yeah, isn't a scone sweet? Where's Chris B when you need him? I thought he was on.
I know. That's right. I'm like, come on, where are you? Oh, come on. Pillsbury biscuit. Come on. I'm still trying to find this video. All I can
Yeah,
find is
chat-
the myth. All I can find though is the MythBuster episode where they tried to figure out if the biscuit batter could come out of the tin at such force that someone could legitimately mistake it as a bullet and think that they got shot. Which should not be funny until you see the episode. But
Okay, I've got one. How to open
You've
a
got
biscuit can. The person is doing it with one hand and filming with their other hand, and they're clearly startled by the process.
Okay, can you throw that up in chat?
Yeah, that's in chat. If you don't know what I'm talking about,
Oh, there we
it's
go.
kind of
Yeah.
similar. It's sort of what we're waiting for this vehicle to do, is to pop.
Yeah, actually, yeah.
It's just not full of biscuits. And Mary in our chat says, I think a scone would be somewhat similar, but not the same.
There we go.
And Thomas has posted pictures of a biscuit and added Chris and said, "What do you call this?" We're going really off the rails here. But
What do you call this?
that's not a scone. I'm
Oh,
sorry.
man.
Chris B says it's a scone.
We've derailed. Let's get back on track. Here.
Anyways.
Okay.
I'm gonna eat my biscuit scone things, which are actually full of jalapenos and cheddar cheese and delicious. So I don't think how that could at all be a scone. But anyways, I'm gonna step away for a minute. I'll be back in a minute.
Okay, that sounds good. All right. So in chat, if you have any questions for us, go ahead and @ us in chat. It helps us see everything a lot easier as we go through the day. And I hope you found that aside as funny as we certainly did on this end. This is part of why we hope you all love our streams. Is we do answer your questions, we do provide you information, but you do have to allow us those brief asides to discover what a U.S. biscuit is called in the UK, which apparently involves adding our boss in our Discord. Something he probably never thought the live stream would devolve into. But anyway, yes, if you do have a question, please go ahead and ask us in chat and go ahead and @ us. It makes it easier on our end to see it. A couple of quick super chats. KCJ Bomber, thanks so much for the $5, saying this is like watching Thor's 501 kilogram deadlift. Alec Astro 6 for the $5. Eating the proper pressurized food for a pressure test. Awesome. So there you go, Jack. I think that one's directly for you. And then Philip Whitehouse, thanks for the new membership and welcome to Patarat. Thank you so much for that continuous ongoing monthly support, all of these super chats, all of the continuous monthly memberships and everything. They are what truly enable us in large part to do these live streams and account for everyone's time and all of the effort and the equipment and everything that goes into them. So we really, really do appreciate those memberships and the super chats. And Don Pariello, thanks so much again for another 10 Swedish francs. Swiss francs. Sorry, Swiss francs. So and the question is, so SN7 is now fully the 304 steel. Michael, that's right, 304L.
Hey, chat saying that they've shut off one of the vents.
Oh, so we could be getting close. Sorry, so the steel is it's 304L, right?
Yes, at least on the bulkheads, you've seen them labeled as 304L.
Gotcha. Yeah. So yes, 304L steel there is what they are using, and yes, so some people in chat are saying that we can see that one of the vents have been shut off. Gonna admit, didn't realize there were two. Is that do we see that, Michael?
Yeah, I'm looking. It's hard to tell because there's just so much stuff coming out.
Yeah, and the haze and the wind. Like sometimes when the wind blows, I think I still see two, but
yeah, I don't think there's been a change that I can tell.
I don't know. Yeah. I mean, what we do know is based on where this frost is, they are very well nearing the top with a full load of liquid nitrogen in here. And what we would be waiting for, if this isn't just a full cryo test or a cryo test and minor pressurization test, is we would be expecting those vent valves to close completely, at which point the vehicle would most likely be under a pressurized to failure test, which is where they would purposefully let the pressure build up to the point where the welds will fail, so that they can validate computer modeling and analytics for exactly what for validate all of those computer models based on the real world data gained after those welds were completed. And then Punk Royal is asking, are they going to test the quick disconnect GSE also? No, so Michael, correct me if I'm wrong. I did not believe that this test stand had liquid methane and liquid oxygen hookup capabilities.
Yeah, that's what we believe. And they probably don't have a quick disconnect because there's no reason to quickly disconnect this vehicle because it's not flying.
Right, it's not flying, and also nitrogen is a very stable, non-combustible element and substance. So there's no threat of a like, you know, break a disconnect to protect something. You know,
Mary
there's
in our
nothing
chat
like
is saying that the wind has picked up a bunch, which I think you can see based on that bush in the foreground there. So that could also be the reason the venting looks different. Not necessarily they've closed one off, but it could just be the wind. Yeah. Oh, you guys are talking about GSE. I'm like a question behind. Ignore me.
But yes, so anyway, we don't think there's any quick disconnect on here, because there's really no need to do that. And the big test you would actually want to do is on the actual quick disconnect. I would imagine you would want to do that on the quick disconnect propellant lines, like the propellant and oxidizer lines, because you'd also want to be testing at this point, since quick disconnects are meant to be reused in as many cases, and we know SpaceX likes to reuse a lot of things. You know, you would be wanting to test their ability to disconnect and then reconnect it, right, to fill and drain vehicles. You know, so I would expect that to be some of the testing that we see go on with SN5 once it reaches the pad there. Definitely. So so I'm going to switch gears here to another question in our queue, which comes from EMS Rocketry, who is asking, will the Falcon Heavy 2 side boosters both land on barges? And this is a question that goes back to the fact that on all of the Falcon Heavy flights so far, all three of them, the two side boosters have flipped around and performed return to launch site landings. But we know that at least for the Dragon XL vehicle, right, Michael? Do I have this right here? About
the Dragon XL has not, the recovery plan, I don't think has been confirmed. But we believe it would probably be at least 2 drone ships based on the performance capability. So it would be required.
Gotcha. Thank you. That's what I couldn't remember off the top of my head. So yes, we do foresee there coming a point where all 3 of the Falcon Heavy cores have to land in the Atlantic, and then be brought back to Port Canaveral. So that is definitely still one of the options that's available, as long as there are enough drone ships to catch them all. Sorry, just catching my breath here. So yeah, so again, one of
merch
those
idea.
things...
Sorry, I'm just.
Oh yeah, go for it, Jack. Please go for it. Yeah, I could use a drink of water real quick. Yeah.
You know the like the X-Files I want to believe meme where it's like a flying saucer? We should get a a good Mary photo of the test tank and just have it suspended in the air over Boca Chica, over like a shot of Boca Chica, and just caption it, "I want to believe." Good old X-Files reference there. I don't know what just made me think of that, but I felt it was important enough that I needed to interrupt you for it. So there you go. And now you're drinking water, and I'm killing time because I sort of am still eating food. But here we
Okay,
are.
I'm back. I'm back. Yes.
Hey, look at that tag team.
All right. So again, for everyone in chat, or anyone watching, go ahead and if you have any questions, post them up in chat, and go ahead and at NASA Spaceflight in there so we can see it clearly in there, and we'll go ahead and answer your questions. But what we are hoping for and what we are waiting for is to see what kind of a pressurization test overall that SpaceX is conducting here on Starship SN7. This is the first of the Starships in a series that will have the new 304L steel and new welding techniques. So they are testing it prior to SN5 and SN6, both of which are still taking shape at the integration facility nearby, but have not been moved out to the launch pad yet. SN5 we expect will perform the 150-meter hop, and then SN6 we are expecting will perform the 20-kilometer test flight if all of the tests go according to plan. That's obviously a huge part of that is providing all of these tests go according to plan. That could be the assignments as they would shake out. But today they are doing pressure tests, and they are doing cryogenic testing on this stage using liquid nitrogen. Liquid nitrogen is an inert gas, so there's no risk of an explosion. And one of the things we think they might be heading for today is a potential test to failure scenario where they close the vent valves. You can see it venting right now, so the vent valves aren't closed, but one thing or they are at least not completely closed, I should say. But one thing we would expect to see in a pressurized to failure test is that valve to be closed and to allow the pressure to build up in the tank that way. So we are waiting to see exactly what will happen. There are currently 2 hours exactly remaining in the current road closure. It is 1,500 hours local time at Boca Chica, Texas, and the road closure notices extend to 1,700 local, which is 2,000 UTC for those of you watching from around the world for whom the UTC conversion is easier. And Robert Pitt, this is actually perfect because this is what we're talking about right now. So that's what we're waiting for. This is what we're waiting to see and to see exactly what kind of pressurization testing they're going to do. It is important to note that today is not the only day available in a test window range. There is also road closure notices for Tuesday and Wednesday as well. Now, some of those road closure notices could also be the indication that those are one of the days they plan to roll Starship SN5 out to the launch pad, or onto its test stand. Well, what are we calling this? Is this a test stand or a launch pad? I mean, it technically will launch from it, but I think they're going with test stand. Yeah, okay.
Test stand.
To not confuse it with the coming orbital ones, probably, I would imagine. So test stand. Before they take it out there and hook it up to do all of its pressure testing and fueling tests and some static fires and hopefully a hop as well. So yes. Also, we had been doing a little game earlier in chat, guess the exact time that it will go pop. So if you've got your guess between now and 1700 Central Time there, go ahead and put your guess in Central Time. So that clock up there that says 3:02 p.m., you've got between 3:02 p.m. and 5 p.m. to make your guesses as to when you think it might pop.
Yeah, and if you've already guessed once and it's past your time, I'm sorry, but I'm not going to accept a double guess. And yeah,
man,
I don't know
Jack's
that.
harsh.
Well, you know, you can't just change your answer once it becomes wrong. That's not how a contest works. And if there's multiple people that have guessed at the same time, there'll be a D20 based runoff, and whoever the winner ends up being, I might, no promises, send a Star Hopper print.
There we go.
We
There
are
we go.
getting some popping from your microphone, Chris, when you're talking. You might have to try reconnecting to Discord. I'm not sure why that's happening.
Oh,
If
okay.
your phone is next to the
Hang
table
on.
on the desk, it almost sounds like that old school like cell phone near the radio sound. It's barely there, but it just sounds like some kind of electromagnetic interference. Maybe
Oh, but
maybe
you
the
guys are
cord's
hearing
just
it
too close to
constantly.
something.
Okay.
It's like
okay. Hang on.
Yeah, no worries. It's minor, but it's definitely there, and
Yeah.
it wasn't earlier.
Yeah, let me disconnect and reconnect. No problem.
No worries. All right, yeah, everyone in chat is throwing their times into the chat. I see somebody said 666, but that's well after the time, so maybe you want to reconsider your wager there.
And we are
SNM
logging.
Science Nature Math says no pop today. This thing holds up. More pressure. Yeah, I mean that's also possible. One of the appropriate answers for today would be no pop, in which case nobody gets a print, nobody wins, and the contest maybe repeats. Maybe repeats tomorrow. I don't know.
Wait, you wouldn't even do a D20 style
For the no
runoff
pop
there
folks?
for the no pop? Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Okay, fine. That's the easiest bet to make though. Just say $1. I mean, all right. I'm just kidding. Yeah, nope. That's a good point. No pop is a acceptable answer at this point.
Is
we
the
don't know.
stream frozen on? Oh no, what happened on my end? Never mind.
No, I'm all good here.
Okay, the video just froze on my end, but it is clearly just my end, not the stream.
We're getting a lot of people saying no pop. I think they're enticed by the discussion of no pop.
I think they are too.
Robert Pitt in chat says, I really hope this sucker pops.
See, I like it.
And we are logging every chat message, so if it does pop, we will find out who won.
Oh, for real? So I
that is true. Yeah, we're not joking. Yeah.
I was.
Yeah, I have every
positive.
chat message being logged, and I can just search for it.
I was prepared to go through and just by hand want to kill. That's why I was like, no promises. So I'm glad we can automate that.
Yeah, if it happens at 3:10, I can just type in 3:10, and it will show me all chat messages that happen then, or that type that message. Yeah.
Yeah. So everybody put in your wager there, as it were. When do you think it's going to pop? We don't know that it's going to pop. No pop is also an acceptable answer, although that one will probably be a little bit more work for Michael to glean all of the names for.
And I can also check if you typed more than one answer. So if we did that, I will invalidate your answer.
Heck yes. I'm so into this. We have officially upped the stakes of viewing this feed. Pretty soon we're going to have a landing pad bingo or something.
Oh, well, which we've already had.
Yeah, exactly. A lot of people saying no pop, yes hop. I don't think this is going to
No pop,
hop
yes
well.
hop. I love it.
That's great. Yeah, a lot of people saying no pop today. Interesting. I wonder what everyone's motivation behind that conviction is. And yeah, if you guys have more questions at NASASpaceflight, ask us your questions, and we'll try to get to them. Let's see what we got here. Chubbs the Clown, thanks for the $10 super chat. Again, everybody, super chats, memberships, everybody watching, your eyeballs, thank you so much. We would not be sitting here having the fun that we are having without you. So, I mean, we would just be talking to a wall, and people would be like, what are you talking about? And my roommates would be annoyed. So thanks. And then let's see, I just lost it. Where did it go? No. Chubbs the clown asked something about if they can get consistent pressure. Oh no. Well, it's gone forever.
I think the question was if they can get to like 10 bar, does that mean they could fit more propellant in the vehicle?
Maybe. I don't know. That's not a satisfying answer for a $10 super chat. I apologize. I mean, if they can get to 10 bar, that's well above. What is it? The 8.5 for flight or 8.5 for crew or something along those lines. I mean, 10 seems like good, or better than good. So
Yeah.
What that could mean for the vehicle, I'm not sure. But certainly there could be the potential for a thinning of the tank walls or a different method of construction that's either faster or cheaper or something else. I mean, if they're finding that this is stronger than they're expecting it to be, then that's good, because then they can take that margin that they are finding and use it elsewhere. I mean, you think about like when you're playing a role-playing game and you like you're starting a character and you have to assign like points in each category. Like if they do this test and they find out, oh, in our strength category we actually assign 10 points and we only really need to assign 5, and we can put those other 5 points somewhere else. That's a weird analogy, so I don't know if that's really apt, but you get my meaning. I'm trying here. KCJ Bomber for the win, $5 super chat. Thank you so much. And that's at least your second one on this stream, so thank you. We really appreciate the repeated support. That's super cool of you to do. They ask, pops be expensive? No pop. I mean, would it be? I feel like the detonation was probably expensive. I don't feel like this thing popping will be expensive, to use your technical jargon there. Expensive. So if this thing, like I said, if this thing pops, no big deal. I think the only thing you'd be bummed about this thing popping is if it was just sitting there, like doing nothing, and then it popped. That would be bad, because that would be inexplicable. Wow, is it a lot more venting coming out of the top now?
Yeah, look at that. Is that just no, it's venting from the bottom too. Look.
Oh wow. Okay, so. And it looks to be completely and 100% frosted up. I mean, there is
yeah.
The only parts of that article that are not frosted are basically not in contact with cryogenic liquid. Everything that you see frosted right now would appear to be in contact with cryogenic liquid. So that's a full tank of liquid nitrogen, and it is very cold, and it is at an unknown pressure. And I mean, let's see where they go next. Mr. Showtime in chat says, "Come on, 3:15."
I know. I guess everyone who guessed a time very close to now just got really happy all of a sudden, right?
Yeah, exactly. I keep forgetting that we did it, even though we did it like 30 seconds ago, the little contest thing. But it really adds another layer of fun. Hope everyone in chat is like, "Come on!" Yeah, a lot of people are into 3:15. I've seen multiple different people saying 3:15 now. It's interesting, or maybe it's the same person multiple times.
Just quickly changing accounts, like.
Yeah, right. M saying no, they are detanking now, I guess. How do we know that they're detanking? I don't
So
see
there was some speculation in chat that if it began venting from the bottom, that might be an indication that they were detanking, or something. That might be what it's that might be what that's referring to, but we don't know.
We don't know that it's venting from the bottom yet, though, do we? We just think, I mean, there's condensation down there clearly, but that could just be coming from the cold of the dome, right?
Yeah, I think that might just be condensation. When they aborted earlier this morning, we saw a lot of venting from the right-hand side of the vehicle. There's probably a ground support equipment line that they might have been using to drain it. But we're not seeing that right now.
But a lot of people are saying in chat now that there is no venting from the bottom.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, I would agree with that.
So maybe it's just my eyes finally seeing haze. Sorry, I really thought I saw venting and vapor.
No, I think you did. You just saw condensation, not as.
Okay, gotcha.
Not actual venting, yeah.
Okay.
But there is vapor down there.
Yeah, there's absolutely vapor down there. In the same way that there's vapor coming off of the Raptor ahead of static fires, it looks similar. You know, there's a whole bunch of cold liquid in the dome down there, and it's exposed to the atmosphere and thus condensating, steaming, whatever you want to call it. Wow. Yeah, it definitely sure. It seems like a lot of vapor coming out of that tank at this point.
Yeah.
John Wharf in chat saying venting versus condensation falling off, which, yeah, venting implies a gas coming out of a tube of some sort and thus has some sort of velocity imparted into it, just even just by nature of coming out of a tube, versus like vapor that's falling off of a structure. That's two distinct phenomena. Ugh. I need to
Yeah, and
stop
I mean, like,
talking for a second, take a drink of water.
well, I was going to say that you know, a good way to think about it is when we say it's venting, it means it's coming from inside the tank. If it's condensation, it's coming from outside the tank, basically.
Yeah, there you go.
And someone asking, is the grass venting? What, venting heat is my joke answer to that. Since you threw the LOL on the end of that, Mr. Showtime, that was funny.
It's funny though that we have a grass vent and now we have an excavator.
Yeah, right. That excavator, as the sun angles change and the clouds come in and out, like all of a sudden that excavator just like becomes really prominent, and it's like, whoa. Actually, you just saw you know, a chunk of ice and condensation fall off there. But yeah.
I've been rewinding though, and the haze has definitely been getting better. I think we've passed the point of peak haze this afternoon.
Well, that would be good at least.
Max, we called it Max H.
Max H, yes. And hey, 12 times 12. Thanks so much for the $10 super chat. Very much appreciated. Very much appreciated. And no, I saw a few questions like in general. Are we done yet? There's no reason to suspect that the testing is done for the day. So no, we haven't said that we don't have an indication right now that that's true. So stick with us, because this is likely not over. Even though we did have a large event here, it doesn't mean it's over for the day. And
I'm stepping away for a moment. I'll be back.
okay. All right, and again, if you've got any questions, just put them up in the chat, and we will get to them. And Fatal Killer here, thanks so much for the £5 super chat. Greatly appreciated there.
John MC says in chat to remove the bush because it's throwing the focus off. Now the camera is in focus. The reason the bush looks clear is because the bush is much closer to the camera, so there's a lot less haze in front of it. But we are using manual focus, and the camera is focused on the vehicle. There's just a lot of atmospheric distortion right now because it is over 90 degrees in Texas.
Yeah, indeed. And I just saw a question that I wanted to grab here. Yes, so yes, so one of the questions, so one of the questions that we have here is about the new steel and what's the deal with it. And I know Jack was talking about this earlier too, but the steel, so the 304L steel has a lower carbon component to it, which makes it more economical, makes it a little stronger, makes it a little more durable for what they needed to do, and specifically makes it easier to perform the type of precision welding that they need to do on these particular tanks. So that's the reason they want to switch to it. It is the steel that we've been hearing Elon talk about recently. And this is why they had built SN7 out of it and hauled SN7 out to its test stand here prior to SN5 and SN6 going out to do more static fires and cryogenic testing, and hopefully the 150 meter and 20 kilometer hop for the vehicle. Yeah, that's what's up with the new steel, and this is what we're seeing today with the cryogenic testing of it for the new steel and the new welds as well. And again, this is SN7 that you are looking at right now, and SN8 will use the same type of steel as well, as we understand it. Edgar's thank you so much for the €100 super chat. That is so wonderfully appreciated. Thank you so much for that. That really means a lot. It's the super chats. It's the.
I'm running in from the other room to say, "Holy cow, Edgar! Thank you so much. I'm not even using my real microphone. Wow, thank you."
Very much so. It's support from super chats. It's support from memberships that allow us to invest in our team, invest in the equipment, and bring these multi-hour streams and everything to you. Because I believe we have been on the air approaching 6 hours or so
sorry,
now.
I have to interrupt. Eric Berger was tweeting about our stream, and a certain Mr. Elon Musk has replied to his tweet about our stream. So Elon says, well, first Eric tweeted, looks to be 100% frost covered, venting from the top and bottom. Big question is whether they pushed it to failure today to see what pressures the new tank can sustain. And then Elon replies, that's the goal. There's a few known weak points on this test tank, probably capable of more pressure. The second test tank to follow shortly has addressed the weak points. So in other words, yes, they are testing to failure.
All right, so there's our confirmation publicly from Elon that they are testing to failure today. So let's keep watching, shall we? But that is absolutely amazing, and kind of confirms exactly what we were saying, that these welds, these new systems, the new steel and everything, that a pressurization to failure would 100% be in line with what we've seen them do, and would really help them validate their models, especially going forward. Now, Michael, what I also take that the response from Elon to mean there is that SN8 is not far behind, and SN8 would be another tank like this, correct? Is that how you took that? Or Jack?
What was the question? Sorry, I'm
Oh, sorry, I'm here. Yes, I was muted.
So,
yes, that's how I would read it.
Yes,
and,
okay.
And Eric Berger just said in chat, y'all are welcome. So I just put that on screen. Thank you, Eric.
Perfect. It's on screen.
Thanks, Eric.
Yes, you're all welcome. So true.
Thanks for putting up with us talking about biscuits and whatnot to bring you Starship news as well.
What I absolutely love is everyone whose time for the pop to occur that we haven't reached that time is like, come on 333, come on 421. Like, I love it.
Yeah, the reason I was just off my, because I asked Elon, I replied to his tweet and I said, what time do you think it'll pop? Winner gets the Star Hopper print. Just to see if we can get a number out of him, but I doubt it. He never responds to me, and it's no big deal. I barely ever even reply to him, but I thought that would be funny to do. But yeah, test to destruction confirmed. We are sitting here now, and we now know, thanks to that tweet from Elon, that we are waiting for a pop, which makes this that much more exciting. We know now that they're going to test this thing to destruction. So we are now no longer waiting for something to happen. We are waiting for destruction. How cool is that? All right.
It is cool. And Stuart Ellis, I just wanted to say thank you so much for the £2 super chat, and And Tomas as well. Thank you for the €5 super chat there. And sorry to kind of interrupt you. I had hit that button to push it onto the stream and had taken my breath to start talking, and you and you started, so I didn't want to lose it from my memory and
No
lose
worries.
the super chat. Thanks. But yes, so a very exciting way to end our day here as we head toward pressurization. So again, what we're expecting, right, if this works the same way it did with SN2, is that when the final push to pressurize to failure begins, we will see the vent valves on the top close. Now, again, that's if it follows the same way they are doing this as SN2 did as well. But anyway, that is what we are expecting here. And Jack, I'm going to turn it over to you for a couple of minutes so I can step away.
Yeah, step away. Super cool. All right, so now we know this thing's gonna pop. I mean, wow. That kind of got me all woken up and ready to go here. So, hey, Rick Strickland, he's a patron of mine. Thanks so much, Rick, for the super chat, $10. Awesome. And thank you also, AbMobile, for the €5 super chat. Thank you guys for the great streams, AbMobile says. Well, thank you. And you can see on stream here, we have the tweet from Eric Berger. Thanks for doing that, Eric. And yeah, and the reply from Elon. So we know they're going to test to failure. There's a few known weak points in the test tank. It's probably capable of more pressure, he says. So there's going to be another test tank after this. Neat. So we were even speculating on that there might be more of these test articles. And sure enough, this sounds like there's going to be another test article hot on the heels of SN7. I humbly submit that we should come up with a different naming scheme for the test articles rather than SN, but what do I know? Test article 3, test article 4. We can say TA instead of SN. It could be 2 letters. It's nice and simple. Just a suggestion. Anyways, so if you're just joining us, we got 3,000 people watching right now. Hey, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us. We now know that we are watching a destructive cryo pressure test of this vehicle, or article, which is known as SN7, which is basically a pathfinder tank for Starship and super heavy, and it is full right now of liquid nitrogen, and it is pressurizing, and we assume it's pressurizing anyways. It's full of liquid nitrogen. We know that based on the frost on the outside. It's super hot in Texas right now, and yet that thing has a nice full blanket of frost across the entire tank. So that's indication that it is fully fueled or fully loaded full of liquid nitrogen, and we're just waiting for them now to, at some point between now and 5 p.m. local, you can see the timer on the upper left-hand side of the screen there. Sometime between now and 5 p.m. local, we are expecting this thing to pop based on Elon's tweets. So that is super, super exciting. And yeah, we get to just stand by and fish. And except the thing we're fishing for is not a swimming creature, it's an exploding test tank. So grab your favorite beverage, get comfy, and sit back and watch this thing blow up. And Mary in our Discord right now is saying that there is a significant venting coming from the grassy area, a lot of venting from the grassy area. So the grass vent is going, whatever that might be indicative of, that is occurring right now. Thank you, Mary, for the update on site. We try to have good audio connection with her, and it's way better when we do. But right now we're having a little bit of an audio, so she's communicating with us via text. So to that end, if you guys have any questions, throw them in there in chat at NASASpaceflight, and we'll try and answer your questions. That helps them show up for us. And once again,
indeed we
go ahead.
are.
And just once again, really quickly, I just wanted to say thank you to everybody watching now. Thank you all of our channel members. I know you get the perks in the Discord and things like that, but really what you get is the satisfaction of knowing that you help make this possible. Everybody that's watching now has it because of the contributions of our members and our super chatters. So thank you. You are doing everybody a service by doing what you do and supporting this channel. Go for it.
I was going to say quickly, Rick Strickland, thank you for $10. He says, for being right. I'm assuming that is in relation to the pressure test to failure. Thanks for the great stream. That's from Ab Mobile. And then Headspace Monkey. Elon is watching. Well, he's at least reading Eric Berger's tweets. I'm not sure he's watching our stream, but definitely nice to get that update from Elon.
Yep, those are always valuable as we try to read the tea leaves of what's going on in Boca Chica.
Yeah, and hopefully Elon, after this test has occurred, will tweet about what pressure they reached. That would be super interesting to know.
Yeah, because that's going to be the $1 million question, right? That's going to be the thing that everybody wants to know is what pressure did they get to?
Well, and it's one that thankfully they've been usually pretty open about in their testing, right? So there's no reason to expect we won't get an answer.
Yeah, no reason at all.
Well,
Mary says in chat really quick, she just says it's been extremely noisy where she's at. So I think work is progressing around the site despite the test being ongoing. So unfortunately, it's been a little bit noisy for her there, but she's still hanging in, and we can send her some of the questions that are coming across. But yeah, Headspace Monkey with the $20 super chat. Go for it, Michael.
Okay, so this tank has known weak points they expect to fail. Another test tank coming shortly with these weaknesses addressed, as per Elon tweet. Yes, so I think what's happening is we've seen Starship SN5 and Starship SN6. They're both pretty much nearing completion, other than possibly maybe Starship SN6 getting a nose cone. So it's probably going to be a couple of weeks, maybe even over a month until they've completed the test campaigns for both Starship SN5 and Starship SN6. So in the meantime, what we're seeing is they are instead building smaller test tanks for the upcoming prototypes and working on getting some additional improvements made with the welding process. So that's part of what they're testing with Starship, this SN7 test tank, and presumably they're going to improve even further with SN8, which is based on what Elon just tweeted. It does seem like the next couple of Starship serial numbers are not going to be full-scale Starships. They're going to be these smaller test tanks that they're going to be using to improve the weld process.
Yeah, and sorry, I want to grab one question right here, right now from Richard, because it relates exactly to what we're saying here. And then the question being presented by Richard is maybe SN7 and SN8 are test tanks for Super Heavy. So one thing we've been talking about, because this is so different from how other vehicles have been designed, you are actually looking at test tanks for Super Heavy and for Starship as well. Because they're both Methalox vehicles. They both use Raptors. And, Jack, I know you and I have talked about this a little bit on the stream today so far too, but, this modularization of design. So if it's just a matter of, okay, the methane tank for Super Heavy is, I'm going to totally make up numbers now, 12 steel rings, and for Starship it's 6. Then it's just a matter of, mixing and matching the number of overall rings you're putting together to make the tanks before the domes go on, right? So in that regard, we are seeing testing for Starship and the Super Heavy booster as well, because they all just sort of feed into one another, which is part of the overall efficiency of the Starship system design.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy that they're able to bring this, this sort of data across the entire system. Like we were talking about earlier, like you just said, it's test tanks not just for Starship, but also for Super Heavy.
Exactly.
How much does it cost to fill SN7 with liquid nitrogen? Probably not that much. I'm not sure what the exact price of liquid nitrogen is, but compared to the other expenses at hand here, I don't think it's a significant expense.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get a ballpark figure. I don't know. I mean, a figure I'm seeing, take this with a little grain of salt. But from what I'm seeing, liquid nitrogen costs roughly $2 per gallon. but when delivered in bulk, it can cost as less as 50 cents per gallon. So 50 cents per gallon, that's pretty good.
Yeah.
Cheaper than gasoline if that's the bulk price. So yeah. Yeah, so another question that we've got here. Oh, I just lost it. Hang on. Oh, there it is. So another good question here is the fact that this has lasted longer than previous pressure tests that got to something like 7 bar an indicator that this is already past that. I kind of have to say we don't really. It's a good question, but we don't really know the answer to that because we think they're pressurizing it right now, but it's still venting. So we don't exactly know precisely what it is doing right this second. We are thinking that if it follows the same generalized testing pattern as Starship SN2, which they pressure tested to failure, that we will see the vents at the top of the tank close prior to the pressurization sequence. So, and of course, this makes sense for a variety of reasons, but you know, that's really a milestone we're waiting to see. So, can't say that the fact that this has lasted longer is an indication that it's surpassed the pressurization levels of the other test articles at this time. And that kind of does feed into another question here that we have about what happens when it pops. What actually happens? Does the top fly off? It kind of depends on how the welding fails. You know, we have seen pressurization failures where it's been one of the domes that have failed, in which case they can fly off. You're going to get shrapnel no matter how much you've tied it down. If the tie downs are to try to keep it in more or less one piece, you're always going to have things that go flying. But we've also seen sidewells, right, fail. So it all just kind of depends on what weld fails, where, and when. Which is part of the excitement. I don't know about you, Jack and Michael, but like that's part of the excitement to me, just not exactly knowing how it's going to pop when it eventually does.
Yeah, what is it going to look like?
Yeah.
Is it going to burst out of the side and spew a whole bunch? Is it going to crack the dome and shoot upwards somehow? Is it going to just obliterate itself? Yeah, who knows? It's going to be a hoot to see, hopefully, in the next, hour and a half here?
Just about, yeah, about an hour and 24 minutes remaining in the road closure. Now, road closures, Michael, for tests like this, we have seen them extend those before, correct? If they're on track to complete it, they just need a little more time.
Yeah, if they need more time, they will just extend the road closure. But hopefully that's not going to happen because we've been streaming for quite a while now. But if it does, we will, I presume, keep going, depending on how Mary's doing. But yeah, the main thing that is the constraint is the flight restrictions. But they have flight restrictions continuously until at least June 24th, last time I checked. So it's only the road closures that are in play right now, and those are flexible depending on what SpaceX needs.
Gotcha. So that's a good question, because I think that's a question other people have had is, what about airspace closures? Do they need to close the airspace for like pressurization to failure tests, which we know they're headed for now? But you were saying they have a permanent, they have a sort of long-term temporary flight restriction in place now.
Yeah, exactly. And I don't even think they need a flight restriction for this type of testing. It's only when they have the liquid oxygen and methane. But I think they've just filed an extended one because they plan to be doing upcoming tests with actual propellant.
Exactly. I was just going to say that's more of an insight into the plant cadence and what they plan to be testing here throughout the next week or so. And yeah, go ahead, Jack.
So I've been wondering, it looks like there's like almost like a pulsing of the vent at times. I'm not sure if it's wind or if it's actual activity from, but we've got a comment in from the chat from Brian Strufert, who says, the surging of the vent, which, there we go, there's a good terminology, surging. The surging of the vent means that they are filled and are pressurized to a target pressure and are venting boil off to maintain the pressure due to expansion. So
Which would make sense. Yep.
Yeah, it does look to me like the vehicle or the vent is surging. I would agree with that, and that is interesting to know what that surging might mean. So yeah,
so depending on how these vents work, right? And help me out because I may get this totally wrong, and this might end up being a question that's like, no, Chris, that's not possible. So if they're venting to maintain a constant pressure, if you start building up the pressure inside the tank, is there a vent process that can happen where you would still be venting, still be increasing pressure, and we could get a pop in a pressurized to failure without the full closure of that vent?
I think so, but it would be much harder, right?
Well, that's what I would think, is it would constantly be losing pressure along the way, but maybe that's part of how the system works. But I don't know. I would expect
it seems like it would just be a slower process. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
We have somebody saying in chat that they like straight liquid nitrogen. Fast Sloth 87 says actual liquid nitrogen popping off the valves. I don't know if we can see that, but if that's the case, then that means they're full.
Yeah, right.
Definitely a lot of activity coming from those vents. I mean, that is probably the most venting we've seen all day. I don't know if you guys would agree.
I don't know. It looks fairly steady, although I do see the pulsing, you know. But I don't know, that to me seems pretty much in line with what we've been seeing for a while. That makes sense.
A super chat from Jenkins. Perhaps they're stopping at specific target pressures, looking for any signs of compromise or flaw before increasing to the next target pressure until failure. That seems plausible to me.
Also true too. Yeah.
Jenkins in chat. Thanks for the $20 super chat. They say perhaps they are.
Jack, we just read this.
Oh my god, I'm sorry. I was just catching up on our Discord on our Discord.
Oh man, that was too good. There is another super chat in here too from Headspace Monkey. Thanks again for the continued $5 support there. Yeah, and again, as we know, we're headed for pressurization here, and where'd it go? So we know we're headed to a pressurization to failure scenario here, and you know, one of the things that this particular tank is an improvement on over SN4 and also over SN5 and SN6 that will be tested later this month. And into July per the current schedule. This is using the new 304L steel, which has a lower carbon content, which makes it stronger, which makes the welding process that's needed for Starship a little bit easier to achieve, and better welding as in that process. It's also, you know, it's testing all of those out. We know SN8 will do the same thing. And we are anticipating that what SpaceX is testing here is what they hope will become the new baseline element for the Starship series that are coming. So those are sort of the improvements that we've made or that they have made over the last one that we saw testing. Scrolling through here, looking for some other questions. So yes, you know, for those of you who are coming in and joining us here, now as we know we are heading toward a pressurization to failure. Yes, this is the new steel that Elon has been talking about, the 304L steel. So this is the new one on SN7, and we know there's another one coming with SN8 shortly behind it, thanks to a tweet from Elon just a few moments ago, which does answer the question about the sort of rapidity of these tests. So here's what all of these road closures might now actually mean tomorrow as we head toward the week. What SpaceX means by following very shortly, which I believe is the terminology that was used by Elon here. We know we're headed for a pressurization to failure on SN7, which we're looking at right now today, that being the goal. That means SN8 could move to this same pad tomorrow, and the other road closures could be for its test sequence the rest of the week, knowing the pace that SpaceX moves at. And of course, that would kind of be determined by exactly how this vehicle fails on the weld lines and how secure the area is. But this could actually be the sequence of testing that we're seeing from the road closures. So that is where we stand now. And also for those of you who are just joining us, I am Chris Gebhardt. I am the assistant managing editor of NASA Spaceflight. I am joined by Michael Baylor, who is here with me. Michael,
yes, I'm here. Sorry, I was working on getting your name ready to go on screen.
There we go. Well, and I saw Jack was muted, so I went to you first. But I am also joined here by my colleague Jack Baer.
What up?
And we are joined silently but via text by the wonderful Mary Boca Chica gal, who is out there in the South Texas environment, bringing us with the live stream equipment, bringing us these views today from SpaceX's test site, where they are pressurizing Starship SN6 to failure. At this point, SN8 already has to be close to ready, based on what Elon said of it following very closely behind SN7 here, which they are pressurizing to failure. And as we see here, too, as we go forward, Matt with a $20 super chat. Thanks for all the great coverage. Special thanks to Mary and her commitment for sitting out in the Texas heat.
That heat
thank
is
you, Mary.
no
Wonderful
joke. You've probably heard me say it before if you've watched any of these streams, but I spend a bunch of time out in the desert. I love going out to Death Valley, the Death Valley and the Mojave Desert. I love these places. They're my happy place. It's my church. And yet I go to Boca Chica, and whenever I'm there, just murderlates me. I'm just going to make up words now because it's that bad. It's really, really, really bad. I don't know if it's because Boca Chica is so much closer to the equator or what, but it is nothing to shake a stick out there, and you can just see the results of all of that heat in the atmospheric distortion that we're currently looking through.
Indeed. And Grant, welcome to our new member, Grant. Welcome to Padrat status. Thank you for that continual support. It really does help us out and give us that stability to invest in our people and in these streams to bring all of this to you. And again, from Astro6, the $2 super chat, and SN8, Elon said it should be following very shortly. So we would assume it's somewhere. I do not believe we've seen it yet, but we'll according to Elon, it will follow very soon. So we will. That was my dog Starbuck. At least she's named after science fiction space. So that's what we are expecting there as well. And
I bet
Chat saying, go ahead.
I was gonna say, I bet SN8 is in this tense. It's probably in two halves. I think they have to take it outside to stack it. But there's definitely most likely bulkheads for SN8 at least sitting in those tents right now. And I'm sure Mary will see that come outside the building shortly.
I just wanted to say really quick, I've seen people in chat mentioning the humidity is what makes it so much worse. And I know the old joke, it's a dry heat, but no, it really is the humidity. And somebody said, I somehow never realized this, but somebody said, you sweat, but your sweat can't evaporate, so you can't cool yourself. So the humidity really does mean that it's that much worse. And I can vouch for that. I mean, Death Valley and the Mojave Desert are extremely dry. And I've been out there in like the mid 100s, like 110, 114, and it's hot, obviously. But it's seemingly somehow not as bad as Boca Chica in the 90s. I don't even want to think about Boca Chica in the hundreds.
No, my goodness. Yes, to those of you in chat, that was my dog Starbuck. Yes, named after Carathrace, Battlestar Galactica from the Reimagined series. And yes, that is actually her name, and that is who she is named after. So that was definitely her. I'm gonna run through some super chats here. Grant, thanks so much for the $5 Australian. Tomas, €5. Headspace Monkey, $5. And David Egland, $4. All thank you so much to the for that support. I know we all greatly appreciate it. And a question that we have here from Philip Whitehouse as well is, for these hop tests, for the 150-meter hop, for the 20-kilometer hop, and everything in there, do they need flame trenches? And do they need water suppression stuff? Is that already built? And that's a great question. And Jack, I think we know the answer to that, right?
Flame trench versus diverter, was that the question?
Do they need flame trenches and sound suppression stuff, and is all of that already built?
They do need some sort of flame diverter or flame trench. I don't think flame trenches are going to be possible here, given the water table being super high. So they're going to have to build a structure with a diverter.
The question was just about the hops, not super heavy.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, you're fine.
No, I think they'll need sound suppression. I don't think they'll need a trench, but
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's my gut.
Yeah, so we have already seen sound suppression too. During the static fires, they basically have a fire hose that sprays the base of the pad. It's not quite as fancy as what you see at pad 39A, but there is a fire hose. And we have also seen during the static fires, the lack of a flame diverter or flame trench has caused some damage at the pad on a couple of occasions. So that might be a future improvement that they add, but as of now, there is no flame diverter or flame trench for the launch stand that is going to be used for the hop tests. But for super heavy, there will obviously have to be a flame diverter for that powerful of a rocket.
And we have seen that actually already taking shape at Launch Complex 39A at the Kennedy Space Center. We have seen that diverter taking shape in the massive piping for the sound suppression water system. That will be at that. It is impressive to see, but yeah, we are starting to see those take shape for Starship as well as the super heavy booster.
Yeah, it won't be long before we should be seeing that same structure appearing right here in Boca Chica. We have seen them drilling large pilings into the ground for the super heavy pad, which is going to be located just kind of beyond where the current test stands are located on this camera view. So they are preparing to install some heavy-duty infrastructure to support super heavy launch stand.
Right, which we know is coming, and I think that's one of the things that all of us need to in some ways be prepared for is, the entire system is called Starship now, and it's still the super heavy booster, and the Starship upper stage, but I really don't think any of us, myself included, are prepared for how short the test campaign for the super heavy boosters themselves are going to be, because of all the testing that directly flows into them that we're seeing right now, like the tanks and the pressurization systems and the quick disconnects and getting all the ground handling elements correct, right? The bulk of the super heavy booster testing is going to be all of those Raptors in there. Right, and
Yeah.
how they all react with one another. But get ready to see very rapid movement that we're not expecting and we're not used to on the super heavy booster because of because of how the two test campaigns sort of flow together with their commonalities.
Yeah.
I'm
and
so
it's-
excited for that. I'm so excited to see Super Heavy start taking shape. For some reason, even more than I am about Starship. Even though Starship is the actual vehicle that
I
you'd
can't
be
wait to
riding
hear
in.
that many Raptors firing at one time.
I'm so excited.
And the launch profile is basically like a Falcon 9, super heavy at least. Or the launch and landing profile. So they are very used to that.
Right, because we do believe that the Super Heavy booster will land much like the Falcon 9 boosters do, either on land or out at sea. It's the Starship that does that like belly flop through the atmosphere, flip at the last moment, and land. At least per the last update we saw. Who knows what's changed?
Yeah, the big if for super heavy is the 31 Raptors all working together correctly and not turning into an N1 rocket.
Yes, yes. Although I think in terms of engine testing, we're farther along than the N1 ever got.
Yes, it sounds. Yeah, from what I understand, Raptor is doing very well in the test stand right now. But
Yes, exactly.
They still will have to be able to manage a large amount of thrust in a vehicle with very thin steel tank structures. So we'll see what happens, but I'm sure they are diligently doing the proper analysis to make sure that it's going to work.
100%. Is this venting or
venting.
Yeah, this is venting. So interesting.
Yeah, it looks like it started at the top. I was rewinding quickly. I looked away for 1 second, and all of a sudden there's.
I know,
everywhere.
I know. I looked out the window and was like watching the dog outside for a second, and then looked back
Mary
and
in
was like,
chat.
God.
Mary in our chat says, "Look at that venting," and yeah, wow, that's
Look at that.
quite a sight. What if that was it?
Oh, what if it popped? Would it popped at us? Like,
No, like what if that was the pop and it was just very anticlimactic?
oh, right.
That,
But
that
I
could
think
have been
that's
it.
venting.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like venting. I don't see any kind of. I'm just saying, how hilarious would it be if it was that anticlimactic?
It would be. It would be. I mean, if that was the failure, granted, that's easy to clean up and clear that pad for SN8 if that was the failure point.
It's at least coming from the venting area, so it's, I guess, not impossible that the ground support equipment has had some sort of issue, but it does not appear to be the vehicle that has broken.
Yeah, we should never discount the possibility for ground support equipment to do catastrophic things to the vehicle, as we've seen with SN4.
Oh.
I guess we'll be dying down.
Yeah, I guess we'll see when this clears.
I think that was a controlled vent.
And again, like for some of you just joining us, we know this is a test to failure. What we're trying to figure out right now is are we just seeing a regular-ish vent, or was this the failure? Where a weld gave way, just not in an overly dramatic fashion, or is this a ground support equipment thing combined with a wind change? Like that's what we're trying to figure out right now. And no. So yeah.
I mean, you would expect a failure at a high pressure, multiple times atmospheric pressure, to be pretty dramatic. So I think it's safe to say that no. it did not fail, but that was definitely a unique and dramatic event. So I'm curious what happens next.
Yeah, I mean, it is a more ferocious vent out of the top of that right now.
Yeah, that is some significant billowing. But again, I mean, I don't know. I mean, I'll go back and watch when that started.
I think if anything happened, it's that the hoses connected to it have had some sort of ground support equipment side issue. I don't think it's coming from the actual test article itself, though. But I think it's most likely it's a controlled vent, but not impossible that it could be an issue.
I'm looking back to where
Yeah.
it starts, and it just appears to be a really big vent. It doesn't
Yeah.
there's no like percussion or velocity in the cloud.
And now it seems to be at least close to where it was before. So
Yeah.
I think it was a controlled vent.
Could have also been a wind change too.
Yep. Yeah, that's
Control
true.
vent
If the
with a wind
wind
change would make sense. Yeah.
Yeah. It would be great though if the ground support equipment broke before the vehicle. That would be the sign of a good vehicle.
Technically, that
So,
would be a successful test to failure. It would make all the people who said no pop really angry because there was, in fact, a failure in a pop, just not of the tank itself.
We can't even see the vehicle right now. It's covered.
I know.
Yeah, wow. That's, I mean, it's just in its own little cloud. Carl Furstenberg, one of our members in chat, said perhaps they are testing introducing fluid shocks. Yeah, not a bad hypothesis. That is definitely
help everyone out who doesn't know what a fluid shock is.
Oh, it's like a water hammer, right? Like a. Well, I mean, I want to speculate.
Help everyone out who doesn't know what a water hammer is.
Yeah. Okay. So it's liquid flowing through a pipe has velocity, and so if a valve is closed rapidly, it maintains that because it has momentum and it can slam against that valve and cause damage to the pipe, to the valve, to other systems or structures. But I don't really care about that right now. Look at this in front of us.
It's going pretty crazy.
Yeah, this is a massive cloud of vapor. Something is happening. This could very well be the pop. This could be the end of SN7 once this cloud begins to dissipate. We could see that it is no more. It certainly looks abnormal. Oh wow, yeah, I think it's going. SN7. Whoever said 4 o'clock, I think 3:59 or 4 o'clock, you're probably going to end up being correct.
Let's see.
Looks like we have a successful test to destruction of SN7.
Well, or is it just the hose on top that's having all kinds of problems?
No, it's not there anymore, right? We'd be seeing the top of it. Right?
There's still. Oh yeah, I guess you're right.
Like it's damaged at least.
No, there's something there.
It's damaged at least. I mean, come on, look at that. That's not a nominal vent.
I'm not saying it's nominal. It's definitely not nominal, but there's something there still. Yeah, I think it's just behind the cloud.
It's still there, at least the little corner of it.
I think SN7 is still there, but that's my bet.
Let me ask Mary in chat what
Did
she's
she
hearing,
hear an
if
explosion?
anything.
Did she hear a pop? Yeah.
Yeah, I'm seeing the vehicle right now. But it doesn't mean it won't be there in 10 seconds from now, but...
Yeah, and it might not even be like too destructive of a failure. It could just be sort of a crack and a leak, which is certainly what this looks like. And Mary in chat is saying that she didn't hear anything. That Milton guy in chat asks, is Mary okay? Yeah, Mary's okay. She's a nice safe distance away. Look at that. That is a huge, massive cloud of gaseous nitrogen. I mean, that certainly looks like a failure has occurred.
Leaking. Yeah, I agree.
And to be clear, failure in this case is good because that's what they were trying to test too. They wanted to see what the what its limits were. So not a bad thing. I'm sure in an hour and a half, TMZ will have an article up SpaceX tank fails or something. But no, this is good. This is the test that they were trying to do today. So this means that they achieved the milestone that they were trying to get to. And Tomas Nagy in our give us a €5 super chat. Thank you so much. They say still stands. Looks like a weld gone off, in my opinion. Yeah, I would agree with that. Looks like something popped off, either a valve or a weld or something, and we're getting a large uncontrolled vent. Not necessarily a pop or a splosh, but clearly the integrity of the pressure vessel is no more. At least that's what it looks like. I could be wrong. We could see the cloud go away.
I still think there's a chance that just a hose on top broke off or something. And now it's just leaking propellant out of the vent area. Or a valve failed or something. But it's impossible. It's impossible to see right now, so I don't have any idea if that's true or not. It just seems like a valve failing could be possible, given that we're still seeing some indications that SN7 is still there when we see a gap in the large cloud right now.
Yeah, and given that we know they've had some valve issues in the past, like for SN4, or just that, if you have a pipe or a GSE going into this tank and the tank is up at a very high pressure, if the tank goes higher pressure than you expected, perhaps, what fails first? The valve that connects the tank to the plumbing. So that's entirely possible. I wonder then, do we count this as a pop? For contest purposes, I mean.
Yeah. Ooh, if it was a GSE thing that blew, interesting.
Yeah, and at what timestamp do we say that it occurred? Because it looked like it slowly happened over time. It wasn't like a single instance.
Yeah, it was definitely a slow failure. I'd say probably 354, somewhere around there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's quite a fog machine.
Yep. Let's party.
So if you're just joining us, you're looking at a large cloud, and behind that is the SN7 test tank prototype. They were testing it, the failure. We're not quite sure what is going on right now. It definitely seems like there is a large leak of some sort, but we don't know if it's coming from the ground support equipment or a leak with Starship SN7 itself.
A lot of people in chat saying it's fully intact. And Mary in our Discord saying if it's popped, she can't hear it or she didn't hear it. So perhaps this is just a very large vent. I mean, like you're saying, Michael, this could just be a hose popped off, or maybe even just a very, very, very large vent. We're not quite sure what this vehicle looks like as it's going through the test procedure. So we're just kind of trying to figure it out as we go. But that cloud certainly was seemingly an indicator of a pop for a moment there. I'm not quite sure what we've witnessed and what we are witnessing.
Yeah, Nomad NSF4 member got a picture from his camera, and it does look like the vehicle or the Starship test tank is totally fine. Just where those hoses were connected, there is a large amount of nitrogen leaking from or being vented from. We're not sure if it's a leak or if it's an intentional vent. It definitely looks like a large quantity. So, but if you look at that right now, it looks like it's stopping, and Starship
Oh wow.
SN7
There it
is perfectly fine, it appears.
Look at that. Look at that.
Wait. So, oh no, it's still venting out of the top. I was gonna say, did they just close the valves? If that was a huge,
Look at
vent
that.
and then a valve closed, we're in for popping.
So maybe that was just a vent, and it was like the wind or something was blowing it directly at us, so it just looked like a lot more than it was. I'm not sure.
Yeah, now I feel like a big dummy for being so certain that it had failed. Wow.
That
So-
is, yeah. I mean, so there it is. Yeah. I mean,
Yeah, so it looks like it's honestly, I don't know if it's venting anymore. I feel like it has officially stopped venting out of the top, and now the condensation and steam we're seeing coming off of it are just because of the cold coming off of the vessel. So all the valves look like they're closed now. It looks like we got a very large vent as they filled the remaining space in the tank, and now it's full of liquid nitrogen, and it is closed off, and we will actually see the failure now. I'm excited. I'm super excited because if we actually get to see some sort of spectacular destructive failure, that'll be much more exciting than just a boring white cloud. So I'm all revved up. Hopefully this thing is about to pop here, because it's all sealed up, and only the pressure now is
Yeah.
only increasing.
yeah, that's what I'm wondering too.
It sure looks like we're entering into the pop. And look, it's 409. I mean, I'm gonna call 420, right? I'm just gonna call it.
So just
Give it
as we
11 minutes to
expected.
heat up.
Yep. So they probably just
Oh,
vented
man.
out that remaining gas, maybe topped it up one more time, and now it looks like, just as we expected, they have closed off the venting and are probably just going to let it pressurize now until it fails.
Yeah. This looks,
is
I mean,
awesome.
this looks exactly like what we've seen before and exactly what we were expecting. So, here we go.
I'm gonna double check with Mary that she's all good. Make sure she doesn't need anything from us.
Oh, wow. We
She's
have missed a
okay.
bunch of super chats, too.
We have.
Let's
Do we
run
want
through
to?
them.
Yeah.
Yes,
run
who
through
wants to
them.
speed run them?
I'll do it.
Go ahead,
Okay,
Jack.
go for it, Jack.
Sam Halter, thank you so much for the $25 super chat. Great coverage. Congrats, SpaceX. Thank you so much, Sam Halter. $25 is nothing to shake a stick at. We really appreciate your support. That's a serious commitment to support. Thank you for the super chat. Morton Van Vick, 200 of a currency unit that I don't know what it is. Maybe they reached a high
Norwegian
enough pressure.
corner.
Thank you. Oh, look at that. There we go. What is that?
Did it pop?
Something's
Yes!
happening. Is that a pop? I don't know. It looks like a vent.
That did not look like it came from.
I think
It
it's a
looks like it
leak.
came from the vents. It's a leak?
Yep.
Leak
I
or
think it's a leak. I think it's a leak.
Well, we just thought it was a leak.
That seems off center. I mean, that had
I
some
don't know.
upward propulsion to it.
I don't think so. I don't think that was a pop. I think that was a forceful vent.
It was a pop. It was totally a pop.
Yeah, it
Really?
leaked. A hole
It was
burst through
totally
it.
a pop. Yeah. Yep. It blew.
So now the question is it going to completely go, or is it going to just vent itself like this for the rest of the test?
All right, so whoever said, what was that, 410? Whoever said 410.
It was 410.
Look at that. Wow.
Top
Oh,
four.
my YouTube, I should have been looking at our Discord preview. I was a couple minutes behind on just, whoops.
Ah, yes.
Yeah. No, that's popped. That's a pop.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, the interesting thing is it looked like a very small hole. So I wonder if that was just,
Yep.
it seems like a very small part of the weld that gave way, not the entire weld like we've seen before.
100%. It looked like a very small, isolated little, like, oh, almost like if a panel had blown out of it,
Yeah.
than like a whole weld giving way. Yeah.
All right, so we'll go through everybody's times
It's
that they
still there
picked.
though. The vehicle is definitely still
Yeah.
standing. So.
But 411, 411 is when it happened.
Yep. That's slightly anticlimactic, but better than the initial pop that we thought we saw. And like we said, this isn't a bummer. This isn't even expensive.
Look, you can
This
see
is
it.
nothing.
You can see where it's leaking from right now.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, it's nothing to be sad about. This is exactly what we were expecting to happen after we got confirmation from Elon on Twitter, thanks to Eric Berger of Ars Technica. But yeah, this is not a bad thing. This is a good thing because now they have more data and now they can progress into testing with further vehicles and building further vehicles with new manufacturing techniques and new steel types.
Yeah.
And I wonder if this is one of the weak points that Elon had talked about on Twitter, or if this was a different area than they expected to fail first. But we've definitely not seen, I don't think, a Starship prototype leak and then never completely pop. So the fact that, at least for now, Starship SN7 is still mostly intact seems to be promising. Of course, that could change at any second, though.
Yeah, so I just went back and looked through the video just to make absolutely sure. It was 4:11 and almost to the 00 second, according to our clock on our live stream, that it popped.
Okay,
So to those of you who are saying in chat it was 4:10, it is not according to our clock. It was 4:11. So someone who guessed 4:11 will be the winner.
and I have an update. I just checked. Jack, you're gonna like this. Jack does not owe anybody a Starship print. We have no winner.
No one won?
No one won.
Wow, interesting. No one picked 4:11.
The only people that picked 411 were at 411, which does not count. So
Right, after a blue. Yes.
Yeah.
So wow, okay, interesting.
we have no winner.
Interesting.
Jack, you just saved yourself some money.
But yeah, so that was what we call a successful pressurized to failure. Pressurizing to failure doesn't have to be dramatic. It can sometimes be anticlimactic, like it was today, but that is still a good pressurized to failure test. Which would be exactly what they were hoping for. But yeah, I'm gonna run through some super chats here. So
Go for it.
Yeah, so Headspace Monkey, thanks for the $2. Very much appreciated there. Normal Universe, thanks for the $10 super chat. I understand the concern about the focus. The camera's actually manually focused on Starship. That's just the haze and the atmospheric haze that we've had and that we've been battling for today. Morton, thanks so much for the Norwegian Krona super chat.
Ooh, what's that? Sorry.
Oh, something else happened too.
That looked like it came from the ground support equipment.
Kind of did, didn't it? Let me look
Yeah,
back a little bit.
Came from the right-hand side.
Yeah. I rewound the video. I'm rewatching it on my end now to see where it appeared to originate from.
I think that might just be the same
it's ground support. Yep.
I think it's the same vent we saw this morning, just the wind's blowing it the other direction now.
Yep, 100% because it starts by the bulldozer and everything. So yeah, that is just ground support equipment venting now.
They're probably draining that vehicle.
Yeah, probably draining it at this point. Would agree with that. Jelt, I'm so sorry for these names. Jelty Depleti, thanks so much for the 10 euros. Boriston, thank you for the 10 euros as well. Tomas for the 5 euros. Astro 6 for the $2. Onhai for the £5. Burhan Halavov for the $5, and Jinkuns for the $5 super chat. Thank you, all of you. All of the super chat money is really appreciated. It's what allows us to reinvest in our team and in our process and in our equipment and everything, and continue to bring you all of these awesome streams as the gaseous nitrogen disperses and reveals SN7 still venting from the hole in the top of it now after a successful pressurized to failure point earlier today, 8 minutes ago at 4:11 p.m. Central Time, where there was a successful pressurized to failure for SN7. So all around a good day, I'd say, right, Michael?
Yeah. And congratulations to John M. John was the closest person to guessing the time. He picked 4:12. He was 1 minute off. Sorry, John. You were close.
But he was closest without going over. So if we play by Price is Right rules, he won. I'll let Jack be the judge of that.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, 4:12. I said 4:11. He said 4:12. Thank you for the correction, chat.
Indeed. So one last thing I'm going to go ahead and say, and then I'm going to need to step off here. But just remember tonight, folks, for all of you who are still watching, there is a very rare live streamed Chinese launch of the Shenzhou 3B rocket, which will be launching the final Badao 3 global positioning system satellite for China to complete that Badao orbital constellation. It is live streamed, which is very, very rare for China, so take advantage of it. And make sure to watch the launch tonight. It is at 02:11 UTC, which on Tuesday, June 16th, which translates to 10:11 p.m. or 22:11 Eastern time here in the United States. So do make sure to check out that Chinese stream. And for me, that's going to do it today. But Michael, I'll turn it back over to you as long as Jack is still here, so that nobody is
Sounds good.
left alone. All right, cool. Thanks, Michael, and catch you all later. And hope you all enjoyed our coverage of the SN7 test failure.
Yep. So we will continue to stay live here until it looks like the Starship SN7 has stopped venting, and then once it appears that the vehicle is in a stable configuration, we will wrap up the stream so that Mary can go home. She has been out there for, let's see, over 7 hours now, so please put your thank you messages for Mary into chat, because this has been a very long live stream, and we will get Mary a break as soon as possible here.
Oh, I was muted. Look at that. Chat's blowing up with thank yous for Mary. That's awesome. Michael, who was the closest to 411 without going over?
Without going over, John M went over. He was the closest, but he went over. He was at 412.
Yeah, it doesn't count. I'm sorry. We're going to go by Price is Right rules. Who was the 409 or 410?
There was no 409s or 408s. I'll keep checking.
Was there no 410 either? If he's
Nope.
really that closest, I'll probably just go with him.
I'm checking.
And do we have any way to identify him other than John M?
Well, we know his YouTube name is John M, so we can find him.
Okay, cool.
I think.
Yeah, in theory, right?
It looks like Duncan 407 was the Price is Right winner.
Okay.
Yeah.
And in chat, we have Sheldon Case saying I had 409 and Michael P saying I was 410. So I don't. Maybe we'll do some further analysis. And honestly, between 412 and 407, I feel like 412 is more correct despite the Price is Right rules. So for contest purposes, I'll have to do some thinking, and we'll try and contact the winner. Yeah, and I'll get you a print.
So I was listening. What do you say, Jack? Who won? I was typing something to Mary.
I was just kind of working through it in my head. I sort of feel like a 412 answer is more correct than a 407 answer, just because 412 is closer, even though it doesn't obey the Price is Right rules.
Yeah.
So I'm tempted to give it to the guy that had 412, but there are people in chat claiming anyways, I don't know how true it is, that somebody said they did 410, somebody said they did 409, but I don't know that those are
I'm checking.
accurate. One was Michael P said 410, and the other one was Sheldon Case 409. But do Michael P first, because if he said 410 actually, then he wins. And as we wrap up, everybody, thank you so much for joining us. There's still 3,000 people watching, which blows my mind. Thank you so much. Your eyeballs, your super chats, your memberships, it really means the world to us because it means we can keep doing this.
Yeah, I'm not. Michael P said, I quote, I'm going with 310 failure. So I think they got mixed up with what they said.
Yeah, I mean, if you have the proof in the pudding there, sorry, Michael P. Looks like you said 310, not 410. So yeah, I guess we'll give it to
John M.
Yeah, I think we'll officially call it. Michael P in chat is prematurely saying winner, winner. Yeah, you're off by an hour, dude. Nice try though. Yeah, so we'll have to give it to the guy that said 412. That's the most accurate answer to me, despite saying Price is Right rules is what it should be. I get to make my own rules. It's my content.
So to make this easy, if you're listening, John M., why don't you send an email to Chris Bergen at NASASpaceflight.com, and then he will put you in touch with Jack.
Yeah, sorry for the fuss there, but I don't know how we'll even verify that it's him.
That's a good point. I'll have to link to his channel, and we can message him. Yeah, email might not work. Now everybody's gonna email Chris. Sorry, Chris.
Yeah, what have we done? We didn't set this up properly at all. I don't know. Reach out, man. We'll figure out a way to verify right or something. I have no idea.
Well, there used to be a way to see somebody's channel next to their name in chat. YouTube removed that feature, so
we don't have any identifying information for him other than YouTube chat name.
I'm working on it. I'm seeing what I can find.
Tilted Pelton chat says, with industrial pressure vessels, the failsafe is sometimes a plate welded on a hole in the vessel with weaker welds or bolts than the rest of the vessel. Maybe a failsafe plate here as well. Yeah, and that could be what Elon was talking about on Twitter, saying that there's some known weak points. So that could have been a weak point designed into it. And if it fails at that point, then everything besides that one point could withstand whatever pressure it failed at. So that could be honestly a good way to test and verify.
There are so many John M. YouTube channels. It's not even funny.
Oh yeah, that's not.
I'm trying to find the right one, but it's just a long list.
Yeah, I probably should have thought that through a little bit better. Like comment the time and your address, but no one is gonna do that on YouTube. There's just no good. There's no good way to do this. We probably would have to set up some kind of back end to get it
There is
done.
a way for me to record the channel URL. I just didn't think there was a point to do that, but I can add that.
No worries. Sheldon Case really wants us to check their answer. They said they had a 409 answer. Do you mind checking?
What was your name?
Sheldon Case.
Sheldon.
SHELDON CASE.
Oh, they did. I missed that.
All right, Sheldon, you win. Sheldon, post a link to a way that I can DM you in chat. That way we know that it's you.
I think some people's channels just like not discoverable or something. I'm not finding Sheldon either. I mean, I can see them in chat. I just cannot click their channel link.
Who was the person that said 412? That was John M.
Yeah.
I see John M in chat too. So John M, post a link to how I can message you. If is that the same John M? Can you verify that, Michael? And Sheldon, I got your info. I'll send you a print. If it's the same John M, put your info in there. I'll get your info. I'll send both of you guys prints. Everyone's happy.
Hey, John, if you're on Twitter, post your Twitter or something.
But yeah, I've got Sheldon's info. Good game, everybody. Great game. I think this is probably about as good a time as any to wrap it up. And Matt1870 says, John M, publicly post your email here publicly. It's okay. Yeah, Sheldon posted theirs and it didn't show up publicly and I was able to get it. So not a big deal. But yeah, he says he's good. He's a good sport. Thanks, John. We really appreciate it. And yeah, I will get Sheldon Case to print there. That was a fun game. We'll have to do that again on future streams.
It's going to be an SN8, so.
Yeah. Yep. But yeah, I think that's about as good a time as any to wrap things up. Get Mary some cold beverage of her choice and some AC, and get the raw footage of this uploaded so we can mess with it and throw it online, and for your guys' viewing pleasure there.
Sounds good. I'm just going to message Mary and see if she has any final things she wants to tell us, or if we're good to wrap it up.
Yep, sounds good. And if you're wondering what the heck just happened, well, you can take a look and see. It looks like we had a successful test to failure. Successful failure of Starship Test Tank Article, whatever you want to call it, SN7. And they filled it full of liquid nitrogen. They did a couple different pressure tests, and they managed to successfully test it to destruction. And so, as Elon tweeted on, we know this tank had some known weak spots, and that there's another tank following hot on its heels. Plus, we also know that SN5 and SN6 are basically seemingly ready to go. So, with a lot of more activity coming down the pipeline from Boca Chica, and a lot more excitement to come. John M in chat saying, wait, I still want it, please. All right, John, did you post your thing? Hang on, let me go back. And then Stephen Burnett asking, where can I get a print from me? Let's see. There's a link to my store, shameless plug. You really don't have to buy anything. And then let's see, looking for John M. He doesn't have Twitter. He posted his Gmail. He says, I'm looking for it. It's probably one of the ones that's been withheld. It should have been. I'm looking for it now.
I don't see it.
Yeah, I don't see it either. John M, post it again. Or just like, I don't know, DM me on Twitter. Got it.
Okay, so we're good.
Yeah, we're good.
Mary's going to try to join to give us some closing thoughts. We'll see if we can get a voice connection with Mary.
Hear me?
Yes, we can. I can hear you, Mary.
Oh, good.
Loud and clear, crystal clear.
Wow.
So how was that? A little bit anticlimactic.
Yeah, but it was cool.
Super cool.
Yeah.
So you couldn't really hear anything, could you?
No. No, it didn't hear a pop.
Is that because it's loud around you right now, or just because there wasn't much noise?
I don't believe there was much noise from it.
Okay, so you think if it had made a sound, you would have heard.
Right.
Got it. Super cool. Well, I guess if you're up for it, Mary, you want to just do a couple, like a minute or two, or just a couple questions, if anybody in chat has a question for you, now that we have good audio.
Sure.
All right, chat. If really quickly, if you have any questions for Mary, throw it in there. You know, she has the first-hand on-site experience from today's test. So if there's anything you want to know, preferably related to what we just watched happen, let us know really quick. Mary, do you recall? Was there anybody watching at the roadblock when the event happened?
Just security,
Okay.
the deputies. Yeah, there wasn't workers around, you know, watching.
Then Kyle Denny asks, do you think it popped?
I'm assuming it's popped. I mean, it looked like it popped. I didn't hear a pop.
Sure did. Yeah, it sure looked like it popped.
So, yeah.
I think that's about all we can say from until we get a tweet from Elon or something. Let's see.
Definitely looked like it.
Have you seen SN8?
I can't say for certain that I have, but there's sections in tents that would obviously would be for SN8, unless the next. I'm assuming there's going to be another test tank.
Yeah,
is that what
that would
Elon
make sense.
said? So it might be SN8. So the next Starship might be actually SN9.
Yeah, that makes sense. Super cool. It's so tantalizing how they sometimes open those tent doors and you can look in and see a little bit of what's going on in there, and they close them again before you get a nice photo, or even after you do. And it's just like, oh, darn those tents.
Yeah.
Fritz 46 saying they haven't seen the Taco Dome in action yet. That was hilarious when you caught the Taco Dome. Corey's Taco Dome. Is that what it said on it?
Right. Yeah. I think it was just like a practice for maybe some new workers, or maybe they were testing, a different way of, weld or something. I don't know. Just a test.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. It's like testing maybe even a new robot that they've built or something.
Right.
Let's see.
Should we set Mary free?
Yeah, I think that's probably a good bet. Thank you so much, Mary, for all of your hard work bringing us these views today. I mean, seriously, thank you.
Yeah, you're all welcome. It's always a good time.
Well, get some cold beverage in you and relax and take your time uploading the raw footage, and I will get it edited in due course, and we will get it up online. And yeah, we'll keep doing what we're doing here. Thanks to the support from everybody on the stream. Thank you everybody for watching. Couldn't be doing this without you, and of course not without Mary. So throw some love in chat for Mary. Click that like button if you like what we do. consider becoming a member. And thanks so much for watching. We really appreciate it. And with that, I think we'll call it a day. Successful test failure of SN7.
Cool. We
Thank you,
will.
everyone.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Jack, for helping us host today. And we will leave you with the thank you message for our YouTube members, our launch directors, and flight engineers who help make this all possible. So thanks again, everyone, for tuning in, and we will see you for the next Starship testing, hopefully later this week.